In the demon realm, within Tianyao City, word spread of a world-shaking event. The Demon Empress, blessed with 9 heavens phoenix grace, would hold a martial tournament to choose an emperor consort and share the rule of the demon race beside her. Geniuses of every clan sensed the shift, and hidden currents began to stir. The Demon Empress. Deep within Bayu on the execution altar, Qin Ming, enduring agonizing pain, slowly opened his eyes at the sound of that woman's name. Please don't kill me. Oh. A miserable piercing scream rang out. Another one dead. Yes, 36 have been killed. Time to interrogate that ancient clan spy. Qin Ming knelt on the central altar, listening to the two men talk, the sounds of killing endlessly echoing around him. Hearing the streets still buzzing about the martial contest, he wanted to turn his head toward the outside, but everything below his neck had lost all sensation. Not numbness, but the cold, heavy stillness of something long dead. Bayu truly lives up to its reputation, Qin Ming muttered. The Bayu he spoke of was a corner of the outer city of Tianyao, guarded by 8 dragon beasts, where the demon race imprisoned and slaughtered criminals, brutal in its methods and infamous far and wide. A roar. Whenever the beast's roar sounded, it meant that a major criminal was about to be executed on the central altar. The hellish grand formation of Bayu would open in advance with 100 strong warriors guarding the perimeter. Inside and out, not even a fly could escape. So finally it's my turn. Qin Ming lowered his head and gave a bitter smile. His limbs were bound with black iron chains, his legs broken, hanging, and kneeling on the altar, his body already flayed to a bloody pulp, barely breathing. Above him a lightning treasure had been placed, sending down a thunderbolt every few seconds. Blood dripped unceasingly from his hair strands. Oh, another lightning strike. Qin Ming screamed in agony. His black robe was burned into 2 halves, exposing his upper body. Through the bloodstains one could faintly see knotted muscles. What did the ancient clan send you to do inside Suyao Lake? Speak. On a high chair opposite the altar, a gray-clad, middle-aged man shouted sternly. If I told them I've seen the Demon Empress's body, they'd go mad. Qin Ming thought wickedly, a sinister smile crossing his lips, but he made no sound. The gray-clad man was Enforcement Elder Wei Wuji, who, together with the executioner Xiao Tian, was in charge of this interrogation. Around each of them stood a dozen armed thugs. After an incense stick's time, no matter how he tried to torment him, Qin Ming remained silent. How preposterous! To dare toy with this elder. Seeing Qin Ming simply refuse to open his mouth, Wei Wuji could no longer hold back. He shot to his feet, crushing the teacup in his hand to powder. Then he gave the executioner Xiao Tian, standing beside Qin Ming, a gaze drenched in murderous intent. Xiao Tian understood all too well, yet he was troubled. The Demon Empress had instructed them to extract Qin Ming's purpose, but so far they had not learned even a single word. What are you doing? Why haven't you struck? Wei Wuji roared. Xiao Tian raised the iron whip in his right hand, but could not bring himself to swing it. Even though the ancient clan cultivator had trained his body to be tough, one more lash would truly kill him. Wei Wuji came from the Black Tiger clan, domineering and hot-tempered, incapable of enduring humiliation. Qin Ming's prolonged silence was an insult he could not stomach. But if he failed to learn why the Xuangu clan had sent Qin Ming to infiltrate Xiao Lake, the Demon Empress would pin the blame on Xiao Tian, in the end shaming their Silver Wolf clan. I think Qin Ming cannot die yet. Xiao Tian began to object after a moment of deliberation, but a sudden whoosh made him look up, and what he saw stunned him. Wei Wuji, abandoning all pretense of status, acted personally. A single teleportation brought him before Qin Ming, and he delivered a full-force blow to his head. The High Priest will surely avenge me and butcher you beasts. Qin Ming spat out a torrent of blood, forced out these last words with all his remaining strength, and closed his eyes in unwillingness. Instant kill. It all happened far too fast for Xiao Tian to intervene. He could only sigh inwardly. So this is the power of the core formation realm. I really am far too weak. As Wei Wuji threw back his head laughing, and Xiao Tian stood stunned, a wisp of black chi silently slipped into Qin Ming's body. Haha, Xiao Tian, you are unworthy to be a wolf. Why not become a dog? Wei Wuji mocked with a sidelong glance. In the face of the elder's sneer, Xiao Tian could only rub his head awkwardly and force an apologetic smile. Just as he resigned himself to gathering the corpse and serving as the Demon Empress's scapegoat, a horrifying scene unfolded. Whoever harmed me dies. Qin Ming, blood streaming from all 7 orifices, slowly opened his eyes once more. His face was savage, cold as if seized by demons, and the words he spoke shook the hearts and souls of all present. Then he shook his head madly. A flood of memories surged in. Qin Ming had returned from death. The memories, however, seemed to come in 2 parts. One contained all the knowledge of cultivation, detailed ranks and advancement methods for realms, treasures, pills, formations, talismans. The other was part of the original Qin Ming's own memories. It seems this broken body isn't really mine. Where did I come from? Qin Ming muttered. Xiao Tian involuntarily stepped back, unsure whether to be pleased or worried. A corpse rising. Wei Wuji, about to leave with his back, turned, sensed the anomaly, and whirled around. His smile vanished, replaced by a ferocious scowl. He rushed to Qin Ming in a few strides and seized his throat. What secret technique can bring the dead back to life? Speak. Before Qin Ming could answer, Xiao Tian came to his senses, and quickly said, Qin Ming, besides the secret technique, explain clearly what you were sent to do. Only then can you save your life. Core formation. Early stage. Infiltration. Qin Ming easily perceived the cultivator's realm. His gaze sharpened. Wei Wuji felt a chill creep over him, and his grip on Qin Ming's neck unconsciously loosened. This man had somehow become different. Take your dirty hands off. Qin Ming spoke with calm, overpowering force, no trace of the gravely wounded man he had been. Just a piece of trash like you dare speak to me like that. Wei Wuji glared, roared, and summoned all the armed thugs beside them to surround Qin Ming. Give him one cut each. Slice him to pieces. Only then will my hatred be appeased. Just as Wei Wuji roared, just as Qin Ming felt his neck about to snap and the thug's blades about to sink into his flesh, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding. The system detected that the host awakened on the brink of death, passively activated. System. Qin Ming was startled. He carefully inspected his body. His predecessor's storage pouch was nowhere to be found, but on him lay a compass-like treasure engraved with the words Wenjia, constantly feeding spiritual power into his body. Yet a gravely wounded body brimming with spiritual power, no fatigue, endless strength. It must all be because of this treasure. Qin Ming felt certain the Wenjia compass contained a hidden world within a complex system that no one before him could possibly perceive. Congratulations. The positive-negative divine demon summoning system has been successfully activated. If you had been any slower, all you would see is a pile of minced meat. Qin Ming grumbled discontentedly. Now his limbs were bound, and he could only place his hopes in the system. Do not worry. As compensation, the system will grant you one free summoning of divine demons to clear the soldiers. How about it? Stop wasting words. Summon now. Qin Ming cursed in urgent haste, and several breaths passed without notice. His body was being cut apart blade by blade, his soul on the verge of annihilation. With bloodshot eyes, he stared at the enemies before him, wishing he could slaughter every last one. Divine Demon Phantom open. The system did not hesitate. With a faint hum, Qin Ming's sea of consciousness trembled silently, and a vast aura spanning good and evil, looking down upon gods and demons, slowly diffused outward. Kill them. Kill them all. Qin Ming roared hoarsely. In midair, two indistinct phantoms suddenly appeared. One side restraining golden radiance, its Tao rhyme majestic, the countenance of a righteous god descending to the world. The other side wrapped in surging black mist filled with sinister killing energy, the aspect of a demon god touching the mortal dust. What is that? Such terrifying power. Oh. A vast wave of positive and negative energies swept across the execution ground. The demon attackers rushing in instantly had their bodies shattered and souls cleansed, leaving behind only a single cry of anguish before they perished, without even a burial place. Wei Wuji's expression changed drastically, his spiritual power trembling wildly. He abruptly released Qin Ming's neck and involuntarily retreated several steps, his eyes full of shock. Xiao Tian, for his part, retreated a full 100 meters, staring at the scene in utter disbelief. At that instant, this power of divine demonic origin, transcending the demon realm itself, made the high-level figures of every clan and hidden great cultivators tremble, and they all turned their gazes toward this direction. The breathtaking beauty in the Demon Empress's palace and the arrogant emperor in the ancient wildstone city of the Xuangu clan both felt a jolt in their minds at the same moment, filled with confusion. Yet the anomaly vanished as quickly as it had come. The golden brilliance faded, the black mist dissolved, and the two phantoms shrank back into the treasure compass as if it had all been but a bubble. Just now, was it an illusion? The power came and went so swiftly that the great cultivators ultimately decided it had been a false perception and turned their attention away. Back in Baiyu, the scene was utter chaos. Seeing the divine demons vanish abruptly, Qin Ming said in a daze, Two are still left. Kill them all too. The trial version can only clear minions. If you wish to truly master the system's power, you must explore and activate it yourself. With those words, the system fell silent. Qin Ming gnashed his teeth and blurted out, damn it. What made him curse was not only the vanishing of the divine demons, but also the system's violent burst at the brink of death, which had consumed an enormous amount of his spiritual power, and the compass's energy feed had weakened as well. Vitality was abruptly drained, leaving his mutilated body weak. His predecessor had been at the peak of foundation establishment, but after the expenditure his cultivation had dropped to the early qi condensation stage. But Qin Ming immediately calmed himself and analyzed the situation. The summoned divine demonic power had lasted but an instant, yet it had disposed of dozens of thugs. His mind was clear. If he could fully master this treasure and activate the system, he would be free to do as he pleased. Kill anyone he wanted, even to slay gods and demons. Illusion. It must be an illusion. Not far from the altar, Wei Wuji froze for a second, then strode over to Qin Ming, jabbed a finger at his nose, and declared firmly. Seeing that there was no danger, Xiao Tian came to Wei Wuji's side. Hearing the enforcement elder's analysis, he nodded repeatedly and agreed, that's right. The fact that we too are unharmed means it was a life-saving divine ability left by a core formation expert of the ancient clan, and it only instantly killed those foundation establishment thugs. After testing Qin Ming several times, the two found that he was indeed far more weakened. Wei Wuji then recovered his arrogant bearing and seized Qin Ming's throat again. Haha, no trump cards left. Too weak now. Wei Wuji mocked with relish, his face so insufferable that one could not help but want to slap him. Qin Ming gritted his teeth and said nothing. Deep down he knew that in his current situation, if he wanted to turn the tables and survive, he would have to master the system's power completely. But the enforcement elder beside him had not yet sheathed his murderous intent, staring fixedly at him. There was little time left. To truly master the system, he had to understand the true origin of the Wenjie Luopan. Was it left by his predecessor, or had he brought it himself? Forced to act in this crisis, Qin Ming urgently began to recall. He discovered that his own memories were all about cultivation. He knew the realm hierarchy by heart: Qi condensation, foundation, establishment, core formation, nascent, soul, spirit transformation, Tao, embodiment, source, palace, law, holding, creation, and boundless. Qin Ming hurriedly retrieved another set of memories, the predecessors. Those memories were truly rich and colorful. Suddenly, countless memory fragments flooded in the Xiangu clan, the sacrificial department, a gifted disciple sent on a secret mission to infiltrate the demon clan's forbidden Xiao Lake to investigate an anomaly in the boundary beneath the lake. Then he stumbled upon a woman bathing. What? Woman. Bathing. When the memory reached the bathing scene, Qin Ming was shocked and the tips of his ears unconsciously flushed red. Only then did he understand why his predecessor had been caught. He had trespassed into a woman's secluded cultivation chamber and caught her bathing. That woman's cultivation was terrifying. Most likely she was the demon clan's empress. And so he had invited a monstrous disaster. That place lay west of the eastern reach of the desolate ancient mountains, the Suyao Lake, forbidden ground guarded for generations by the Black Tortoise clan. When his predecessor passed through this place, he glimpsed a woman with snow-white skin. Under the moonlight, the mist over the lake made her appearance heartbreakingly beautiful, stirring his heart so much that he could not help but steal a few more glances. As he turned to leave, he stepped on a reconnaissance serpent secretly placed by Xian Bing, the young master of the Black Tortoise clan. It let out a hissing sound. The woman sensed someone peeping. Her body stiffened. She dressed in a flash and immobilized her predecessor in place. She had wanted to kill him in her fury, but recognized his ancient clan identity. Changing her mind, she reached out and tapped a finger through the air, striking his brow and knocking him unconscious. She ordered a silver-clad, sword-bearing woman with an upright posture to take him to the 8 hells. When his predecessor woke again, he endured appalling torture in the 8 hells. As for the boundary anomaly, he had learned nothing at all. After the memory faded, Qin Ming's ears had turned crimson. The woman's peerless beauty lingered in his mind, and those embarrassing images could not be shaken off. The Empress's bearing was extraordinary. When Qin Ming saw her wet hair clinging to her smooth back, her delicate waist, and her cheeks flushed by the water, a fragile yet graceful sight, his own expression was no better than his predecessor's. I already have a rough picture. These old grievances are tangled and deep. If I meet her again one day, it may well be a deadly deadlock. Qin Ming straightened his emotions, opened his eyes, and looked at Wei Wuji's ferocious face. He thought he should focus on overcoming the trial in front of him first. Why has he gone mute again? While Qin Ming was recalling, Wei Wuji had spat out many threats. Qin Ming fell silent in raging Wei Wuji so much that he wanted to slap him to death. The suffocating killing intent jolted Qin Ming awake. A woman bathing. He blurted out those 4 words to buy time. At this moment, only by staying alive could he uncover his origins. Hearing those words, Wei Wuji's palm froze in the air. He looked at Xiao Tian. The two stared at each other dumbfounded. They both found it strange. In the Suyao Lake, forbidden ground, what woman would dare to bathe there? Unless... Come out. While the two beside him were stunned, Qin Ming urgently called out in his mind. There was nothing about the Wenjie Luopan in his predecessor's memories. He was certain the treasure had come with him. He had also felt a pair of eyes watching him. If he guessed correctly, the reason he could easily see through Wei Wuji's cultivation at the Qi condensation realm was because of that presence. Heh. Master is too clever. Even this deity has been discovered by you. With that sly laugh, a small scrawny boy appeared in Qin Ming's mind. He wore a gilded short robe, had shifty eyes and round pupils that kept darting around. He grinned, showing a little tiger tooth with a merchant's cunning aura and faint compass star-patterned wings floating behind his back. With his appearance, the strange spiritual energy transfer ceased. A little thing like you dare to call yourself a god? Qin Ming deliberately mocked. Since the boy's origin was unknown, he decided to probe him. Hey, I Wang Dingding may be small, but I am a genuine artifact spirit of a divine instrument. See that Wenjie Luopan on you? That is the real deal, a true divine artifact. It has a built-in righteous evil system. Although it cannot directly help you kill enemies, it is the ultimate support for breaking through cultivation realms. The boy's voice was childish, but the more he spoke, the straighter his back became. But at the end, as if remembering something, he softly added to him. From now on, you must not act rashly. So this treasure was indeed no ordinary object. Hearing that gave Qin Ming some confidence. But beneath Wang Dingding's flattering manner, his eyes revealed unwillingness. He could also feel that the artifact spirit was connected to his soul, bound by some contract to obey him. Otherwise, Wang Dingding would never have willingly stayed with the Qi condensation waste. Qin Ming pressed on. Then why is the Wenjia Luopan on me? It might have something to do with his origins. I don't know. I don't remember anything. My head hurts whenever I try to recall. Ouch. Don't ask again later. The spirit thumped his head, his pained expression seemed genuine, so Qin Ming let him off. Now let me introduce the righteous evil system to you, master. Qin Ming, it's too late to say anything now. Die. Before the spirit could finish, Wei Wuji roared, and his lethal palm arrived first. It turned out that while Qin Ming was talking with the spirit, Wei Wuji and Xiao Tian had finally understood everything. The core forbidden ground of Suyao Lake. Probably only Her Majesty the Demon Emperor can freely enter it. So if a woman was bathing, that was clearly the Demon Emperor bathing. This matter was too serious to be leaked. Xiao Tian also knew it could cost him his head, so he dared not get involved and left Wei Wuji to handle it. A palm strike at the early core formation stage could shatter rocks. Without the system's help, Qin Ming's meager cultivation was no better than an ordinary mortal's. He could not possibly withstand it. He quickly analyzed that the key to truly controlling the system was to work on the artifact spirit. Wang Dingding, you go. Kill them. Qin Ming gave the order. But at the critical moment, the boy was picking his nose and ignoring him. In truth, he would not act without profit. He was already thinking about what reward he should ask for. At this life or death moment, the spirit's inaction ignited a nameless fury in Qin Ming. What kind of nonsense was this? He had just arrived in this world covered with wounds and enduring pain only to face a dead end. Instantly his blood and qi surged violently as he verged on exploding in rage. But all at once Qin Ming felt his body become incredibly light, as if he had become a vessel endlessly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. And the energy of the artifact spirit was also pouring into him. Oh no. Wang Dingding looked down and saw that his body had become more illusory. He stopped picking his nose and stamped his feet in panic. The artifact spirit is afraid I might lose control. So that was it. Qin Ming understood. With his low cultivation, he could not control the Wenjia Luopan by himself. But if at the critical juncture he defied death and let his rage flow in reverse, he could passively activate the Luopan's core skill and briefly borrow Wang Dingding's power. However, such borrowing damaged the artifact spirit, and no one knew how many times it could be used. It must not be abused unless he was at the brink of death. Qin Ming understood. Facing the fatal blow, he showed no fear. He smiled, curled his lips, and roared. Blood and qi surged freely. In that instant, black flames burst from his eyes. Don't act rashly. The artifact spirit screamed, sensing that something terrible was happening. Wang Dingding fell to his knees. He had spent years restoring only this little cultivation, and he could not let Qin Ming drain it all. Grandfather, stop. I'll help you deal with those two unconditionally. They are only small fry. No need to use your ultimate move. Qin Ming smiled knowingly, and the black flames in his eyes vanished. He had been putting on an act, waiting for that very promise. Wang Dingding sighed, and was about to control the Wenjia Luopan itself to block the attack, but saw Wei Wuji's palm stop in midair. Wei Wuji shook his head, thinking he had seen wrong. The black flame had lasted only an instant, yet its pressure had left him completely unable to move. The power in his eyes just now, and that move earlier, they seemed the same. Xiao Tian's expression tightened. He asked quickly, afraid that Qin Ming could still use that move. Haha, both of them are stunned. No need for this master to act personally. Master, listen carefully. Wang Dingding withdrew his magic and presented the system panel in front of Qin Ming, speaking solemnly. The system is called the Wenjia Luopan Righteous Evil Summoning System. It displays your righteous path points and evil path points in real time, unlocking two completely different power systems. Whether you choose the righteous path or the evil path, each can be cultivated to perfection over 5 tiers. The righteous path consists of benevolent body, righteous knight, virtuous general, sage king, and holy emperor. The evil path consists of evil body, evil knight, evil general, evil king, and evil emperor. Each requires 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, or 100,000 points respectively, and you must also reach the corresponding cultivation realm to advance. When you reach the first tier, the summoning function will activate. The strength and rank of the summoned gods or demons depend on the path points you spend. And there's more. The evil path grows through slaughter, seizing treasures, humiliating enemies, and intimidating others, unlocking demonic body, devouring, and annihilation type divine powers. The righteous path grows through saving people, protecting others, resolving crises, and upholding justice, unlocking alchemy formations, and fortune-enhancing abilities. Master whichever path you choose, the system will grant you a special reward. Qin Ming now understood it required Wang Dingding's approval for the system to truly activate. Fine. The system was built into the Wenjia Luopan, and as its artifact spirit, Wang Dingding had the final say. While listening, Qin Ming began operating the system panel. He was surprised to discover that evil path points grew twice as fast as righteous path points. Though somewhat unfair, it was the fastest way to improve his strength. With such a heaven-defying system in hand, should he choose the righteous path or the evil path? At this moment, killing the demon clan's law enforcement elder was the only way to gain a sliver of survival. Killing would inevitably send him down the evil path, inviting a bloody storm of vengeance. Qin Ming looked up and laughed bitterly. Since fate plays tricks on me, I, Qin Ming, will follow my heart. If I want to survive in this cruel demon world, I will take the evil path to the very end. Evil path selected. Righteous evil system activated successfully. Reward divine skill, ghost plunder. The system's mechanical voice echoed in Qin Ming's mind. Now he could finally use the system's power for real. A surge of incantations flooded into Qin Ming's mind, and he instantly mastered the ghost plunder divine art. It could ignore soul marks and quietly steal an enemy's treasure without their knowledge. Is this reward the only one? Qin Ming asked tentatively. Wang Dingding looked at his greedy expression and waved a hand. Isn't this one enough? Fine. This art can steal all things, so it is worth all things. Qin Ming thought to himself. Then he looked at Wei Wuji, a sinister smile in his eyes. His spiritual sense stealthily probed the storage pouches of the two men beside him, and the corner of his mouth involuntarily curled upward. His trump card was in hand. It was time to settle this account. The counterattack began now. Ding successfully used spectral theft on 2 treasures from Wei Wuji's storage pouch. The rest failed. Successfully used spectral theft on all of Xiao Tian's storage pouch. Following Qin Ming's command, he plundered both storage pouches with nothing but his spiritual sense, but the system notification followed immediately. It turned out that spectral theft also had a success rate. The greater the gap in cultivation, the lower the chance of success. Xiao Tian was at the peak of foundation establishment, so it was already a stroke of luck to steal everything from his pouch. Qin Ming took stock of the spoils: the quenching gold blade, the top-grade mortal weapon gale blade, 3 spirit-gathering pills, half a bottle of healing pills, 2 explosive flame talismans, plus Wei Wuji's low-grade spirit weapon darkbone spike, and a mid-grade spirit weapon immortal binding rope. It seemed enough for an escape. Wei Wuji and Xiao Tian, still unaware of their missing treasures, were discussing Qin Ming's earlier moves. With a grave expression, Xiao Tian stepped forward, removed Wei Wuji's hand from Qin Ming's throat, and pulled him back 2 steps. Elder Wei, the ancient clan, sent Qin Ming alone on a covert mission. He may still have some magic treasure we haven't discovered. For instance, that black flame art earlier might be a one-strike divine ability left by an ancient clan nascent soul elder. If he cast it again, even you might not withstand it. Covering his mouth, Xiao Tian whispered into Wei Wuji's ear, since we can't interrogate anything more out of him, why not just stop here and leave this difficult problem to the other elders? Wei Wuji pushed him away and shouted, what is there to fear? It must have been his trick just now. I don't believe that a chi condensation trash can use that black flame art again. Just don't look him in the eyes. To be safe, I'll press down on his head from above, and you use your iron whip to snap his neck from behind. Quick as lightning, the moment Wei Wuji finished speaking, he teleported above Qin Ming, and riding the power of a lightning magic treasure, he spread his 5 fingers and grabbed at Qin Ming's head. Trash die. Qin Ming was not flustered at all. He tilted his neck left and right, emitting cracking sounds. Explode. His thin lips parted slightly as he used his spiritual sense to control the explosive flame talisman and hurl it at Wei Wuji, a cold smile spreading in his eyes. At the same time, he controlled the quenching gold blade to swiftly slice through the black iron chains binding him, then hurled another explosive flame talisman at Xiao Tian, who had just arrived behind him. Boom. Boom. After 2 loud explosions, Wei Wuji and Xiao Tian were both left with scorched faces and disheveled hair. Qin Ming's strike was so sudden that they, completely unprepared, suffered minor injuries while scrambling to defend. How can this be? His storage pouch was gone long ago. How does he have magic treasures? No, wait. Isn't this my explosive flame talisman? Xiao Tian was utterly shocked, his finger trembling as he pointed at Qin Ming 2 meters away. Fool. Only an idiot like you would let a prisoner steal from them. Before Qin Ming could respond, Wei Wuji cursed. Unwilling to trade words with them, Qin Ming's body was severely injured, so he immediately sat down cross-legged to regulate his breathing. He swallowed all 3 spirit-gathering pills and half a bottle of healing pills at once, and the injuries on his legs healed at a visible speed. The ancient clan's body-forging art was indeed mysterious. If an ordinary cultivator had done this, they would have long died from the medicine's power. The 100-strong guards outside the altar sent 4 people in to check the situation. This central altar within the 8 prisons was built for interrogating and executing important criminals. To prevent important information from being heard by many, only 1 enforcement elder and 1 executioner were allowed on site. Only when something went wrong could the guards participate. Seeing the guards, Wei Wuji said impatiently, do I need help from you, Foundation establishment trash? Go back. It's just a small accident. I'll catch him with the immortal binding rope in a moment and execute him right here. After all these years, this was the first time a prisoner had escaped from the sacrificial altar, and Wei Wuji couldn't bear the shame, so he drove the guards away. The 4 guards looked at each other and refused to leave, clearly needing to see the prisoner caught again with their own eyes. Qin Ming, you'd better get back to the altar on your own, or I'll let you taste the power of a spirit weapon. Wei Wuji shouted angrily. While threatening, he tried to summon the immortal binding rope from his storage pouch through his soul mark. But the next moment his face turned ashen. Huh. Where is my immortal binding rope? Wei Wuji carefully checked his storage pouch. All his other treasures were there except 2 items were missing. The air was filled with an awkward silence. After a few breaths, Qin Ming stood up. His injuries were mostly healed, his muscles bulging and gleaming with oil. His cultivation had also recovered to the mid-qi condensation stage. Once fully healed, he would return to the peak of qi condensation. But beyond that, breaking through to the next realm would depend entirely on himself. Qin Ming looked at Wei Wuji, who was still searching for his treasures, and couldn't help but laugh. Taoist, why are you looking for this? Qin Ming sneered. Then, without another word, he formed hand seals, and the immortal binding rope flew out to bind Wei Wuji tightly. What? Xiao Tian exclaimed in shock. How could a qi condensation cultivator control a spirit weapon? Even a foundation establishment cultivator would need to expend a large amount of spiritual power to control one. Xiao Tian was bewildered. Qin Ming really was a strange man. Sensing the situation turning unfavorable, he quietly hid behind the four guards. By himself, Qin Ming truly couldn't have done it, but Wang Dingding was an artifact spirit of a divine artifact, so helping manipulate a few spirit weapons was a piece of cake. Knowing that the immortal binding rope wouldn't hold Wei Wuji for long, Qin Ming immediately took out the dark bone spike, stepped forward quickly, and struck with full force at the elder's throat. Killing an elder is a capital crime. Our prison guards will surely slay you. To the four guards, Qin Ming seemed slow, but they only shouted and did not step forward to stop him. All because Elder Wei had just scolded them as trash and told them not to interfere. They were curious to see the elder's skills anyway. Little did they know Wei Wuji was panicking inside. The immortal binding rope was something he had bought at an auction a few days ago with almost all his savings, and even he could only unleash 60% of its power. 60% of its power was enough to trap a late core formation cultivator for an instant, but now the force binding him was definitely the rope's full power. Within 10 breaths, he couldn't move a muscle. Moreover, the darkbone spike in Qin Ming's hand was his own life-bound magic treasure. With two spirit weapons attacking together, this was already a death trap. Qin Ming, you can't kill me. Let me go and I'll think of a way to save your life. Wei Wuji's eyes were filled with fear of death. He cast aside his arrogance and began to beg for mercy. A soft sizzle. Qin Ming's face was cold as he drove the darkbone spike directly into Wei Wuji's throat. The smooth sensation of piercing brought a flicker of pleasure to his expression. Oh, you dare kill me. Let us die together. Wei Wuji's eyes bulged with rage as he spat blood and squeezed out a few words. Not good. He's going to self-destruct his golden core. Get back. Xiao Tian fled backward at top speed. This. A qi condensation killing a core formation. The four guards couldn't believe their eyes. After standing stunned for a few seconds, they also prepared to retreat. Trying to run. Gale blade. Spin. Qin Ming shouted and rapidly swung his blade on the spot. As the golden core exploded, the shockwave carrying a howling gale actually sucked the four foundation establishment prison guards toward him. Boom. Ow. Ow. The force of the golden core explosion was like thunder. Wei Wuji and the other five were utterly obliterated, leaving not even ashes. A huge crater was blasted out of the ground, and even the sacrificial altar was shattered. Only an inconspicuous bronze compass at the bottom of the crater gleamed. The Wenjie compass contained its own space. When the dust settled, Qin Ming appeared out of the compass space holding Wei Wuji's storage pouch. What happened? Activate the Netherworld Grand Array at full power to prevent the prisoner from escaping. At that moment, an aged voice came from the air. The enforcement elder was dead, and 7 figures rapidly appeared above the altar. They were all enforcement elders, mostly of similar age to Wei Wuji, except for the one at the lead, an old man in a dark red Taoist robe, who looked extraordinarily imposing. The prison warden quickly stepped forward, pointed at Qin Ming, and saluted the old man with cupped fists. Blood Moon and Qin Ming instantly exchanged a cold stare. Qi condensation. A mid-nascent soul strong. Both were surprised by the other's cultivation. Qin Ming marveled. Could it be that he still couldn't escape death today? Master, don't panic. You just killed 5 people, and your villainous path value has reached tier 1. Before Wang Dingding could finish, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Villainous path value 10. Congratulations on achieving tier 1, evil body. The evil demon summoning system has been activated. Basic physical reinforcement, double strength and speed. You can now fight across levels against ordinary cultivators. Unlocked, evil bone forging, injury recovery speed increased 3-fold. Spending 4 villainous path points grants a brief burst, temporarily raising your cultivation by 1 minor realm. Unlocked, demonic weapon annihilation devil seal. Each tier unlocks 1 demonic pattern, which can be integrated into a magic treasure's origin to upgrade it. With blessings from many system rewards, Qin Ming smiled knowingly and put away his storage pouch. He clenched his fist, slowly walked out of the crater, pointed at the old nascent soul cultivator's nose, and said with dominance, "You come fight me." As soon as Qin Ming's words fell, laughter swept through the 8 prisons, shaking the sky. Did you hear that? These days a qi condensation waste dares to challenge the majesty of a nascent soul elder. Ha ha ha, he must be out of his mind from that golden core self-destruction. This fool actually thinks that killing an early core formation expert by luck lets him do whatever he wants. The guards of the 8 prisons whispered to one another. Qin Ming's domineering challenge was nothing but a joke to them. A colossal joke. Even the 8 dragon beasts snorted plumes of dragon breath in unison, sneering in disdain. Challenge me. Elder Blood Moon's cracked lips trembled slightly as he asked in disbelief. No one was more bewildered than Blood Moon himself. When Yunqi had brought Qin Ming in, he saw that the youth was barely 20, taciturn and hard to read, clearly not easy to interrogate. So he had handed the troublesome task to Wei Wuji. Who could have imagined that Wei Wuji would die here? Blood Moon pondered a qi condensation cultivator who could sever the black iron chains, break free from the sacrificial altar, and kill Wei Wuji must be carrying a supreme treasure. If he could claim that treasure for himself, perhaps he might even break through to the mid-nascent soul stage. When that time came, his chances in the Demon Empress's martial consort tournament would be much greater. At that thought, an inappropriate sly smile crept across Blood Moon's aged face. Elder, this prisoner is insolent and overestimates himself. Let me kill him. The prison warden's words rang out sharply, interrupting Blood Moon's thoughts. No need. This man is personally requested by Her Majesty the Demon Empress for interrogation. The intelligence in his mouth matters far more than his life. Elder Blood Moon relaxed his expression and smiled. When the gap in cultivation was too great, verbal provocation could simply be ignored. Blood Moon looked at Qin Ming, stroked his beard, and said calmly, "Young friend, if I accept your challenge, the world will only laugh at me. How about this? Shall we make a wager?" As soon as the elder finished, the place fell silent at once. Everyone waited for Qin Ming's reply. Caw-caw. After a long while, several flocks of crows had circled overhead, but Qin Ming remained utterly motionless. He doesn't even answer, Elder Blood Moon. This is outrageous. I say Qin Ming is far too arrogant. Just kill him and be done with it. The other 6 elders could no longer contain themselves. One middle-aged man with a stern, solemn face, blade-like brows, and a faint scar across his forehead hurled his giant mountain hammer with full force, intending to smash Qin Ming to pulp. Annoying. Stop. Qin Ming finally spoke. Facing the hammer hurtling toward him, Qin Ming simply cast a glance, and the giant mountain hammer stopped before his eyes, then was promptly taken away. This Elder Lin Gang is a half-step nascent soul expert. How could the hammer he threw with all his strength be so easily neutralized by Qin Ming and even forcibly taken away? The entire scene was stunned. The scarred man was utterly baffled. The spiritual soul imprint on the giant mountain hammer had vanished without a trace. Congratulations. Ghost Plunder succeeded on 10 items and failed on 70. Evil Path value 8. The system's voice rang out. With Qin Ming's current cultivation, he could only steal from 8 people at a time, and counting the prison warden, it was exactly 8. However, all 8 were top-tier experts, so the theft success rate was somewhat low. In particular, when it came to Blood Moon's own storage pouch, he obtained nothing. Among the 10 items, 1 was a high-grade spiritual artifact, precisely Lin Gang's giant mountain hammer. The rest included 3 low-grade spiritual artifacts and 5 supreme-grade mortal artifacts. In addition, there was an unknown booklet. When Qin Ming opened it, he was utterly stunned. Return my spiritual hammer. Just as Lin Gang was about to step forward himself, Elder Blood Moon forcibly held him back. What had just happened convinced Blood Moon even more that Qin Ming was carrying a supreme treasure, one that he alone should obtain, no one else could seize first. Qin Ming stepped through the air, rising to midair to face the crowd of elders alone. Unruffled, he said, "The giant hammer naturally will not be returned. In fact, I should thank you, Taoist Blood, for stalling for time while I gathered my spoils. Now then, what wager?" Elder Blood Moon swallowed his fury and forced a smile at Qin Ming. "Young friend, I will simply stand here and give you 3 moves. Use every skill you have. If you can move me even an inch, you win. If not, I win." "How about that?" the old man said. "And the stake, eh?" Qin Ming said coolly. Blood Moon's eyes rolled briefly before he gave a low chuckle. "If you win, I'll let you leave the infernal refining grand array. Whether you can live to leave the demon race's territory afterward, that's up to you. If I win, I will search your soul. During the soul search, you must not kill yourself. All your memories and secrets will be mine." The old man finished. Qin Ming did not hesitate. He had no choice. He answered with a single word: agreed. Good, refreshingly decisive. Elder Blood Moon wasted no words. With a wave of his sleeve, the 7 people around him all retreated 10 meters. The old man's body suddenly erupted with blood-colored spiritual light, and layers of blood patterns spread from his limbs across his entire body. A blood-red barrier heavy as a bronze wall spread through the air, its fierce pressure sweeping in all directions. Most of the blood wall then dispersed, pouring entirely into the old man's body, and behind him a blood-colored crescent moon rose. At that moment he stood in midair like a great mountain, utterly unmovable. Empowered by the crescent moon's spiritual force, even a late nascent soul expert striking with full power would probably fail to budge him in the short term. This is Elder Blood's famous ultimate technique, the Blood Moon Shield. Qin Ming is only acting recklessly by relying on a technique that can control a core formation cultivator's artifact. There's no need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The prison warden's exclamation echoed what everyone in the field was thinking. Elder Blood mighty. Elder Blood awesome. The crowd clamored and jeered. Haha, Qin Ming, how do you like my Blood Moon Shield? When you're ready, come feel the gap between an ant and a giant. At that moment the old man was utterly arrogant, certain he could block any attack. Qin Ming raised his chin slightly, a mocking smile curving across his lips. Taoist brother, since you offer such a grand gift, how could I refuse it? Annihilation Demon Seal, go. Qin Ming formed hand seals with both hands. The Annihilation Demon seal shot out, but was blocked by the blood-colored barrier in front of the old man. At that moment, a black dragon soul flew out of the seal, its eyes blazing as it charged straight at Blood Moon. In an instant, Blood Moon was devoured whole, and the nascent soul elder vomited blood violently. The Great Seal's dragon soul returned to its place, then struck the old man with renewed force, sending him flying over 100 meters into the infernal refining grand array. He rebounded off it and landed right at Qin Ming's feet. One move. How could this be? 100 meters. The entire 8 prisons fell into dead silence. Many guards rubbed their eyes, unable to believe what they had just seen. At this moment, only Qin Ming understood the mystery. Although the Annihilation Demon Seal was now only a mortal artifact, its core nature as a demon weapon remained. It could devour the origin of any artifact to advance itself. Earlier during the theft, he had noticed the supreme-grade spiritual artifact in Elder Blood Moon's storage pouch. The Blood Moon Crescent Blade, Blood Moon's life-bound treasure connected to his very soul. The Blood Moon Shield had merely been manifested by borrowing the origin power of the Blood Moon Crescent Blade. In a sense, it was Blood Moon's arrogance and carelessness, using his life-bound treasure's divine ability from the start, that let Qin Ming win by chance. Having absorbed all that, the Annihilation Demon Seal reached the rank of a mid-grade mortal artifact without even fusing a single first-order demon pattern, a remarkable gain. With his life-bound treasure damaged, Elder Blood Moon was severely wounded. His face was covered in dust and grime. He struggled to force open his drooping eyelids, only to see Qin Ming looking down at him from above, eyes filled with killing intent like a demon god. The old man scrambled to his feet, clutching his chest, and retreated to stand 10 meters away from Qin Ming, muttering, "That seal just now must be the supreme treasure. It has to be mine. You lost. Open the way for me," Qin Ming said in a low, heavy voice. Huh. Bullshit. A chi condensation waste relying on some treasure dares to make demands of me. This is the 8 prisons. No outsider can hear our wager. You injured me, so the wager is void. Hand over the treasure, and I'll leave you a whole corpse. Everyone attack. Capture him within 3 breaths. Elder Blood Moon roared through gritted teeth. Completely reversing his attitude, he broke the wager and ordered everyone to hunt down and kill Qin Ming together. If Qin Ming could not be slain here today, Elder Blood's reputation would be ruined. Kill. Prisoner, don't be arrogant. Roar, roar. Nearly 100 Foundation establishment guards, led by the prison warden, surrounded Qin Ming on all sides. Lin Gang and Elder Blood Moon each led half of the elders in a direct assault. The wager is void. Over 100 experts besieging a single chi condensation cultivator. Ha ha ha. Qin Ming's gaze swept across over 100 formidable figures. He gave a low, bitter laugh. Resolve gradually gathered between his brows as the blood and chi in his body began to churn violently with spiritual energy. Since heaven won't help me, I'll carve out a bloody path. He slowly straightened his body and clenched his fingers fiercely. All bitterness faded from his face, leaving only an unyielding, fierce arrogance. In an instant, pitch-black flames burst from his eyes, surging without end, and a furious roar shook heaven and earth. I, Qin Ming. If I do not cry out, so be it. But when I cry out, everything burns. Master, please don't. As Wang Danding's desperate cry of warning rang out, Qin Ming could no longer suppress the raging fury surging within his heart. He let out a wild roar toward the heavens, pitch-black, demonic flames surging from within his body. His eyes blazed with fire, his expression ferocious and tyrannical, radiating an overwhelming demonic might that shook the very air. Nearly 100 guards froze in shock upon witnessing the spectacle. They halted their advance and instinctively retreated, staring at the churning black flames as an uncontrollable dread seized their hearts. What kind of power is that? The prison guard captain stammered in terror, trembling. As a half-step nascent soul expert who had guarded the 8 prisons for a century and slain countless powerful figures, he had never felt such fear. As the guards fell back involuntarily, Elder Blood Moon and Wang Gang with several other elders surged to the front. Pathetic incompetence. Don't forget he's merely at the chi condensation stage. Those black flames are nothing but an illusion. Let this old man pierce through this deception. Illusion-shattering mirror. Go. Elder Blood Moon bellowed in frustration, turning to snarl at the guards before retrieving a blue bronze mirror and channeling spiritual energy into it. The bronze mirror instantly erupted with brilliant pale blue light, and a ferocious black tiger emerged from within, its eyes gleaming as it charged straight toward Qin Ming. Wherever the mirror tiger passed, illusions dissolved, but Qin Ming's demonic flames were far more than mere tricks. These ants are too laughable, he sighed. Since you insist, I'll give you what you want this time. Wang Dinding said, helplessly slumped on the ground. Watching Blood Moon's futile efforts, he shook his head, then glanced at Qin Ming's serious demeanor and spread his hands. Wang Dinding stopped trying to prevent Qin Ming from drawing upon his power, instead releasing his soul energy to its utmost limit. With such immense power coursing through him, cracks began forming on Qin Ming's body. His current cultivation simply could not sustain such force. System, spend 8 evil points, raise 2 realms. Do it. veins bulging on his neck. Qin Ming shouted. Consumption successful. As the system's announcement concluded, Qin Ming's cultivation surged to the peak of qi condensation. The agony of breaking through two realms at once left him certain he'd never endure such suffering again. The cracks faded, and his body grew light once more. Spiritual energy now surged within him, enjoying the power Wang Dinding was channeling into his being. When the old man's ferocious tiger reached Qin Ming, the so-called qi condensation cripple suddenly threw his head back, jaw clenched tight, and unleashed a roar even louder than before. Kill. His long hair flowed about him, his voice a beast's growl. It hurts. My soul can't hold on much longer. The enhanced demonic roar technique erupted, plunging everyone into even more intense agony. Dozens of guards watched their souls burn away, dying instantly. Congratulations, earned 100 evil Dao points. Qin Ming's eyes had turned bloodshot from the killing frenzy. Upon hearing the system's notification, he didn't hesitate and immediately spent the 100 points. Breaking through to the second tier of the evil Dao path required the Foundation Establishment realm anyway, so he chose 5 demonic spirits from the summoning panel to bolster his combat strength. 5 spirits. Appear. The black flames churned and reorganized freely, and 5 massive beasts suddenly materialized around Qin Ming. The azure dragon coiled through fierce winds, the white tiger roared, shaking all directions, the black tortoise bore its armor, suppressing the earth, the vermilion bird blazed with raging flames, and the Qilin stood proud at the center. The 5 spirits' fearsome auras intertwined. The mirror spirit tiger halted its advance in terror, trembling violently. With a crisp cracking sound, the illusion-shattering mirror shattered, and the ferocious tiger dissipated. This isn't an illusion at all. It's truly existing power. Elder Blood Moon's eyes reflected utter desolation. Qin Ming had completely overturned his understanding of cultivation. The ancient text doctrine, that all below the nascent soul realm were mere ants, would need revision today. Wang Dinding patted his chest disdainfully. Damn it, these ants actually thought Qin Ming's innate divine ability, the demonic roar technique, was a joke. So ignorant. Haha, the summoned 5 spirits are only at the core formation realm, but with my soul energy amplification, they're approaching the transformation spirit stage. Though I've lost some cultivation today, watching qi condensation battle nascent soul was quite entertaining for this young master. Wang Dinding's lips curved upward as he spoke lazily. Elder Blood retrieved the shattered mirror and stood frozen, his body covered in wounds, yet unable to match the grief inside him. Losing repeatedly to someone at qi condensation had shaken his nascent soul Dao heart. Seeing this, Lin Gang's mouth twitched with resentment as he took command. Don't panic. That fellow must possess an extremely powerful magical treasure. Whoever claims it today wins it. All of you seize this opportunity. This isn't a calamity, but a heavenly blessing. Upon hearing this, the other elders concurred. Indeed. Moreover, we still have the purgatory formation. Follow us to reinforce the prison protection array and slay this demon together. The elders speak wisely. Fear in battle brings death faster. We follow the elders' commands. The remaining guards gazed at their fallen comrades with resolute expressions. Within a breath, Elder Lin Gang led the remaining 50-plus experts to positions around the 8 dragon beasts, channeling their full spiritual energy into the formation. Purgatory 8 dragons converge. Shortly after, the purgatory formation blazed with golden light. The 8 dragon beasts, sustained by dozens of experts' spiritual energy, raised their heads in roaring triumph, each expelling a dragon pearl from their mouths that converged into a single point. Dragon Ruin's spirit body manifest. The crowd chanted in unison. At the formation's center, an ancient golden dragon appeared, its golden eyes scanning all beings below. Its overwhelming draconic pressure, laced with purgatorial malice, forced every expert present to their knees as their qi and blood churned uncontrollably. A nascent soul peak Dragon Ruins has arrived. Let's see how you withstand this. Wang Gang sneered. Those who block me died. Qin Ming roared in deep tones, facing the golden dragon, without fear, his killing intent vast and oppressive across heaven and earth. Each step forward made the 5 demonic flame spirits grow stronger, the earth trembling beneath their collective pressure. Dragon Ruin's spirit swiftly eliminate this person. Observing Qin Ming's mounting aura, Wang Gang immediately manipulated the formation array, commanding the golden dragon to attack. The golden dragon coiled forward with disdainful eyes filled with arrogant supremacy over all things. But when its gaze fell upon the azure dragon leading the 5 spirits, its massive body froze mid-motion, an instinctual terror rising from deep within its bloodline. Even as Qin Ming approached and grasped the golden dragon's horns, it dared not resist. In fact, it lowered its head and acknowledged Qin Ming as its master. The 8 dragon beasts, along with the formation flags, automatically sealed themselves into the spatial compass. The formation backlash struck Wang Gang, who vomited blood and died on the spot. The formation has shattered. Everyone flee. The crowd scattered in all directions. Seeing the situation, the remaining elders also escaped simultaneously, leaving only Elder Blood Moon to grieve alone. I was born into the Black Tiger clan with a 9-grade spiritual root, outstanding aptitude. After 7 centuries of cultivation, I reached the nascent soul realm and became a supreme powerhouse. Yet I lost to a mere chi condensation cultivator today. What exactly did I do wrong? Elder Blood muttered to himself, his eyes empty and lifeless, staring at the shattered spirit mirror as he shook his head continuously. Qin Ming slowly approached him and said coldly, "You blocked my path." Upon hearing this, Elder Blood suddenly lunged forward, grabbing Qin Ming by the collar and shouting, "Tell me, what exactly did I do wrong?" "Your fault lies in the evil within your heart," Qin Ming replied calmly. "Had you honored the gambling agreement and let me leave, all would have been peaceful. The path of cultivation is inherently cruel, full of deception and treachery. I merely..." Before he could finish, the 5 spirits devoured him completely, leaving only his nascent soul behind. Qin Ming collected his storage pouch. The nascent soul showed no intention of escaping and was collected by Wang Dinding for soul body repair. After the 5 spirits completed their devouring, their aura surged dramatically, and flames like those in Qin Ming's eyes ignited within their gazes, making them appear alive with purpose. In an instant, Qin Ming's head split with pain as he repeatedly chanted, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Wang Dinding shot to his feet in alarm. The 5 spirits are devouring their master. They've lost control. After consuming the nascent soul's physical body, the 5 spirits grew even more savage, and Qin Ming's weak cultivation proved insufficient to control them. They were being controlled in reverse. Originally summoned demonic spirits would never dare to devour their master, but the excessive power Wang Dinding channeled during Qin Ming's roars created an illusion that made them overconfident, believing Qin Ming too weak and themselves too strong. Look what's happening over at the outer city. Inner city cultivators stopped and turned toward the 8 prisons, where beast roars shook the heavens and bloodlight radiated everywhere. Soon after, outer city guards fled into the inner city, shouting as they ran, "Monsters have appeared in the 8 prisons. We've lost control. Inform the Empress immediately." Meanwhile, in the Empress Palace, gilded lanterns hung silently, warm light spilling across white jade seating. Luo Qingli sat in dark imperial robes, her slender fingers resting lightly on the armrest, a layer of inescapable gloom shadowing her cool features. The memory of being spied upon while bathing at Demon Locking Lake refused to fade from her mind. Each time it surfaced, indignation and shame swirled quietly within her heart, for this had been the first time in her life someone had seen her exposed. The scent of cultivated Tao. How many years has it been since I last smelled this? An evil chuckle broke through Luo Qingli's reverie, and the blush on her face gradually faded. The heavenly soul pearl in her left spatial ring flashed, and a fragmentary soul emerged before her. A woman in black robes with ancient aura and bewitching beauty, her dark eyes reflecting lifeless shadows, her lips curled into a sinister smile. "Senior Shadow May, why do you say this?" Luo Qingli asked in surprise, having never before seen a remnant soul so agitated. "Hurry to the 8 prisons. If my senses serve me correctly, your opportunity has arrived," the remnant soul exclaimed excitedly. But Luo Qingli grew increasingly curious and pressed, "What opportunity?" The enchanting woman displayed mild impatience, slyly speaking 2 words, "Dual cultivation." Upon hearing these words, the Empress's eyelashes trembled sharply, her clear eyes widening slightly, and the faint blush that had just faded from her face began to return. Her lips parted slightly, the once commanding aura that looked down upon the world dissipating, replaced by a girl-like astonishment that surfaced quietly. What? Dual cultivation." Hearing Ying Mei's words, Luo Qingli was deeply shocked. She quickly composed herself, sweeping her divine sense toward the 8 prisons, where corpses already littered the ground. The 5 blood-devouring spiritual beasts were peerlessly powerful. Even with her cultivation at the late nascent soul stage, she stood absolutely no chance against them. "Fear not, go quickly." The remnant soul seemed to know what Luo Qingli was thinking and urged her on. A moment later, Luo Qingli arrived in the airspace above the 8 prisons. This area was now exceptionally perilous, and the members of the demon race were sensible enough that not a single soul dared to approach for investigation. Roars echoed through the air as the 5 beasts unleashed their savage nature, seizing control of Qin Ming's consciousness and slaughtering the death row prisoners within the 8 prisons to the very last man. Qin Ming's expression was one of immense agony, shifting between clarity and violent rage. It was only through his desperate efforts to maintain control that the 5 beasts had not yet escaped the 8 prisons to wreak havoc upon Heavenly Demon City. Inside the boundary inquiring compass, Wang Dingding was also affected, his soul power continuously and automatically transferring to Qin Ming. Grimacing with tears of frustration, he cried out, "It's over, it's all over. Who will save me?" Luo Qingli scanned the area. The guardian dragon beast of the 8 prisons was gone, and the purgatory array had vanished without a trace. And that was a top-grade spirit rank array capable of withstanding attacks from a peak nascent soul cultivator. The enemy's strength had likely surpassed the nascent soul realm, yet she wondered when a cultivator above the nascent soul realm had ever appeared in the demon realm. Kill! Kill! Qin Ming roared incessantly, his eyes flashing with bloody light. His consciousness was entirely gone this time. He had suffered a complete backlash. Luo Qingli followed the sound with her gaze. When she saw the familiar figure below, her eyes widened slightly, and she let out a soft gasp. Suddenly realizing her loss of composure, she hastily raised her delicate jade-like hand to cover her lips, concealing the turmoil in her heart. It is actually him, the one who peeked at me taking a BA. This habitually cold and detached empress felt her heart flutter like a startled fawn, stopping herself mid-sentence as she swallowed the rest of her words. Strangely, the remnant soul seemed even more excited than she was. Jia jia jia. What a familiar scent. It truly is a small world for enemies to cross paths. Upon seeing Qin Ming, Mei's eyes gleamed with a predatory light, as if she wanted to devour him whole. Senior, what is wrong with you? Luo Qingli asked worriedly. She was soul-linked with the heavenly soul bead, and the remnant soul sealed within possessed highly unstable power, frequently attempting to seize her body. Thus, at regular intervals, she had to visit the forbidden area of Demon-Locking Lake to take medicinal baths to indirectly suppress the violent surges of the remnant soul inside the heavenly soul bead, which was exactly what Qin Ming had witnessed last time. With Mei being so agitated this time, she genuinely feared the remnant soul might lose control or go mad. After all the cultivation techniques she practiced had been bestowed by Mei, and her future cultivation depended entirely on her. I am fine, Luo Qingli. This man is the dual cultivation cauldron you need. Jia jia, if not for the outbreak of his 5 beasts today, I truly wouldn't have discovered that this remote corner-like realm actually holds the very thing I have been searching for. Mei's voice was sinister. As she finished speaking, she exhaled a puff of black qi toward Qin Ming. Instantly, the aura of the 5 demonic beasts beside him plummeted, and they retreated one after another into Qin Ming's boundary-inquiring compass to be sealed away. That was immortal qi, Qin Ming murmured as his consciousness returned. He dropped to one knee, panting heavily. Oh my heavens, talk about a miracle. To think that in this godforsaken low-level world we would actually encounter a Dao-bearing realm cultivator who has cultivated immortal power. Master, you survived this disaster. Your luck is absolutely off the charts. Wang Dingding shouted inside his mind, spinning around in sheer joy. Are you a dog or something? Qin Ming stood up and collected the storage bags scattered all over the ground, teasing him. Hearing this, Wang Dingding cursed. You have the nerve to blame me. This time you've completely ruined me. My perfectly fine Dao-bearing cultivation has plummeted to the soul formation stage. I told you not to be reckless. It doesn't matter if you die, but don't damn well drag me down with you. Qin Ming said nothing more, but the look he cast at Wang Dingding was sharp as a blade, as if to say, if you utter one more word, a single thought from me will end your life. What a disaster. Why must I be subservient to a qi condensation trash? A qi condensation cultivator. Having vented his frustrations, Wang Dingding retreated back into the boundary-inquiring compass. However, there was one thing the youth could not fathom. This realm seemed to be bound by the power of rules. Earlier, when he exposed his true strength, he only avoided attracting a heavenly tribulation because he was hiding inside the boundary-inquiring compass. Could it be that the person who intervened just now also possessed the protection of a divine artifact? The Empress is here. Hurry over. As the commotion at the 8 prisons subsided, cultivators from both the outer and inner cities rushed over, and even the prison guards who had fled earlier flew back. The Empress was their pillar of support. With her present, they feared no one. Instantly, the area bustled with activity. Looking at the corpses strewn everywhere and feeling the invasive malevolent energy, everyone reflexively activated their defensive spiritual shields. Following the crowd's gaze, Qin Ming carefully scanned his surroundings. All the deceased were various death row prisoners of the demon race, including no shortage of core formation cultivators. Most had been torn in half and consumed by the 5 beasts, their severed limbs scattered in a gruesome, unbearable sight. Though they were all condemned criminals, unlike the previous guards, these people had had no conflict with him. To cause such a horrific slaughter despite having no grudges filled Qin Ming with guilt, and he made a silent vow. In the future, unless he possessed sufficient strength to control it, he would never use the demonic roar art and the summoning technique simultaneously unless absolutely necessary. Hey brother, what happened here just now? How did so many people die? A few inner-city cultivators quietly approached a prison guard who looked relatively amiable and asked curiously. How did so many people die? A few inner-city cultivators quietly approached a prison guard who looked relatively amiable and asked curiously. The Empress previously ordered that nothing regarding the 8 prisons is to be leaked. Violators will be executed. Hearing this, the amiable guard sensibly dispersed the crowd of onlookers. Where is the killer? Why is there no sign of them? Now that the Empress is here, they have likely either fled or been slain. Who is that person standing down there? How did a mere qi condensation cultivator survive this slaughter? The more the truth eluded them, the more curious the crowd became, and their whispers grew louder. Mei had returned to the heavenly soul bead long before the others arrived. At this moment, she transmitted her voice to Luo Qingli. You must bring this man back. Luo Qingli understood. Suppressing the faint blush on her face, she exuded her imperial majesty instead. Silence. The Empress's voice was not loud, yet it resonated like ice pearls striking a jade plate, instantly silencing the entire field. Like everyone else, Qin Ming instinctively looked in the direction of Luo Qingli. When he saw Luo Qingli's familiar face, he froze. He then turned his head slightly to the side. Behind his cold, handsome face, his earlobes flushed a deep crimson. Though she was currently dressed in elegant, luxurious robes, Qin Ming seemed entirely blind to them, his mind filled with the memory of that passionate night. The more he thought about it, the more improper it felt. Agitated, he simply stopped looking and turned his back to her. Seeing Qin Ming's reaction, Luo Qingli maintained a composed expression, but she felt a slight wave of displeasure in her heart. She thought, unbelievable. Is this empress really that unpleasant to look at? Not only did you not look at me more, but you even turned your back. Just you wait. Right at that moment, a sudden rumble echoed from the inner city of Heavenly Demon City. Cultivators heading to the 8 prisons crowded the streets, jostling shoulder to shoulder. Suddenly, a troop of riders mounted on black tigers charged through in a hurry, shouting loudly to clear the path. Make way, everyone. The top-grade spiritual weapon forged for the Empress is complete. Do not delay the delivery. The rumble from earlier was indeed the sound of the spiritual weapon emerging from the forge. Everyone scrambled to get out of the way of those minor demons who failed to dodge in time, were brutally trampled to death. Only after they had gone far did the crowd slowly gather again, whispering among themselves. I heard that young Master Lifeng spent a fortune to forge this treasure just to win the Empress's favor. Indeed, and I also heard that the young master of the Black Tortoise clan captured a spy from the ancient clan a few days ago, achieving a great merit. Tisk Liefeng's display is probably out of fear of being upstaged. After all, tomorrow is the start of the Empress's martial arts tournament to choose a husband. Whoever wins the crown will become a figure revered by all demons. Hey, if only I could marry the Empress. In your dreams. The crowd grew increasingly excited. The Empress possessed peerless elegance and beauty. Ordinary folk rarely even caught a glimpse of her, let alone became her husband. The entire demon race had long anticipated tomorrow's grand battle. After the troop from the Black Tiger clan departed, over a dozen more groups, carrying precious treasures, rushed toward the Empress's palace, all to present gifts. Standing above the 8 prisons, Luo Qingli sighed as she saw how much importance the young geniuses placed on tomorrow's tournament. She glanced at the admirers still watching her from the shadows, seemingly making a decision. She raised her eyes slightly, and as her cherry lips parted, her decisive words fell. Tomorrow's martial arts tournament to choose a husband is cancelled. From this day forth, Qin Ming shall be this Empress's sole husband. As soon as these words were uttered, the entire demon realm fell into an absolute uproar. What? Cancelled? My chance to soar to the heavens in a single bound is gone. Qin Ming, which son of a bitch is that? Get the hell out here and face your death. Luo Qingli's words spread among the demon clan in mere moments, showcasing their ultimate information dissemination ability. Among them were some hot-headed youths with fiery tempers who flew into a rage upon hearing that the martial tournament for marriage had been cancelled. The martial tournament for marriage was a fair opportunity for all cultivators to leap through the ranks in one step. Its casual cancellation naturally infuriated them. Moreover, they were eager to know what abilities this new imperial consort possessed that could make the female emperor reverse her decrees so abruptly. Qin Ming, who is it? If you have the guts, come out and face us. You claim to be worthy of the imperial consort title, but do you even have the courage to confront us? Cultivators from nearby regions joined the chorus of shouts, their fury escalating until they mobbed and killed several cultivators who shared the same name, showing no mercy to anyone surnamed Qin. This confrontation revealed to Qin Ming how fierce the demon folk truly are. His hesitation stemmed not from cowardice, but from a whirlwind of unanswered questions clouding his mind. The woman he encountered that night turned out to be the demon clan's female emperor. A revelation alone required time to process. They had exchanged merely a single encounter, complete strangers to one another. She would entrust such a momentous decision so readily. Was it because of the world-partitioning compass on his person? Meanwhile, border conflicts between the Xuangu tribe and demon clan had intensified over recent years, their hostility becoming irreconcilable. His predecessor was a spy for the Xuangu tribe. The female emperor should have executed him rather than publicly announce a marriage arrangement. Something feels deeply suspicious here. I cannot simply accept her decree. Qin Ming thought to himself. Caution had always been his guiding principle. Since Luo Qingli's declaration, he had remained motionless, scheming every possible escape route. Suddenly, movement stirred among the corpses 10 meters from Qin Ming. An ethereal silver wolf demon emerged, caked in earth. After emerging from beneath the soil, the silver wolf transformed into human form, coughing violently and spitting out clumps of dirt and ash. This was Xiao Tian, who had fled earlier. Qin Ming had puzzled over his disappearance, but now understood. He had reverted to his true form and burrowed underground. The moment Xiao Tian surfaced, his eyes locked onto Qin Ming like a harbinger of doom. He scrambled toward the female emperor's side, urgently protesting. Your Imperial Majesty, both I and Elder Wei failed in our interrogation duties and accept full responsibility. But your Majesty cannot punish us because this Qin Ming happened to catch sight of your form. Luo Qingli's brows furrowed. Panicked Xiao Tian clamped his hands over his mouth. Too late, the words had already slipped out. His heart raced at the implications of the female emperor's declaration. He had come to beg her reconsider, yet somehow blurted out exactly what he meant to keep hidden. With each word, he pointed at Qin Ming, and now everyone knew his identity. That qi condensation failure. Is it Qin Ming? Is the female emperor possessed by madness? Her Majesty must have been spied upon and shamed into this forced marriage. How dare you blaspheme against the goddess? Forget it. Once he's dead, the position of imperial consort will naturally be vacant. Within moments, 30 Foundation establishment cultivators snapped out of their shock and charged toward Qin Ming with lethal intent. 5 spirits slay all who threaten me. With no escape in sight, Qin Ming issued his cold commands, spinning around as he wove hand seals to summon the 5 spirits, once more forming a protective barrier around him. Though these spiritual beasts had only just reached early core formation stage, they were more than enough to handle a group of Foundation establishment cultivators. Screams erupted as the 30 cultivators were devoured in an instant, leaving nothing behind. Congratulations, obtained 60 demonic points, total balance 600. The system's voice chimed in. Crowds continued to gather, many being core formation cultivators who arrived to witness the scene and were left speechless. Where does this person come from? 5 core formation spiritual beasts. Hardly anyone could get close, even if we all attacked together. Several early-stage core formation cultivators remarked in astonishment. Make way. Humph, he's merely a qi condensation trash showing off with familial spiritual beasts. What right does he have to be the imperial consort? A burly warrior approached. His bare torso exposed a golden bear-patterned sash wrapped around his waist, his massive frame commanding attention. Isn't that Jahi? Though born of a second-rate clan, his talent rivals that of the 4 royal family's prodigies. Indeed. I heard he broke through to mid-core formation recently. Let's see what Qin Ming can do against him now. 2 thin cultivators whispered among themselves. Jahi strode forward with intimidating presence toward Qin Ming, emboldened by the certainty that Luo Qingli would turn a blind eye. Strange indeed. The female emperor watched Qin Ming face opposition with a faint smile playing on her lips, as though enjoying the spectacle of his discomfort. Sensing Mei valued Qin Ming so highly and explicitly requested dual cultivation with him, he couldn't be entirely ordinary. If he proved truly useless, death would be a fitting end. Yet when she first arrived, the 5 spirits' aura had clearly surpassed that of a nascent soul expert. Now their power seemed limited to core formation only. Luo Qingli found herself increasingly puzzled by Qin Ming's true strength. Do you dare challenge me to a life-or-death duel? Should you lose, yield the title of imperial consort to me. Jahi spoke bluntly, openly defying the female emperor's decree. As the crowd waited for Qin Ming to accept the challenge, he instead dismissed the 5 spirits. He could sense the moment had arrived for his breakthrough. The demonic bone-tempering ability proved remarkably potent, accelerating his recovery. Just moments ago, Qin Ming had already restored his cultivation to the peak of qi condensation. The blood-soaked demonic energy within the 8 hells, lethal to others, served as rich nourishment for Qin Ming's dark cultivation path. Combined with the slaughter he had witnessed, he could faintly sense the threshold of Foundation establishment. Qin Ming stepped backward, seated himself in meditation, and relaxed his body as spiritual energy from the surroundings began to converge. His physique became like a vessel continuously drawing in the heaven and earth's spiritual power. Before long, his 9th-grade spiritual root grew exceptionally solid and stable. With a loud shout, he finally established his Tao foundation, spending 100 demonic points to break through to the 2nd stage. As soon as Qin Ming finished speaking, the system's voice resounded. Congratulations on reaching Stage 2 Evil Cultivator. Reward Stage 2 Demon Rune. Unlock Evil Aura Emission, which can project destructive energy to terrorize foes and incapacitate lower cultivation cultivators. Obtain the technique Nirvana Finger, delivering devastating single-target damage capable of instantly defeating peers. Passive Greater Killing Intent amplifies attack power, stacking up to a maximum of 30. At this display, the thin cultivator resumed his commentary. That brat Qin Ming dares to attempt a breakthrough before battle, showing blatant disregard for Jahi. Jahi stood firm amidst the gossip, unmoved. While other cultivators might exploit an opponent during their breakthrough, he saw no real distinction between qi condensation and Foundation establishment stages. Boy taking a dump or something. Jahi lowered his battle axe across his chest and laughed mockingly. The crude remark drew laughter from the entire crowd, and even the female emperor found her brows relaxing at the vulgarity as she turned away with a suppressed smile. Damn it. How can I tolerate this? Boss, teach him a lesson. Wang Dingding leaped with anger inside the world-partitioning compass, issuing his command. Aren't you the one who told me not to act rashly? Qin Ming teased, knowing this fellow always preached patience, but proved far more impatient than anyone when push came to shove. Wang Dingding tilted his head and tugged his earlobe, searching for words before grinning. Just don't yell, okay? Qin Ming rose slowly, brushed off his sleeves, and sneered at the bare-chested Jahi. Demon theft. In a flash, Jahi's pants vanished and materialized on the thin cultivator's head. If you're so fond of stripping bare, then let's go all the way, Qin Ming declared with a smirk, adopting the same stance, drawing out his spiritual artifact, the massive mountain hammer, and resting it against the ground with arms folded. Before the assembled crowd surrounded by female cultivators, and with the female emperor watching Jia, he panicked, instinctively covering himself. His grotesque pose only intensified the uproarious laughter. Luo Qingli burst into laughter, then flicked her jade-like wrist to help Jia he pull on his garments. Unacceptable. Jia he roared in fury, lunging at Qin Ming with his blade, without even thanking the female emperor first. I'll kill you. Qin Ming raised the massive mountain hammer, activating his spiritual defense to absorb the blow directly, buying time rather than seeking victory. After 3 exchanges, Qin Ming shouted loudly, having gathered all the malignant energy in the area into his body. Evil aura emission. Nirvana finger. Standing firm, Qin Ming extended a single finger toward Jia, he unleashing both techniques with devastating force that threatened to shatter heaven and earth itself. The baleful aura here was extremely dense. Qin Ming had seized the advantage of the terrain and gathered all of it into himself. When the baleful aura externalization divine ability erupted, it was comparable to a strike from an early nascent soul powerhouse. In an instant, the baleful aura coalesced into a colossal tornado. Tens of thousands of evil spirits swirled within it, their scarlet eyes fixed directly on Jia he as they occasionally let out eerie babbling sounds. The cultivators present added several more layers of spiritual energy barriers, but they still could not avoid having their minds shaken and could only retreat dozens of meters away. What kind of fiend is this? Jia he wondered inwardly. He swiftly activated a defensive divine ability, but it still could not withstand the baleful aura's assault on his soul. After a few breaths, Jia he's soul suffered damage. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his head spinning and his consciousness fading. He shook his head, forcing his eyes to focus. Through the blur and the tornado, he saw Qin Ming like a demon god, ferocious beyond measure, his features twisted and grim. Fear surged from the depths of his heart. Jia he's legs went weak. One could say he had been scared out of his wits. He no longer had any strength to fight back. When Qin Ming's annihilation finger came at him, he only thought of turning and fleeing, but the finger technique struck the back of his head with pinpoint accuracy. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground. What a pity. If Master's cultivation realm were a bit higher, he might have killed him in one blow. Wang Dingding, having thoroughly enjoyed the show, put his hands on his hips and said with discontent. Qin Ming withdrew the baleful tornado and stored it in the realm questioning compass. The tornado condensed from the baleful aura of the 8 hells was indeed extraordinary. He would keep it for later use. As the baleful aura dispersed, everyone lowered their spiritual energy barriers and hurried forward. Seeing Jia he lying on the ground, they were dumbfounded. An early Foundation establishment cultivator had defeated a mid-core formation one. Could the consort chosen by Her Majesty the Empress actually be a peerless genius with limitless prospects? Qin Ming, seeing that the crowd had gathered in force, lifted the now powerless Jia he through the air and once again stripped off his lower garments. Did I let you wear them? Qin Ming spoke coldly, his voice tinged with a hint of baleful aura. His words planted fear in the hearts of all who heard them. The entire place fell silent. Qin Ming was ruthless. He would repay even the smallest grievance tenfold. Jia he had only teased that his realm breakthroughs were like taking a shit, yet Qin Ming repaid him tenfold. An absolutely appalling act. Only the Hell Guards present felt it was merely routine. No one noticed that as Qin Ming said this, his gaze flickered toward the Empress as if the words were meant for her alone. Luo Qingli felt displeased at the cold look Qin Ming cast at her. If not for Ying Mei's order, she would have made her move long ago. Seeing that the Empress made no move this time, Qin Ming walked over to Jia he and kicked him flying 10 meters away. After Jia he scrambled to his feet, he begged for mercy, non-stop terrified that Qin Ming would kill him, and swore never to cause Qin Ming trouble again. Unexpectedly, before he could even retreat, a cyan feather appeared in Luo Qingli's hand and was sent into his throat. Jia he was at fault, but he was after all a prodigy of the demon clan. The Empress had always cherished talent, so executing Jia he now made everyone realize the seriousness of the matter. Xiao Tian beside them was even more shocked and slipped away again in the chaos. What I have said is a command. In 3 days the grand wedding will take place. Anyone who disrespects the emperor consort will be beheaded without mercy. Luo Qingli parted her vermilion lips slightly and spoke the cruelest words in the calmest tone. With that, she ordered people to reorganize the 8 hells, then waved her hand and summoned a luxurious flying boat. Stepping aboard, she pointed at Qin Ming and commanded, "You come up. Follow me." "I don't." Qin Ming began, but before he could finish, the Empress sealed his mouth and bound him onto the flying boat. Qin Ming extended his spiritual sense and found many nascent soul powerhouses watching from the outside, so he did not resist any further. He would take things one step at a time. After they left the cultivators, there spread the matter everywhere. In the span of half a stick of incense, Qin Ming's name had become known to the entire demon clan. The Empress's flying boat swept across the inner city of the demon clan. Beneath it, pavilions and towers rose in scattered clusters, and the scenery was exceptionally beautiful. On the inner city streets, every cultivator's face was wreathed in smiles. Under the Empress's protection, this land could be considered peaceful and comfortable. Not far away, the towering Empress Palace stood amid the clouds, its halls gilded and majestic. Around the Empress Palace, no fewer than 10,000 guards, each riding a different giant spirit beast, patrolled without interruption. Qin Ming's wrists were bound. He leaned quietly against the boat's rail, gazing at the magnificent vista. He shifted his gaze, and it fell upon the slender, straight back of the Empress before him. The glow of sunset spilled over her entire figure. Even a single back view was beautiful enough to make one's heart tremble. Luo Qingli seemed to notice the man's gaze and turned around. The Empress looked at the man before her at such close range and saw that his brow and eyes were sharp and handsome. Even with his hands bound, his dazzling, heroic bearing could not be concealed. "Not bad looking, I suppose," Luo Qingli said inwardly, while an inexplicable subtle flutter stirred in her heart. Their eyes met. After gazing at each other for a while, they both unconsciously recalled that night's bathing incident, and each felt a bit awkward. The Empress turned her head away, stole a sidelong glance, and then took the opportunity to untie him and undo the seal on his mouth. She had expected the man to take the initiative to explain what had happened that night, but unexpectedly Qin Ming simply moved his gaze to the scenery outside the boat and said nothing. "Don't think being silent means this can be treated as if it never happened. If I later discover that you are of little use to me, I will kill you with my own hands." This time, seeing Qin Ming's cold expression, she pressed her red lips tightly together, her whole aura turning icy. The threatening words poured out, and even her tone carried a sharp chill. "Just as I thought. She still harbors murderous intent toward me," Qin Ming said inwardly. All that talk of becoming a consort was just a pretext. At bottom, wasn't she still coveting something he possessed? Once he entered the Empress Palace, it would probably be too late to escape. Why not risk his life and flee now? There might still be a sliver of hope. Just as Qin Ming made this decision, the Empress saw through him. "You cannot escape. Be good and move into the side hall of the Empress Palace and await my judgment." Luo Qingli spoke softly, her tone deep and lingering, and urged the flying boat to speed onward. A moment later, the two arrived at the Empress Palace. Luo Qingli lightly rested her hand on Qin Ming's shoulder, and space rippled around them. In the blink of an eye, Qin Ming arrived at the side hall. The floor was paved with green jade, carved beams hung with warm palace lanterns, and layers of sheer curtains draped down, quiet and luxurious. "You will stay here. 3 meals a day will be delivered by someone, and you are not to leave the side hall without my permission. At least here you can be a bit safer. After all, the title of Emperor Consort is in itself the greatest danger." The Empress knit her slender brows tightly, and a piercing coldness burst from her eyes. Having spoken, she waved her hand and set up a barrier that enveloped the entire side hall. After she left, a woman immediately appeared in the space before Qin Ming. It was Yun Shi, the one who had brought him to the 8 hells that day. She had changed her clothes. Gone was the silver-white combat suit of that day, or she now wore a light blue maid's gauze dress with a plain soft sash at her waist, looking fresh, clear, and elegant. "Young master, from now on I and 10 maids will personally handle your food, clothing, and daily needs, Yun," she said with a slight bow. "Got it," Qin Ming answered perfunctorily, walked to a meditation cushion, and sat down cross-legged. Yun Shi then withdrew. Oh dear, how is this close personal care? This is plain surveillance. It's over. Barely out of the wolf's den, and now we've fallen into the tiger's mouth. My poor heart is bitter." Seeing that no one was around, Wang Dingding's spirit form leaped out of the compass and complained at length. Qin Ming, however, was calm. Looking at the 500 evil path points in his system balance, he curled the corner of his mouth. This battle had yielded many gains. Rather than complain, it was better to raise his strength as soon as possible to face whatever challenges came. He took out the Annihilation Demon Seal and fused the 2 demon patterns rewarded from the first and second tiers into it entirely. The Demon Seal leapt straight up to become a top-grade mortal artifact. Qin Ming noticed subtle changes. The Demon Seal began to breed annihilation power. Besides being able to devour the origin of an enemy's lifebound treasure, it could also suppress the opponent's divine abilities in battle. However, the annihilation power was still faint. To reach minor mastery, the seal would still need to break through to the spirit artifact rank. Qin Ming paused for a moment, then simply fed all the spirit and mortal artifacts gained from the ghost fetch into the demon seal. After smelting, the annihilation power greatly increased, but it still had not reached minor mastery. The annihilation demon seal truly lived up to being a demonic weapon. Advancing its rank consumed treasures at such an astonishing rate. In Qin Ming's memory, apart from pills, being divided into grades 1 through 9 artifact ranks were mortal, spirit, mystic, immortal, Tao, and divine. A demonic weapon was equivalent to the divine rank. Truly extraordinary. Just as Qin Ming was hesitating, Wang Dingding reminded him from the side, "Master, don't you still have Blood Moon's storage pouch? Take it out and see what other treasures are inside." Hearing this, Qin Ming's eyes lit up. He immediately took out the storage pouch and opened it. My heavens, this old fellow has so many treasures. When Wang Dingding saw what was inside, he could not help exclaiming. Besides the top-grade spirit artifact Blood Moon Crescent Blade, there were also the top-grade spirit artifact Blood Moon Mystic Banner, the top-grade spirit artifact Withered Bone Prison Lock, the top-grade spirit talisman blood chi concealing talisman, and a tattered blood moon ancient scroll. Qin Ming smiled knowingly. The Blood Elder had truly only put top-grade treasures into the storage pouch. If he had used all of his treasures at that time, Qin Ming would not have been able to withstand it. The Blood Moon Mystic Banner could draw in Blood Fiend Moonlight condense fierce gales, and perhaps assist the Demon Seal in unleashing annihilation power. If combined with the Purgatory Grand Array, its might would be extraordinary. The pitch-black Withered Bone Prison Lock was a binding-type treasure. The Blood Chi Concealing Talisman concealed one's aura, making it convenient for stealth. As for the Blood Moon Ancient Scroll, it recorded a few scattered secrets about the Dragon Ruin's spirit and the Purgatory Grand Array. It seemed the Purgatory Grand Array in Qin Ming's possession might be an imitation. These treasures must have been collected by the Blood Elder over a lifetime of effort, and each one was precious. To the current Qin Ming, they were quite useful. He truly could not bear to feed them to the Annihilation Demon Seal. Just as he was hesitating, someone outside suddenly knocked on the door. Qin Ming looked up and found that 6 hours had passed without his realizing it. Night had fallen. He hastily put the treasures away and used his spiritual sense to detect that the woman outside was not Yunxi. The visitor's intentions were not good. Wang Dingding swiftly returned to the realm questioning compass. Enter. At Qin Ming's command, the woman slowly pushed open the door and entered. She wore a pink gauze dress, her arms folded, expression indifferent, carrying a tray with both hands. Upon entering, she sized up Qin Ming carefully. Are you Lord Qin Ming? The maid asked tentatively. I am. What is it? Qin Ming rose from his meditation cushion, turned around, and faced the maid coldly. Noticing her attire, Qin Ming had already guessed her identity, likely one of the 10 maids that Yunxi had mentioned leading. After confirming Qin Ming's identity, the maid's lips curled into an eerie smile, and she demurely lowered her head to avoid meeting his gaze. She raised the tray above her head and spoke softly. This is the evening meal that Sister Yunxi instructed me to bring to Lord Qin Ming. Qin Ming glanced at the tray. A lotus-shaped black bowl contained not food, but a small storage ring. Oh, all the food is inside the ring, my lord. Just retrieve it when you're ready to eat, the maid added, noticing his silence. Qin Ming waved his hand, took the tray, and set it on a wooden table nearby. I take my leave, master, the maid said as she prepared to withdraw, but Qin Ming stopped her. Wait. I have no appetite today. This food is yours. Qin Ming said calmly. He had been staring at the black bowl for a moment, sensing something was wrong. With a gesture, he levitated the bowl from the tray and held it before the maid. How would this servant dare to touch what belongs to the lord? The maid's expression shifted, her eyes growing sharp and menacing. Oh, is that so? Qin Ming didn't waste words. He plucked the ring from the bowl. In that instant, the lotus-shaped black bowl spun violently, unleashing countless razor-sharp blades. Silent Annihilation Demon Seal. Qin Ming swiftly summoned his magical treasure to shield himself, but even the indomitable seal bore scratches from the barrage of blades. The black bowl proved to be an ultimate-grade spiritual artifact. Without his quick reflexes and the seal's protection, he would have been torn apart. As the assault subsided, Qin Ming dismissed the seal and discovered the maid's form flickering intangibly. The blades had passed straight through her unharmed. The maid abandoned her pretense, her lips curling into a sinister grin as she glared at him with malevolent eyes. So you saw through my ruse, but next time luck won't favor you. The maid's words trailed off as she tried to flee. Where do you think you're going? Purgatory Formation. Qin Ming's voice cut through the air sharply, and 8 dragon beasts erupted forth simultaneously. The formation unfolded rapidly, encasing the side hall and sealing off any escape route. Power of Annihilation. Qin Ming channeled the annihilation energy from the demon seal into his body, and with a single glance the maid collapsed as though struck by lightning. What is this power? It counters my abilities entirely. The maid gasped in shock, eyes wide with disbelief. Immediately afterward, a plume of black smoke rose from within her body, and she collapsed into unconsciousness. As the black smoke attempted to break through the formation and escape, the dragon beast seized it. With the matter settled, she heard the commotion and hurried over. Seeing Qin Ming composed and unfazed, she asked in confusion, what happened? Qin Ming gathered the wisp of black smoke, dismissed the formation, and turned to Yunxi with a counter-question. Shouldn't I be asking you that? Yunxi glanced around and noticed the maid lying on the ground, so she administered several pills to her. Sis. Yunxi. What just happened? The maid awoke, seeming like a different person with no recollection of the events that had transpired. Yunxi observed her confused reaction and sensed something troubling. Perhaps the maid had been possessed by some malevolent entity. She then bowed to Qin Ming and offered an apology. Go back to your posts. Qin Ming was unwilling to elaborate. He understood that among the demon race there were many powerful cultivators, and the title of Emperor's Consort had attracted considerable attention. Despite the Imperial Guard's vigilance, they couldn't prevent every infiltrator from slipping through. The barrier the Empress had erected around the side hall, which was accessible to the maids, had ironically provided these intruders with an opening. 3 days might seem brief, but underneath the surface currents were already churning. Incidents like tonight's would likely recur. That black bowl, however, had arrived at precisely the right moment. Qin Ming retrieved his demon seal and began refining it directly. He examined the wisp of black smoke, confirming it was likely detached from the fundamental essence of a nascent soul expert's magical treasure, and incorporated it into the refining process. A piercing scream erupted as the silent annihilation demon seal finally broke through to the rank of low-grade spiritual artifact, with the annihilation power reaching partial mastery. It was done. Qin Ming felt a surge of satisfaction. His strength had advanced another level. With numerous magical treasures and contingency measures at his disposal, his apparently inferior cultivation realm had become an unexpected shield of protection. Within the inner city of heavenly demons stood the headquarters of the Xingyue Pavilion, an organization renowned for gathering and disseminating intelligence throughout the demon territories. News of any event spread with remarkable speed, all thanks to the pavilion's extensive network. A sleek man adorned in robes patterned with purple beast motifs sat alone at the tea table on the pavilion's top floor, savoring his tea. Suddenly a cloud of black smoke burst through the window, took the seat across from him, picked up a cup, and only then revealed its true form. The figure beneath the black robes appeared as a withered old man, his face devoid of color and marred by deep wrinkles, with murky eyes exuding a dark, sinister aura. Despite the ominous display, the elegant man remained unfazed and even offered the elder a cup of tea. "Elder Xia, what caused such rage?" the man inquired. "Young Master Lai Feng, that person is difficult to handle," the elder replied in a grating hoarse voice. "Oh." Lai Feng's lips twitched slightly. The elder was Xie Xing, one of the few nascent soul cultivators among the Black Tiger clan, whose nightmare arts had earned him renown since reaching the early stage of nascent soul. Yet now he had been defeated. Lai Feng's mind churned with questions as Xie Xing recounted the events. A quarter hour later they exchanged glances. "However, young master need not fear. That was merely one of my avatars. Next I shall send that youth a grand gift." Xie Xing drained his tea with a bitter expression, then slammed the cup onto the table before bursting back through the window. Once Xie Xing departed, Lai Feng rose and split the tea table in two with a single strike. He lifted his chin, curled his upper lip, and sneered darkly, "Qin Ming, do you know? Only I am worthy of the position of Emperor's consort." The next day, morning, as dawn barely touched the sky, Qin Ming stirred in his room, sending out a ripple of spiritual energy. With his cultivation advancing, he exhaled deeply. The annihilation power allowed him to forcibly channel spiritual energy into his dantian, doubling the efficiency of his training. After practicing through the night, Qin Ming had broken through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Only then did he open his eyes, reaching for the storage ring from the previous evening and infusing it with a trace of spiritual energy. The ring shivered in midair and 4 dishes materialized upon the table. "What? Demonic cuisine. I fear I am unworthy to partake," Qin Ming said in astonishment. The plates before him contained bull-whip, tiger hearts, snake skins, leopard eyes, none of which were fit for human consumption. He quickly sealed the food back into the ring and tossed it outside. A moment later, an "ouch" echoed from outside. The ring had landed squarely on the maid who had come to tend to him. Qin Ming let out a derisive snort. "How convenient. My lord, we are here to assist you with your attire," 2 women announced in unison, holding ceremonial garments intended for Demon Clan guests. "No need. You may return." Qin Ming had dismissed them the same way the night before. His trust in these maids had worn thin. He couldn't rule out the possibility of another enemy possessing one of them. The 2 women exchanged glances and pressed their case. "My lord, we apologize profusely, but while changing clothes is optional, we must take your measurements for the wedding garments, as His Divine Majesty has personally commanded it." "Very well, come in." Qin Ming relented, realizing the wedding attire required proper fitting. Listening to their introductions, he learned the 2 were named Yer and Linger, both appearing innocent and pure. After an incense stick's worth of time, they recorded the measurements. Noticing nothing amiss, Qin Ming permitted them to dress him in the new garments. Clad in a fresh, ink-patterned robe with his dark hair secured by a jade crown, Qin Ming's appearance transformed entirely. His features strikingly handsome, every gesture radiating effortless elegance and untamed spirit. "My lord, we have completed our task, and will withdraw." "Thank you." After the maids closed the door and departed, Qin Ming considered taking a walk. The side hall contained not only luxurious rooms, but also a pleasant rear garden. But as he reached for the door, his limbs refused to obey. The ink patterns on his fresh robe flashed urgently, binding him in place, while his spiritual energy grew sluggish and trapped within. Damn it, master. You've fallen into their trap," Wang Dinding exclaimed indignantly. This time the scheme hadn't involved possessing the maid, but rather tampering with the very clothes themselves. Peaceful days were truly rare now. Frozen in place, he recognized the vulnerability. If someone were to burst in and attack, he would be defenseless. Trivial tricks," Qin Ming said with a resigned yet calm smile. He remained composed and withdrew an object from the questioning realm compass. Qin Ming retrieved the withered bone hell lock and bound himself with it, only to see the ink patterns on his long robe instantly shatter. What a brilliant move of fighting poison with poison. As expected of a calamity star, you are ruthless indeed, Wang Dingding said testily. Qin Ming brushed his sleeves and simply chose to integrate the withered bone hell lock into his robe to replace the ink patterns which unexpectedly lent him an aura of sinister and overbearing dominance. Quite satisfied, he walked straight out of his room and headed toward the back garden. Along the way, aside from a few maidservants bowing to greet him, there was no one else in sight. Qin Ming tentatively walked to the barrier erected by the Empress, quietly testing it a few times, but failed to stir even a ripple. Luo Qingli was already a powerhouse at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. A barrier she casually set up was more than enough to keep out the vast majority of cultivators from the demon clan. It appeared that Luo Qingli had made impeccable arrangements. If he wished to escape, his only option would be to possess a maidservant much like that black smoke technique. However, the black smoke he had captured last time was merely a clone. To acquire its possession technique, he would have to capture the original body. Lost in thought, Qin Ming walked on and soon arrived at his destination. Here exotic flowers and rare herbs bloomed in abundance. A spiritual spring meandered through grotesque rocks, filling the entire garden with flowing light, exuding the unique, magnificent wildness of the demon clan at every turn. Watching the fish swimming to and fro in the spiritual spring, he suddenly felt an appetite. Since he could not stomach the cuisine of the demon clan, surely having some grilled fish would be fine. He was about to use his spiritual energy to snatch the fish out of thin air, but reflecting on his leisure today, he decided he might as well act as a mortal for once and experience the joy of fishing. Qin Ming retrieved a section of bamboo from the grove, casually tied a thin string to it, baited the hook with a few earthworms, and prepared to fish. Master, your bait is far too crude. Why not try wrapping it with that demon snake skin? Hearing Wang Dingding's nonsense, Qin Ming shook his head and ignored the suggestion. Yet after fishing for a while, without a single bite, he could not help but wonder, could the fish of the demon clan truly have such peculiar tastes? He retrieved the snake skin and placed it on the hook. The moment it submerged, the surrounding fish swarmed over to tear at it. Qin Ming yanked the rod and pulled up over a dozen fish with a turtle mixed among them. He gathered the fish, and just as he was about to toss the turtle back into the water, he noticed it flashing with brilliant golden light. In an instant, it transformed into a miniature teleportation portal. The next moment, a stout, round-faced man with large eyes appeared. Though he seemed mature and steady on the surface, a hint of playful humor always lingered deep within his eyes. Ha ha, Qin Ming, we truly are fated. The newcomer burst into laughter as though celebrating some joyous occasion. Who are you? Qin Ming asked coldly. He could tell that the figure before him was merely a spiritual avatar and would not be able to linger for long. My name is Xianbing. I was the one who deployed the scouting demon snake in the demon locking lake. Did you happen to stumble upon it by luck, kid? Xianbing teased mockingly, his face beaming with smiles. Qin Ming thought to himself that this was the very fellow who had caused his predecessor to be discovered. Perhaps he should just destroy him and interrogate him on how he managed to bypass the barrier to teleport here. Annihilation. Wait. Seeing how ruthless and decisive Qin Ming was, Xianbing instantly wiped the playful look from his face and revealed the true purpose of his visit. Qin Ming, I know you want to escape back to the ancient clan. This turtle teleportation array is my own invention. It can be deployed anywhere there is water. What do you say, care to give it a try? Qin Ming let out a cold chuckle, gathering his strength once more to strike. Xianbing hurriedly pleaded, I can help you escape, but in return you must speak well of me to the Empress and yield the position of the imperial consort to me. No need. With a flick of Qin Ming's finger, Xianbing's spiritual avatar instantly disintegrated. It was not that he did not want to escape, but seeing that even a simple fishing trip could lure out an enemy, it was clear these people were truly omnipresent. He changed his mind. Perhaps, just as Luo Qingli had said, he was at least safe here. Qin Ming packed up his fishing rod, sat cross-legged, built a campfire, and placed the dozen or so fish onto the grill together. Drawing upon his predecessor's memories, he gathered some herbs to make seasoning. Before long, the fish sizzled over the charcoal fire, dripping with oil. Once sprinkled with the spices, a rich, savory aroma drifted with the wind, deeply tantalizing the appetite. Suddenly, the space behind Qin Ming rippled. He thought another intruder had broken in. But before he could even turn around, the unique, subtle fragrance of ambergris from Luo Qingli drifted over with the breeze. Why is she here? Qin Ming felt a slight flutter in his heart. Could she have caught the scent of the food? Having caught the savory scent of the grilled fish from afar, the Empress walked over with slow steps. Gazing at the sizzling fish over the charcoal fire, a hint of curiosity flickered in her eyes. She had never tasted such simple rustic food before. How fragrant. I never knew these little fish could be eaten this way. Luo Qingli was secretly astonished. They had always eaten their food raw and had never thought to grill it in such an exquisite manner. Suppressing her craving for the moment, Luo Qingli walked slowly to the spiritual spring, then turned around to question Qin Ming. I sensed a fluctuation in the barrier just now. Did someone break in? Just a turtle. I chased it away. Qin Ming replied nonchalantly, picking up a freshly grilled fish and popping it straight into his mouth. Watching Qin Ming eat with such relish as the tantalizing aroma kept wafting over, the Empress fixed her gaze on the grilled fish. An irresistible craving welled up within her, yet her noble status prevented her from speaking up. As long as everything is fine, I shall take my leave then. Luo Qingli swallowed hard, a trace of reluctance in her eyes, as she prepared to turn and depart. I grilled too many fish to finish. You may take some with you. Hearing Qin Ming's calm voice from behind, the Empress spun around abruptly and immediately sat down cross-legged right across from him. Her swift movement made Qin Ming chuckle in spite of himself. No need to take them away. Just eat them here. Luo Qingli cast aside all concern for her image. Casting off her majestic demeanor, she delicately pinched a piece of fish and popped it into her mouth, completely engrossed in the savory flavor, her elegant poise entirely forgotten. Within moments, 5 fish had disappeared down her throat. Looking at Luo Qingli, who was still eating with great delight, Qin Ming saw none of her imperial majesty. She was nothing more than a little glutton. He tactfully set down his 3rd fish and gently pushed the grill toward the Empress, letting her have the rest. Luo Qingli naturally noticed this gesture. Members of the demon clan were bloodthirsty by nature and would never easily give away food or possessions already in their hands. Yet the man before her was different, giving her a heartwarming sense of being yielded to for the very first time. A quarter of an hour later, all dozen or so fish were entirely gone. Qin Ming stared blankly at the empty plate. The Empress had devoured every single grilled fish so thoroughly that not even a bone remained, leaving him momentarily dazed. Actually, you don't have to eat the fish bones, Qin Ming said with a smile, looking at Luo Qingli, who was happily patting her stomach while letting out a soft hiccup. The Empress wiped the corners of her mouth, gently patting her chest to stop her hiccups. Looking up, she spoke flatly, stubbornly insisting, "This Empress simply likes to eat fish bones. What is it to you?" With that, she raised her brow slightly, a duplicitous and sundera expression on her face. "I owe you a meal, I will make it up to you later." Luo Qingli stood up and departed, looking as though she was still savoring the lingering aftertaste. After she left, Qin Ming shook his head as he stood up. There was no need for a make-up meal. He had no desire to taste those non-human cuisines again. Yet the fact that the high and mighty Empress possessed such a side caused Qin Ming to lower his guard slightly. It seems she is actually somewhat cute. Since she enjoyed them, Qin Ming simply caught another 100 fish there to prepare for future needs. The next day, Qin Ming let out an angry shout at his quarters, detonating yet another spatial ring used for storing food. From yesterday to tonight, this was already the 6th hidden weapon, though none had managed to harm him. Consequently, whenever Qin Ming saw those maidservants, now he would instinctively raise his guard, wary that danger could lurk anywhere. On the 3rd day, at noon, Qin Ming was cultivating in his room when he heard another knock at the door. Extending his divine sense, he discovered that 10 maidservants were waiting outside together, with only Yun Shi missing. What was the meaning of this? Perplexed, Qin Ming let the 10 maidservants inside. They were all dressed in sheer gauzy gowns with slightly open collars revealing glimpses of their fair skin. The light fabric clung to their bodies, tracing their slender, graceful figures and exuding a hazy, seductive charm. Linger and Yuer, who were leading the group, bowed respectfully to Qin Ming. They then stepped forward directly and began to strip off his clothes layer by layer. What are they doing? While Qin Ming was still puzzling over this, several maidservants fanned out to either side and drew an enormous wooden tub from their storage rings. "Young master, we will serve you in your bath together," Linger said. In that case, there's no need. I can wash myself." Qin Ming, already stripped down to his underclothes, hastily stopped them. "That won't do. Tomorrow is the wedding. According to Demon Clan custom, you must be purified by a medicinal bath before the ceremony." Yitter spoke with stern propriety, as if this allowed no argument. Qin Ming looked into the tub and saw several rare herbs there. What Yuer said was true. However, the annihilation demon seal suddenly began to stir. Nothing could set it on edge like that except the black smoke from that day. Among the 10 maids before him, certainly more than one were possessed by the black smoke. Perhaps even its true body had come. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. He might as well turn their plot against them. "Very well, as you wish. You must serve me attentively." In an uncharacteristic shift, Qin Ming stopped resisting and leapt into the tub, closing his eyes to savor the moment. Once he entered, the maids exchanged glances, cold smiles tugging at their lips. Yitter especially, the blade edge and tint in her eyes was about to break free. Qin Ming perceived all of this with his divine sense. Moreover, once he had entered the water, the herbs in the tub had already turned into poison. The water was no ordinary water either, it was filled with nightmare force. A little longer, and he would never wake up. Still the maids made no move. The poison was so potent that they were afraid to touch Qin Ming. After a while, seeing that they remained motionless, Qin Ming pointed at Yer and said mildly, "You, come and massage my shoulders." "Ha ha ha ha. No need." Yitter broke into loud laughter. Her formerly gentle eyes were clouded with murky savagery. Her gauzy robe fell askew, revealing a large expanse of fair, lustrous skin. She stared at Qin Ming, her voice shrill and cruel. "What, can't wait any longer?" Qin Ming curled his lips. Yitter spread her arms and let out a ghostly laugh, saying with contempt, "How do you like the grand gift I've given you? A 10,000-year poisonous red reishi paired with water imbued with my nightmare force. Within 3 breaths you'll drift into eternal sleep." "Oh, is that so? I, Qin, must also thank you, fellow Taoist, for your generous gift." Qin Ming sneered, jumped out of the tub, produced the annihilation demon seal, and refined all the water within it. Nightmare force, no matter its form, was ultimately driven by the fundamental power of a magic treasure. It was the best nourishment for the demon seal. What's more, the power of annihilation naturally suppressed supernatural abilities, greatly slowing the poison's invasion of his body. 3 breaths. Even 300 would be harmless. How is this possible? Qin Ming. Enough arrogance. Get him, all of you. Controlling Yura from his true form, Xie roared hoarsely. At his command, the 9 maids charged forward to possess him. Oh, all 10 maids possessed by him. Master, kill him. Wang Dingding cursed furiously, still trying to take over his body. Qin Ming's teeth itched with hatred. This creature was nothing but a beast relying on his life-bound treasure to throw his weight around. He had come harassing them several times these past days. It was time to teach him a lesson. Unhurried, Qin Ming formed a seal with one hand, and his heretical divine art shot out. Ghost steel. Got it. Qin Ming cheered inwardly. He had only wanted to try the stealing art, but unexpectedly he really had stolen it. Since stepping into Foundation establishment, his chance of stealing from nascent soul cultivators had grown. Looking at the nightmare branch in his hand, Qin Ming relaxed. Having taken Xie lifebound treasure directly, the attack broke apart on its own. Just as the 9 maids reached him to attack, they all froze. Black smoke left their bodies and converged into Yura. Then Yura contorted in pain as the largest mass of black smoke separated from her. Xie finally revealed his true body. The gaunt-faced old man barely appeared before spitting a mouthful of blood. You actually stole my nightmare branch. Xie raged aloud. That was his life-bound treasure. If he lost the nightmare branch, would his life not fall into Qin Ming's hands? Unless he took the initiative to sever the soul imprint, but that would inevitably drop his cultivation and leave him little hope of advancing. For a moment, Xie was at a loss. He had failed to kill Qin Ming, and he had no face to flee back to report. Qin Ming let out a cold laugh. Seeing that Xie had lost his momentum, he treated him as invisible. Then, seeing the 10 maids collapse to the ground, he took out some pills and fed them to the women. The maids revived at once, patted their heads, and stood up. Seeing Qin Ming, they immediately huddled together and bowed. Yura was still hurriedly fixing her fallen clothes. It was Linger who spotted Xie and cried out softly, a ghost. Ghost. That name, I like it. Xie's demeanor changed completely. He made a funny face and began playing with the maids. Qin Ming calmly sat cross-legged on a mat and closed his eyes. He already knew exactly how to deal with Xie. The maids were puzzled. Seeing that Qin Ming was not hostile to Xie, they did not pry, instead they withdrew to report the matter to Yunxi. In a flash, only Qin Ming and Xie were left in the room. Seeing how aloof and quiet Qin Ming was, Xie took the initiative to approach and sit down cross-legged as well. Could you return the nightmare branch? I'll withdraw at once and swear never to target you again. The old man's eyes shifted as he spoke warily. Then he slowly extended his right hand in a gesture of demand. No. Be my follower for 3 years. When the term ends, you'll be free. Qin Ming made his intention known with no extra words. But I was born in the Black Tiger clan and serve young Master Lifeng. It's hard to betray. Before the old man could finish, Qin Ming took out the nightmare branch and made a gesture as if to snap it. Unless. The old man hastily changed tack. Unless I change my identity so thoroughly that no one can recognize me. That's easy, Qin Ming replied instantly. The reason he wanted to accept Xie was entirely because of his nightmare art. One art could spawn hundreds or thousands of avatars. Tomorrow was the wedding, and there would surely be many challenges. Qin Ming needed to prepare thoroughly. Summoned 2,000 evil puppets. Spent 200 evil path points. Summoned successful. The system's voice had just faded when a storage ring appeared within the Wenjie compass. Evil puppets were forged entirely from 1,000-year meteorite iron. Those without cultivation were the cheapest since they were only shells. Qin Ming took out 3 evil puppets and nodded. The craftsmanship looked fine. Give me the blood soul, then choose one and enter to test it. Qin Ming said to Xie. Xie looked at the object before him, hesitant. Though it could conceal his aura, it wasn't a real person after all. Qin Ming cast another cold glance at him. He did not dare delay. He hurriedly took out the blood soul, resentfully gave it to Qin Ming, and possessed one of the evil puppets. The blood soul was bound to his life soul. From then on, Qin Ming could decide Xie's life and death with a single thought. Qin Ming then returned the nightmare branch and ordered, I have 2,000 evil puppets. When necessary, you will control them together. 2,000 troops to protect me. Xie nodded. Qin Ming put away the evil puppets. Even with an early nascent soul expert under his command, he still felt it was insufficient. He looked at a remnant soul of a demon god on the summoning panel. It could be had for only 300 evil points, so he bought it without hesitation. Purchase successful. Summoned myriad face phantom demon, Wu Wang. A pitch-black rift suddenly tore through the void and rolling black fog surged out. Within the demonic mist, a tall, slender figure stepped forward slowly. The figure's face kept shifting, countless faces flickering across it in turn. All at once the surrounding light and shadows twisted, and every scene warped and distorted. A false demonic sound that could disturb the mind spread through the air. Greetings, Master. Gain Wu Wang, and no disaster shall come. Wang Dingding let out a sigh at the sight of the newcomer. Oh ho ho, what a bold claim. Keep Wu Wang, and you'll be free of calamity. That only fools kids. Wang Dingding's spiritual body emerged and circled the myriad form illusion demon once. He's nothing but a remnant soul who descended into the demon realm with only mid-nascent soul cultivation. Who are you trying to impress? The youth stood firmly beside Qin Ming, deliberately speaking for him to hear and undercutting the demon god's act. Wu Wang let out a sinister chuckle, a flash of brilliant light gleaming in his hollow eyes, and under that dazzling glimmer, he immediately transformed into Wang Dingding's likeness. He turned into me. So lifelike. Wang Dingding exclaimed, then manipulated the realm inquiry compass to freeze and rewind time, scrutinizing exactly what that flash of light had been. Wu Wang refused to be left behind. A phantasmal realm inquiry compass materialized in his hand, and imitating Wang Dingding, he also froze time and rewound it once more. This time the moment reverted to when Wu Wang had just descended. The youth's spiritual body returned to the compass free of Wang Dingding's noisy hostility. Their little maneuvering stirred waves of shock in Qin Ming's chest. The sole fact that the realm inquiry compass could control time was enough to shake his mind to its core. Moreover, Wu Wang truly lived up to being a demon god's remnant soul. Not only could he shape-shift into others' appearances, but he could even replicate divine abilities. With this god on his side, he need not worry about survival tomorrow. Qin Ming withdrew Wu Wang into the realm inquiry compass just as Yunqi hurried over. Seeing him safe, she breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Where were you just now? Qin Ming was the first to ask. Young Lord Lifeng went personally to the Empress Palace to deliver gifts. Yunqi had just gone to settle everything, which gave the culprit an opening. Yunqi did not hide anything and spoke frankly. Xiexing, hearing her words, mocked from within the compass. Had you not left, you'd have only become a vessel for this old man's possession. Shut up. Before Qin Ming could speak, Wu Wang actually scolded first. Wang Dingding thought to himself that the newcomer was good at reading the room. Seeing Qin Ming's expression tighten, he had immediately rushed to voice the rebuke. Qin Ming fell into brief thought, recalling that Xiexing had previously mentioned Lifeng. Seeing this, Wu Wang, again not waiting for Qin Ming to speak, immediately demanded of Xiexing. Who is Lifeng? What kind of person is he? What is your relationship with him? Fear welled up in Xiexing's heart at the sight of Wu Wang, and he dared not delay. Bowing and scraping, he began to explain in detail. Lifeng is the eldest young lord of the Black Tiger clan. At just 30, he has reached half-step nascent soul. One could call him exceptionally gifted. Get to the point. Wu Wang cursed. He was this old man's former master. These past days it's as if he's been bewitched. He's determined to marry the Empress at all costs. After Xiexing finished, a chill crept into Qin Ming's eyes. Lifeng seeking an audience with the Empress at this time boded no good. Ever since the day before, when he had eaten roasted fish with Luo Qingli and seen her other side, Qin Ming had quietly changed his mind. He had decided to first become the imperial consort. Only in that way could he openly suppress the many powerhouses. When the time came, he could simply make an excuse about wanting to travel and escape. It would certainly be more convenient to flee then. Therefore, before that, he would not allow anything to jeopardize the position of imperial consort. Qin Ming stared at Yunqi while lost in thought for a long time, ignoring the propriety between man and woman. Under his unwavering gaze, Yunqi's cheeks flushed, her fingers unconsciously clutched the hem of her clothes, and her eyes darted away in avoidance. If there's nothing else, Yunqi will take her leave. Oh wait. Only then did Qin Ming snap back to reality. The wedding is imminent. For Lifeng to seek an audience with the Empress at this moment, I fear he has ulterior motives. Yunqi, please relay my words to her, and urge her to be on guard. Knowing he could not go in person, Qin Ming could only ask Yunqi to convey his thoughts. How rare for you, young master, to care so much for Her Majesty. I will certainly pass it along. After speaking, Yunqi added before turning away. However, Her Majesty instructed that you rest well today. I will send someone new to attend to your medicinal bath. No need. I'll be in seclusion tonight. Don't let anyone disturb me. Qin Ming's tone was calm, betraying little emotion. Back in his room, Qin Ming immediately took out the extinction demon seal, drawing its extinction power into his body to aid the convergence of spiritual energy into his dantian. At this speed, by tonight, he could break through to the late foundation establishment stage. Master truly is extraordinarily gifted. In just a few days, you've been able to break through multiple realms. But why are you so worried about that girl Luo Qingli? Could it be that you've actually fallen for her? Wang Dingding raised an eyebrow, and the last sentence was delivered in a mocking tone. But the next moment a slap came swinging at him, and the youth hastily dodged. Qin Ming, don't be ungrateful. If it weren't for the contract, do you think I'd be afraid of you? Believe it or not, if you push me too far, I'll seal your system. Wang Dingding was furious. How could a powerhouse who had once stood at the pinnacle endure such humiliation? So what if I am? You're just meddling for nothing. Seeing Qin Ming displeased, Wu Wang stepped forward and squared off against the youth. Terrified, Xiexing quickly hid behind several sinister puppets. A demon god, having once been at the pinnacle, was naturally unfazed by some mere artifact spirit. Inside the realm inquiry compass, things became quite lively. Qin Ming ignored the noise and focused on cultivation, striving to make a breakthrough by tomorrow. Inner city of the Heavenly Demon. The main hall of the Emperor's Palace. On the high platform above Luo, Qingli sat upright on the phoenix throne, robes flowing downward, her bearing regal and cold, a faint pressure enveloping the entire hall as she overlooked the one entering from on high. Lai Feng had dressed with particular care today, and he did look rather handsome. His face was like white jade, his brows slender and long, and despite his Tiger Clan bloodline, his looks carried a strange feminine eeriness. His pupils were dark and murky, and his smile held a hint of hypocritical slickness. The moment Lai Feng entered the hall, he took out several glowing incense sticks and walked to the censer on the side of the main hall, replacing the dull incense inside. Then he glanced sideways at the Empress. Seeing that she did not stop him, he walked to the door and quietly closed it. Luo Qingli naturally took note of this unusual behavior. She studied the newly replaced incense sticks and recognized them as supreme-grade ambergris incense. Even she, exalted as an emperor, had always used merely top-grade ambergris incense, which showed just how rare these incense sticks were. Since he had offered such a gift upon entering, Luo Qingli naturally tacitly allowed his actions. After closing the door, Lai Feng curled the corners of his lips, slightly walked to the center of the hall, held up a jade box, and bowed with cupped fists toward the Empress. Rise. What is the purpose of your audience? Luo Qingli leaned to one side of the throne, crossed her legs, gently massaged her temples, and closed her eyes in enjoyment. Liu Feng's gaze inadvertently drifted to the platform, where he caught sight of the fair skin revealed by the Empress's crossed legs. A stirring arose in his heart, and he quickly averted his eyes, feigning calm. Her Majesty's wedding is tomorrow. Lai Feng could hardly remain indifferent. Today I have come in person to present a gift and express my congratulations, Lai Feng said with a smile, though the smile carried a hint of deep darkness. Even if Luo Qingli had not been concerned, she could tell there was more to his words. The congratulatory gifts were all supposed to be collected tomorrow, so why would he come to deliver his early? On second thought, could it be that the jade box truly contained some extremely precious treasure? Just as she was pondering this, Yunxi's voice appeared in her mind. Empress, young Master Qin Ming asks that you be on your guard. At that single message, Luo Qingli stopped what she was doing and opened her eyes. So he actually took the initiative to care about me. When Lai Feng saw her body tremble slightly, he thought the Empress was greatly interested in the jade box in his hand. Seizing the opportunity, he opened the jade box, revealing 100 sticks of supreme-grade ambergris incense. Never in her life had Luo Qingli seen such an abundance. So many. The Empress widened her eyes and raised a slender finger, causing the incense to float into the air. But when the treasure hovered mid-air, it suddenly turned into nothingness, as if melting into the air. You! How dare you toy with me? Luo Qingli was furious. Just as she was about to strike Lai Feng with a heavy blow, she found her spiritual energy sluggish, and the nascent soul within her took on a pained expression. She sensed that something was terribly wrong and collapsed onto the phoenix throne. In an instant, her breathing grew rapid, and a wave of shame surged over her. Ha ha! Lai Feng dropped his disguise, revealing his fangs. Sneering, he slowly walked toward Luo Qingli, closer and closer. He gazed at the alluring curves the Empress revealed in her weakened state, took in her flushed face, and his eyes churned with undisguised greed as his Adam's apple unconsciously bobbed. Lai Feng, would you dare rebel? Luo Qingli mustered every last shred of strength just to form her words. And what if I do? Ha! The guards outside the door had long since inhaled the poisoned incense and dropped dead. Lai Feng made no effort to hide it. He walked up to the Empress, wrapped one arm around her slender waist, and slowly leaned in until he nearly kissed her. Shifting his lips to her ear, he whispered, "Premium dragon saliva incense. Did you really think there would be that much? Don't be naive." The room was now filled with drifting pink mist. The 100 sticks of dragon saliva incense were fake, nothing more than the transformation of a desire pill. Once the pill came into contact with the scent of the supreme-grade dragon saliva incense, it immediately vaporized. Any ordinary cultivator who breathed it in would burst apart and die on the spot. Only a master like the Empress at the late nascent soul stage could barely keep her spiritual power circulating. She would not die, but she was reduced to a limp heap at the mercy of others. Aren't you wondering why I'm fine? Lai Feng said softly and slyly, then stood up and laughed. Because I took the antidote. Ha! However, I lowered the dosage of the antidote. Now I'm feeling something strange myself. Only this way can we truly enjoy ourselves. As he spoke, Lai Feng's face reddened, he grew hot, and flustered, slowly losing his composure. You? Marry that trash from another race. I won't agree. You should belong to me. After tonight, I am the one who will truly be the imperial husband. Lai Feng roared madly, his hands already busy tearing off his own clothes. Seizing the moment, Luo Qingli sent a voice transmission to the being inside the heavenly soul pearl. Senior Ing may help me neutralize the poison, and I will repay you handsomely later. She had always been proud and defiant. How could she allow someone like him to defile her? But the poison of the desire pill was so severe that even a peak nascent soul expert could not dispel it in a short time. With no other options left, Luo Qingli could only turn to the remnant soul for help. Unexpectedly, Ying Mei's words shocked her. Why dispel it? The Yingli symbiosis art I gave you is precisely the kind that requires unbroken dual cultivation to attain perfection. This? Luo Qingli watched the bare-chested live foam draw closer and slip off her outer robe, restlessness rising in her heart. I can't just dual cultivate with anyone. If that's the only path, then I refuse to practice this art. I'll die to prove my will. As the Empress saw her clothes being removed one by one, her expression grew increasingly resolute, and she readied the stance to self-destruct her nascent soul. Don't be anxious. I won't leave you to your fate. You must dual cultivate, but not with this man. With that, Ying Mei's soul form emerged from the heavenly soul pearl. As she appeared, the main hall turned pitch black. The candle flames flickered violently, and the dragon's saliva incense then extinguished on its own. You? Who are you? Live foam stopped moving. At the mere sight of Ying Mei, his soul quaked, and a deathly chill surfaced in his eyes. Those who see my face cannot be allowed to live. Ying Mei spoke in a sinister, piercing voice. A terrifying smile formed on her dark wine-red lips. From her pitch-black eyes shot an enigmatic power that transcended the very existence of this world. With just a single look, it shattered Lai Feng's false nascent soul. At the half-step nascent soul level, annihilated his spirit and cast him into eternal slumber. Having done this, Ying Mei licked her fingertip, let out a comfortable hum, and returned to the heavenly soul pearl. In the main hall, all had calmed. The only sound left was Luo Qingli's strained, rapid breathing. As the drug's power invaded her body and reached its peak, she could no longer endure the craving surging through her flesh and burst out of the hall. At this moment, there is only him. The Empress struggled to keep her mind clear, her thoughts filled with Qin Ming, the glimpse he had caught of her body, and the warmth of their time together at the Spirit Spring. Though they had not met many times, her intuition told her this man might be destiny itself. A short while later, Luo Qingli slammed open the door to Qin Ming's room. Qin Ming had just finished his own medicinal bath. He was still sighing with regret. His attempt to break through to the late foundation establishment stage had just failed by only a hair's breadth. Before he could even put on his robes, the Empress barged in rudely. He was about to lash out at her, but then he saw Luo Qingli's disheveled garments, a hint of luminous white skin, and her face glowing red like a ripe apple. And when Luo Qingli saw Qin Ming standing there dumbfounded, her breath nearly stopped. The powerful muscles on Qin Ming's torso seemed to beckon to her. Those finely drawn lean lines stirred a tremor in her heart. Amid the flickering candlelight, her breathing grew heavier and heavier, her gaze fixed on the man, unable to pull away. The fierce, uncontrollable stirring in her heart made her lunge at Qin Ming, pressing him down, binding him, and dragging him onto the bed. The sudden attack caught Qin Ming completely off guard. He could have resisted, but a force drove him to draw close to Luo Qingli. His body was unflinchingly honest, offering no resistance as she bound him. Yes, just like that. Tie him up, and then. Ying Mei was wild and wanton. Her urgent tone made it seem as if she wished she were the one doing it herself. The door is still open. Qin Ming looked at Luo Qingli's peerless features, her spotless jade-like neck, and the surging, billowing twin peaks. The primal urge at the bottom of every man's heart was thoroughly ignited. The instant the Empress pressed her lips to his, Qin Ming produced the bone prison lock and bound himself and Luo Qingli together again. With bonds piled upon bonds, no one could separate them now. If we are going to do this, then let's do it completely. Heaven may be high and earth may be vast, but no one is greater than your husband. The candle flames danced and warmth filled the room. The restlessness born of the poison swept over them, both dissolving every barrier and every distinction of rank. Their breaths intertwined. In heaven and earth only each other remained. The night stretched long, and all tenderness melted into the hazy, flickering light. In the middle of the night, before dawn, Luo Qingli slowly opened her eyes. After lying with Qin Ming, the lingering poison of the dragon saliva incense had dissipated almost completely. The bone prison lock had long since come undone. She hurriedly rose and dressed. When she saw the trace of crimson on the bed under the candlelight, she finally knew that last night was not a dream. That felt great. Ying Mei's voice came from beside Luo Qingli's ear. She immediately checked her body and found that her cultivation at the late nascent soul stage had fully solidified. There was even a faint sign of a breakthrough toward the peak. In her 100 years of cultivation, she had never felt anything like it. Moreover, the brutal power of the remnant soul had diminished. The Yingli symbiosis art truly made a world of difference. Little girl. If you hadn't run into me, you would still be stuck at the peak of core formation, unable to form your nascent soul. At this stage, since you cultivate the Yingli symbiosis art that I created, your future is limitless. Even reaching that ethereal Wuji realm is not impossible. Hearing Ying Mei's words, Luo Qingli sighed deeply. Yes. Her parents had gone away when she was young, leaving her to be raised in the Qingli clan, and her natural talent was mediocre. If I hadn't met you, senior, I could never have formed my nascent soul, nor would I have won the election for the Demon Emperor. Lier will always remember your kindness. In the end, I will cultivate to the Source Palace realm you spoke of, and help you return to life. Luo Qingli pressed her red lips together, her tone earnest. She looked at Qin Ming, still sleeping soundly, then at the sky outside. Her face gradually turned cold. Lai Feng the Black Tiger tribe. There is no reason for them to exist any longer. With her cultivation restored, the first thing Luo Qingli did was to avenge her humiliation. To the north of the eastern Huanggu mountain range lay the Black Tiger tribe's territory. It was a stretch of rolling mountains full of rugged crags and steep peaks where the people were fierce and unyielding. On Hupa Mountain, Lishan, chief of the Black Tiger tribe, was holding an emergency meeting in the Great Hall. Also in the hall were a group of elders and his second son Lai Mu. Lishan sat on the high platform. He was powerfully built with coarse features, a tiger stripe mark on his forehead, a face thick with stiff, bristly whiskers, and an aura of savage might. Muir, say no more. Your father went through untold hardship to obtain the supreme-grade dragon saliva incense for Fomer. I suspect that by now he has already enjoyed the pleasures of the bedchamber to the fullest. Huh. Lishan laughed heartily, cutting off Lai Mu's words. As the Black Tiger tribe chief's second son, Lai Mu's cultivation was far inferior to Lai Feng's half-step nascent soul. He was merely at the mid-core formation stage. That was why from childhood to adulthood, he had never been valued by his father. The reason his cultivation progressed so slowly was that he loved helping the weak and spent his days refining pills to save lives. This time, when he had learned of his father and elder brother's treacherous plan, he had come specially to stop it. But who could have known that Lai Feng had already begun? An arrow once released cannot turn back. Lai Mu's heart turned to ashes, and he staggered backward a few steps. The Grand Elder saw the second young master's hollow expression and tried to comfort him. Rest assured, second young master. This matter was handled with the utmost secrecy. There is no way anyone will know. Exactly. It's because that Luo Qingli has always treated our tribe unfairly. She won't even let us guard the forbidden land, such a great honor, and instead gives it to that good-for-nothing Black Tortoise tribe. The second elder also consoled him. Oh, is that so? Suddenly a boom thundered outside the hall. Wind and clouds tore across the sky, azure feathers drifted down, and Luo Qingli's cold, interrogating voice rang out. The Empress descended from the sky in her imperial carriage, her vast sovereign might merging with boundless wrath to shroud the entire Black Tiger tribe. The murderous aura made the mountains themselves quake. Hearing the visitor's voice and overwhelming aura, Lishan was thoroughly shaken. The teacup in his hand fell with a crash, shattering into pieces. Limu, however, remained far more composed, as if all of this was destined to happen. Not daring to delay, Lishan quickly led the elders out of the hall to welcome her. With a wave of the Empress's delicate hand, the entirety of Hupa Mountain was enveloped in a barrier, leaving no way for anyone to escape. So it is Her Majesty the Empress visiting. Haha, tomorrow is the day of our clan-wide wedding celebration. I wonder what instructions bring you here so suddenly, in the dead of night. Lishan stepped to the forefront, bowing deeply to Luo Qingli. Forcing himself to remain calm, he offered a flattering smile and played dumb. I arrived a bit late just now, but I happened to hear an elder mention that this Empress has been unjust to the Black Tiger clan. The Empress parted her crimson lips, her voice sharp and piercing. Hearing this, Lishan's tense expression eased slightly. He felt incredibly fortunate that their initial conversation had not been overheard by the Empress. The second elder looked at the crowd around him, harboring grievances he could not voice. Seeing this, Lishan simply struck the second elder dead with a single palm strike. He then turned to Luo Qingli, bowing as he said, Haha, the second elder spoke with intolerable arrogance. Even if your Imperial Majesty had not come, I was already planning to execute him on the spot. The Empress let out a cold laugh, refusing to bandy words with him any longer. She directly announced the news of Liefeng's rebellion and subsequent death to everyone. Lishan, were you aware of this? Luo Qingli's gaze was razor-sharp, staring straight at the patriarch of the Black Tiger clan, as if she might execute him in the very next second. What? That rebellious wretch. How utterly treasonous. Lishan have no such son. Empress, please forgive us. This was entirely Liefeng's doing alone. It has nothing to do with me, nor does it concern the Black Tiger clan. Please look into this with your sagacity. Lishan feigned utter shock, offering a barrage of explanations to completely absolve himself of any blame. At this moment, Limu suddenly stepped forward. He followed his father's example by kneeling, turning a remorseful gaze toward the Empress. Just as Lishan assumed Limu was also going to plead for mercy, the latter spoke up. Limu is guilty. I failed to stop my father and elder brother in time from. Before he could finish his sentence, Lishan struck him, knocking him unconscious with a dull thud. He then added with a heavy sigh, Your Imperial Majesty may not be aware, but recently my son Muir has lost his mind. I wonder if his madness somehow influenced Fonger, leading to such foolish actions. Luo Qingli had originally intended to slaughter the Black Tiger clan to vent her wrath, but Lishan's acting was so flawless that she temporarily lacked a justifiable reason to hold them accountable. Furthermore, Lai Feng had not uttered a single word about his own clan before his death. If she insisted on a massacre now, it would surely fail to command the respect of the public. Sensing Luo Qingli's hesitation, Lishan immediately added, Moreover, tomorrow is the day of your Imperial Majesty's grand wedding. If my worthless son's actions were to stain your hands on this night of all nights, Lishan would deserve 10,000 deaths. Upon second thought, Luo Qingli decided it was best to seek auspiciousness on the eve of her wedding. She could always investigate this matter later. Very well. The Black Tiger clan's tribute of spirit stones shall be tripled for the next 3 years. With those words, a single azure feather in Luo Qingli's hand transformed into countless sword chi, instantly obliterating 1,000,000 chi condensation disciples of the Black Tiger clan to appease her lingering wrath. However, this action made Lizhan grind his teeth in sheer hatred. This move essentially severed their roots, threatening to halt the growth of the Black Tiger clan indefinitely. Do you have any objections? As long as you are pleased. Hearing the Empress's interrogation, Lizhan managed to squeeze out a strained smile, replying in a quiet voice. Before long, the Empress departed. Lizhan returned to the Grand Hall in a towering rage. He then summoned all the elders and every powerhouse of the core formation stage and above within the clan to conspire in a secret chamber atop Hoopa Mountain. An hour later, Lizhan emerged and proclaimed, "All clansmen immediately gather everyone who is dissatisfied with the Empress marrying a useless foreigner and form the Emperor-slaying alliance." Lizhan clenched his fists, no longer holding back his strength as he prepared to enter secluded cultivation to break through to the late nascent soul stage. However, before doing so, the Grand Elder introduced him to a mysterious powerhouse, and the two reached a secret understanding. On the day of the grand wedding, early morning, Qin Ming slowly opened his eyes and felt his bare body. The woman beside him had already departed. Only the faint, ethereal scent of ambergris remained, assuring him that Luo Qingli was now his woman. Though he did not know why she had been so impulsive last night, now that it had happened, he would naturally take full responsibility. The title of the Emperor's husband is now truly fitting. Qin Ming chuckled self-deprecatingly and began to examine his physical condition. What? The peak of foundation establishment. Qin Ming was thoroughly shocked when he perceived his cultivation realm. Last night, despite exhausting all his efforts, he had failed to break through to the late stage of foundation establishment. Yet now, after a mere night's sleep, he had ascended 2 realms. Seeing his astonishment, Wang Dingding's spiritual form darted out, circling around Qin Ming. Isn't this all thanks to me? During your dual cultivation, I sensed an extremely malevolent force within that woman. Halfway through his words, Qin Ming interjected, "Oh, and so, there must be a powerful entity residing within her." The backlash of the 5 spirits that day was likely suppressed by that very presence as well. However, I can sense that it seems to desperately require the righteous force to help suppress its turbulence. Hearing Wang Dingding's explanation, Qin Ming finally understood. During their dual cultivation, Luo Qingli had quietly borrowed the righteous force from the Wenjie compass. Through this exchange, it had conversely enhanced the heretical energy of the demonic path he cultivated. Qin Ming retrieved the demonic seal of annihilation and saw that a pattern of the force of annihilation had formed upon it, materialized by the dense heretical energy. The more force of annihilation he possessed, the faster Qin Ming's own cultivation realm would rise. Thus, dual cultivation brought him nothing but immense benefits. Having figured this out, Qin Ming stood up and stretched. Since last night, the barrier outside the side palace had been rearranged by Luo Qingli. While outsiders still could not enter, Qin Ming was now free to come and go as he pleased. "Young master, it is time to depart." Yunshi's voice echoed from outside the room. Qin Ming waved his hand to open the door, but forgot to cover the bedsheets. When Yunshi entered to tidy his bed, the first thing she saw was that stain of dark crimson. A flush of crimson quietly crept up her beautiful face, spreading all the way to the tips of her ears. She quickly gathered the bedsheet to hide the stain. Cough, cough. Only then did Qin Ming realize he had forgotten to clean up, clearing his throat in embarrassment. "It is fine, young master, I understand. From this day forth you are a true man." The blush on Yunshi's face faded as she teased him instead. The usually cold-faced Qin Ming rubbed his nose and nodded with a smile. Qin Ming quickly changed the subject, inquiring, "What are the arrangements next?" Yunshi then explained the wedding rituals and procedures of the demon clan to him. Essentially, the emperor's husband would ride atop 100 twilight Qilin beasts to parade around Tianyao City, before proceeding to the Diuan Pavilion adjacent to the imperial palace, where the empress would be waiting to wed him. This ritual symbolized forging a fateful bond and growing old together. An hour later, Qin Ming was already riding atop the leading Qilin beast. With the nascent soul stage Qilin at the center, leading them, the 100 Qilin appeared in the outer city of Tianyao. Wherever they passed, myriad spirits bowed in reverence and hundreds of birds hovered around them as golden light and auspicious mist blanketed the earth. The grand Qilin procession crossed the territory, rendering the wedding's magnificence and nobility unparalleled and infinitely romantic. Yet amidst such a magnificent spectacle, the cultivators showed absolutely no interest, each of them wearing a cold and sullen expression. Those with low cultivation could be ignored, but any who deemed themselves somewhat powerful either spat where the Qilin beasts passed or threw rotten vegetable leaves at them. "On the master's grand wedding, these people look like they deserve to die," Wu Wang said indignantly. From the moment he was summoned, Qin Ming had become the master he would defend even at the cost of his life. This absolute loyalty also made Qin Ming realize that it was indeed best to summon beings with high intelligence to prevent any potential backlash. "Who goes there ahead? Step aside." Suddenly, as they passed through the outer city gates, the captain of the Imperial Palace Guard responsible for security on the perimeter of the Qilin procession bellowed. Yunshi dismounted from one of the Qilin beasts to investigate. A purple-robed man covered in dirt with his dark hair in disarray stumbled and collapsed in front of the procession. Limo. Yunshi cried out in surprise. How did the second young master of the Black Tiger clan end up here in such a wretched state? Today the Emperor's husband and Her Majesty the Empress are in danger. Before Limu could even pick himself up, he urgently blurted out. That is the second young master of the Black Tiger clan. Word has it that Lai Shan threw him into the dungeons last night. Could he have escaped? Overhearing the crowd's murmurs, Qin Ming had a rough idea of what had transpired. Lai Mu did not seem to be there deliberately to cause trouble or obstruct. Qin Ming voluntarily offered a few restorative pills and ordered his men to bring the youth before him. Many thanks, Lord Consort. Lai Mu already feels far better. Lai Mu clasped his hands and bowed to Qin Ming. Tell me as we walk. Qin Ming granted him permission to ride one of the Qilins at his side. He had long anticipated that today would not be peaceful. No matter what happened, he must not delay the auspicious hour of the wedding. Lai Mu composed himself, then recounted everything that had happened the night before, and how he had fled his own clan to rush here with the warning. As he listened, Qin Ming sent a telepathic message to Xie Xing. After all, Xie Xing had once been Lai Feng's attendant and ought to know something of the plan. Lai Mu's words ring true. I once heard the young master, Lai Feng, say that if an assassination of the Lord Consort before the wedding failed, he would act personally and beat everyone to the mark. That should match everything that followed. Xie Xing held nothing back, the implication being clear that Lai Mu had not lied. Moments later, Lai Mu laid bare everything, including how the Black Tiger clan had secretly formed an alliance afterward, in exhaustive detail. The Emperor-slaying alliance. Interesting. Qin Ming nodded toward Lai Mu. That such a benevolent soul existed among the demon clans made him reconsider his impression of this realm. 2 more hours later, Qin Ming finally arrived before the Diyuan Pavilion. Along the way, the Imperial Guards had dealt with quite a few demon cultivators who rushed forth to their doom. Fortunately, no major uprising broke out, and they arrived on time. Qin Ming looked out. The towering Diyuan Pavilion hung, suspended among the cloud cliffs. Colored silk ribbons filled the sky, auspicious light coiled through the air, and the vast cloud terrace before the pavilion was carpeted with gilded immortal mats. Leaders of every demon clan arrived one after another. Fox spirit fairy maidens swept by with fluttering robes, bear clan titans moved with immense brawny frames, the avian race wheeled through the clouds. All manner of demon cultivators lined up on both sides, presenting congratulatory gifts in unison. Yet most eye-catching of all were the battle arrays of the 4 great royal clans around the Diyuan Pavilion. To the north, the Black Tiger clan. Lai Shan led a host of experts astride Black Tigers' heads, held high, their presence imposing and awe-inspiring. To the west, the Mystic Turtle clan. Chieftain Xian Mo wore a dark cyan turtle shell robe, his aura deep and weighty. Behind him, Xian Bing led a host of Turtle clan experts in formation. To the south, the Silver Wolf clan, the most sycophantic of all. Their chieftain Wu Qi had a few tufts of silver hair on his head, and kept bowing obsequiously as he led his disciples in greeting the guests. Meanwhile, the Qingli clan, the Empress's own kin, had their chieftain Luo Xian, a peak nascent soul expert, his temples already streaked with white. A kind smile graced his aged countenance. When the 100-beast Qilin arrived, the Qingli clan members outdid themselves in stirring up the atmosphere. In an instant, joyous cries filled the hall, countless demon cultivators clasped their hands in congratulations. Auspicious energy suffused heaven and earth, heralding a wedding of unprecedented grandeur. Yet the more fervent the atmosphere grew, the more unsettled Qin Ming became. This festive mood was likely stage-managed by hired actors. Had he not witnessed the demon clan's murmur and discontent along the way, he might have believed it himself. According to Lai Mu, Lai Shan would inevitably make a sudden move at some point. But Qin Ming could hardly expose the plot and stir up trouble on the very day of the wedding, spoiling Luo Qingli's joy. He could only bide his time and watch how events unfolded. The auspicious hour is at hand. Invite the Empress into the pavilion. Luo Xian presided in person, his voice resounding. Rosy clouds scattered their light across the sky as the Empress descended slowly onto the cloud terrace of Diyuan Pavilion in a gilded carriage. Her crimson phoenix robe unfurled in the wind, myriad rays of auspicious qi swirling about her. Her exquisite makeup rendered her beauty unsurpassed in all the world, and the overwhelming majesty of her descent struck awe into every heart. Qin Ming was no exception. The thought that he had shared an intimate night with such a beauty last night felt like a dream. Luo Qingli cast a covert glance at Qin Ming, then walked gracefully into the pavilion and took her seat. All eyes converged upon her. Their goddess was about to embrace her marriage vow. Invite the Lord Consort into the pavilion. Before Luo Xian's voice even faded, Qin Ming was already leaping to his feet. He knew that the final step of the wedding ceremony was the kiss, and he could hardly wait. At that moment, amid the crowd's clamor, a discordant voice suddenly cut through. That trash from the Xuangu clan. What right does he have to be our Lord Consort? At first the voice was isolated, yet within a few breaths the chorus of dissent grew ever louder. The Empress marrying an outsider is an act of betrayal. She is unworthy of the throne. Exactly. If Luo Qingli insists on marrying him, don't blame us for rising in rebellion. The rioters gathered in growing numbers as if by premeditation. From Tianyao City and every demon city great and small countless clan members surged madly toward the Diyuan Pavilion. It's coming. Lai Mu, still seated on the Qilin, frowned at the scene. Lai Shan frowned as well, glaring fixedly at Lai Mu, cursing himself for not personally slaying this wayward son last night. Before long, dark clouds pressed down from the sky. Wakuin, the great elder of the Black Tiger clan, led a host of experts from the Emperor-slaying alliance racing toward them. In just half a night the alliance had amassed millions upon millions of cultivators, far more than Lai Shan had expected. At the sight of the vast army, Lai Shan dropped all pretense and signaled for Wakuin to come to his side. In that instant the colossal force packed the area north of the Diyuan Pavilion, their momentum overwhelming cries of chastisement rolling forth in endless waves. Luo Qingli was forced to rise from within the pavilion and step to the threshold, her entire bearing sharp and icy. She regretted that she had been deceived last night by the petty Lai Shan and had not simply annihilated the Black Tiger clan. Such a grave disaster had thus befallen today. Lai Shan. The Empress's beautiful face blazed with fury. She was about to unleash a torrent of curses when Qin Ming raised a hand, bidding her return to her seat. Luo Qingli caught the look Qin Ming sent her, as if to say, no need to be angry, I am here. With Qin Ming present, the Empress felt inexplicably reassured, and the anger on her face eased by several degrees. Then obediently she truly returned to her phoenix throne. Seeing this, the alliance members immediately jeered. Luo Qingli has been bewitched by Qin Ming. Any clansman who still possesses a conscience should unite and slay this pair of accursed dogs. Lai Shan stroked his beard continuously as he looked at Xian Mo and Wu Qi. Xian Mo, Wu Qi. If you repent now, there is still time. Otherwise I'll slaughter you both as well. Lai Shan pointed at them and drew a finger across his throat. Wu Qi grew uneasy, glancing at the Empress, and then at Lai Shan, uncertain which way to choose. Xian Mo, by contrast, remained resolute and unyielding. He cursed at Lai Shan. Since when do rebels sound so self-righteous? Our mystic turtle clan has served Her Majesty loyally for generations. Whoever would move against the sovereign must first step over our corpses. Well said. Hearing Xian Mo's words, Qin Ming clapped. Unexpectedly, the mystic turtle chieftain shot Qin Ming a cold glance and added, as for Qin Ming, he is indeed an outsider, weak in cultivation and unworthy of his station. How you deal with him is none of our concern. Oh. Qin Ming's expression froze instantly upon hearing this. Xian Mo had been sneering at Qin Ming, but in the next moment his eyes stared blankly straight ahead. Death to all who defy me. For just then only Xian Mo could see it. Qin Ming's defiant bearing, the devilish oppressive might radiating from him. With a single glare, Xian Mo's soul suffered a grievous blow. Father, what's wrong? Xian Bing hurried forward to support him. That was a divine sense attack, something only nascent soul experts can do. Xian Mo was shaken to the core. Xian Mo, a cultivator at the mid-nascent soul stage, had been utterly defenseless against the previous strike, leaving him deeply convinced that Qin Ming was in supreme powerhouse, concealing his true cultivation. He immediately retracted his previous words, hurriedly bowing deeply with his fists clasped before Qin Ming. This old one begs your forgiveness, divine husband. It was my short-sightedness. In this battle, I shall exert every ounce of my strength to ensure your safety. In merely a few breaths, Xian Mo had uttered two diametrically opposite statements, leaving everyone present exchanging bewildered glances. Xian Bing even stepped forward, touching his father's forehead. Father, are you quite all right? Qin Ming's lips curled into a cold sneer. Wu Wang had silently disguised itself as him and launched an unseen attack upon Xian Mo's divine sense. The ruse had proven remarkably effective, and Qin Ming found himself deeply impressed. Since that is the case, our Zhudi Alliance's 10 million strong army shall begin its massacre. Do not say I failed to warn you. Lai Shan spoke with harsh tones, but Luo Xian merely chuckled and countered. Might I ask, Chief Lai Shan, what grants you such confidence? Is it solely because you have recently broken through to the late nascent soul stage? Indeed, at that moment the chiefs of all three royal clans were present, each a top-tier nascent soul cultivator within the demon race. With their clans' vast numbers, even if they merely stalled for time, reinforcements from their home territories would soon arrive. Thus, even a 10 million strong army held no fear for them. Who could have anticipated, however, that Lai Shan would throw his head back and laugh uproariously, only to lower it and speak three words, come forth. Instantly the void trembled as 7 mighty presences simultaneously shattered through the cloud cover. The 7 generals of the Xiangu clan's war division descended clad in ancient battle armor, with cold gleaming weapons, positioning themselves at 7 distinct cardinal points. A grim martial aura enveloped the area, causing the numerous demon clan cultivators present to unconsciously hold their breath. Upon witnessing their appearance, Luo Qingli slammed her palm heavily against the armrest of her phoenix throne. Lai Shan has lost his mind, daring to collude with outsiders. The 7 generals of the war division. In Qin Ming's memory, they were the main force of the Xian Gu clan's war faction. Each possessed the strength of an early nascent soul cultivator, and when fighting in unison utilizing their formidable body-refining arts, they had once slain an opponent at the peak of nascent soul. The Xian Gu clan was actually willing to spend such a heavy price, sending them all the way. The sudden appearance of these outsiders caused members of the Zhudi alliance to question themselves, wondering if their actions had been right after all. Yet sowing discord among the masses was precisely Lai Shan's forte. Fear not, everyone. The 7 generals of the war division have surrendered to my Black Tiger clan. They now follow my commands, and will do nothing to harm the demon race. Hearing this, the assembled cultivators gradually calmed down. That fool. The surrender is a lie, the exploitation is the truth. Wang Dingding drawled out, his tone dripping with scorn. How could Qin Ming not know this? However, his eyes were now thoroughly stained with killing intent. To bully the Empress was tantamount to bullying his wife, a transgression he could simply not tolerate. Consequently, the situation on the battlefield took a sharp, dangerous turn. Xian Mo Wuqi, you two are merely at the mid-nascent soul stage. With all the elders of my clan present here, dealing with the 2 of you is more than enough. Luo Xian, though you stand at the peak of nascent soul, you still cannot match the 7 generals of the war division. As for Luo Qingli, I shall deal with her personally. He then cast another glance at the 10 million-strong Zhudi alliance army, and burst into wild laughter once more. Moreover, with 1 million troops arrayed here, it is high time that the sovereign of the demon race changed. Xian Mo and Luo Xian wore tense expressions. Indeed, the situation now appeared rather thorny. Meanwhile, sensing the tide turning against them, Wu Qi kept his head lowered and slowly drifted northward. Just as he was about to defect, someone seized his arm. Chief, do not. Qin Ming is a top-tier powerhouse. The one who grabbed him was none other than Xiao Tian, who rapidly recounted everything that had transpired at the 8 Hells that day to Wu Qi. Wu Qi immediately halted his steps. He had indeed heard rumors about that day's events, and combined with Xian Mo's bizarre reaction just now, he came to believe Xiao Tian's words without a shred of doubt. Grinning awkwardly, he slowly shuffled back toward where Qin Ming stood. Qin Ming naturally observed this man's movement and shook his head with a faint scoff. Behind him, a flicker of worry crossed Luo Qingli's face. She was just about to rise when Qin Ming extended his hand palm, facing downward, and pressed it down gently. With merely that simple gesture, the Empress understood perfectly. She would eagerly watch to see how her future husband would resolve this predicament. Friend Lai, it seems you overlooked one person. Qin Ming, no longer concealing his abilities, made the first move. Oh, could it be that this old man simply forgot about a Foundation establishment trash like you? Upon hearing this, the members of the Zhudi alliance laughed uncontrollably, their joy stemming solely from Qin Ming's humiliation. However, Lai Mu could no longer remain seated quietly on the sidelines. Father, please stop. Do not let the Black Tiger clan bear the stigma of rebellion. Slap. Lai Shan let out a snort through his nose, and without another word delivered a palm strike through the air, instantly knocking Lai Mu unconscious. Qin Ming then signaled Yun Shi to take Lai Mu away for recovery. To deal with all of you, one person is more than enough. Spoken in a calm, detached tone from Qin Ming's lips, the assembled crowd fell stunned for a moment before erupting into thunderous uproar. So Luo Qingli has picked up a megalomaniac trying to deceive the world with nothing but his mouth. I am also at the peak of Foundation establishment. I could fight a nascent soul cultivator too. Truly ungrateful. With our 10 million strong army, one spit from each man would be enough to drown this bastard. For the Empress to ally with this guy suggests her mind is addled as well. We have followed him for years in vain. A barrage of curses rained down upon him, but Qin Ming smiled instead of growing angry. His right hand formed a 2-finger seal, gathering immense spiritual energy. Insolent. Silence, extinction finger. Standing firm on the spot, Qin Ming pointed a single finger toward the massive army. In the blink of an eye, the 10 million souls collapsed into merely 3 million. A rain of corpses plummeted from the heavens, piling up to the height of a mountain. Many among them still bore frozen expressions of mockery, their eyes refusing to close even in death. Having completed the single finger strike, Qin Ming casually blew upon his fingertip and rested his hand behind his back. That is much quieter now. He relaxed his furrowed brows, a smile blooming at the corners of his mouth. Everything had unfolded too swiftly for Lai Shan to react. This entire expanse of heaven and earth had shifted from raucous mockery to utter silence in merely a single breath. This. Nearly everyone present simultaneously widened their eyes in sheer disbelief. All cultivators at the peak of Foundation establishment and below had been utterly annihilated. This was achieved with merely a single strike. The individuals that the elders of the Black Tiger clan had laboriously gathered could not even withstand one move. Elder Patriarch Wakuin found it impossible to accept his Dao heart shattering in an instant. One could hardly blame him. Finding so many people within such a short time frame was already remarkable in itself. The vast majority of the 10 million army consisted of Qi condensation and Foundation establishment cultivators. Core formation disciples generally knew how to protect their flocks and would not recklessly expose themselves to perilous situations. Among the remaining 3,2,900,000 were ordinary mortals who had never cultivated forcibly conscripted merely to pad the ranks. As for the remaining mortals you may leave. Those who stay shall die. Qin Ming spoke these words softly, and the mortals immediately scattered in flight. In the next instant the Zhudi alliance was left with only 100,000 elite soldiers. From 10 million down to 100,000 the tide of battle was instantly reversed. The tactic of overwhelming numbers was completely futile against Qin Ming. Excellent. Long live the divine husband. The disciples of the Qingli clan breathed a long sigh of relief and began to cheer him on. Qin Ming cast a chilling gaze upon Lai Shan. His entire body radiated killing intent, and his passive ability activated, increasing his attack power by 30%. Friend Lai, do you believe now that one person is sufficient? Hearing Qin Ming's sarcastic remark, Lai Shan had already grown somewhat flustered. The 7 generals of the war division, however, being seasoned veterans of slaughter, maintained expressionless faces and intoned deeply. Qin Ming returned to the Xiangu clan at once. Return to the Xiangu clan. Qin Ming paused for a moment. The Xiangu clan belonged to his predecessor, and was the faction his predecessor had sworn allegiance to, but that predecessor was already dead. The current Qin Ming owed allegiance to no one but himself. To marry the demon race's female emperor meant remaining loyal to his wife and ensuring her safety. From this day forward, he was a person of the demon race. Seeing that Qin Ming offered no reply, the 7 generals of the war division immediately launched a combined strike. 7 stars plunge into the sea. Look quickly, that is the signature technique of the 7 generals of the war division. Any movement beneath the nascent soul stage will be incinerated upon contact. Facing a strike capable of slaying a nascent soul, peak expert Qin Ming stepped lightly upon the empty air, his upper lip curling slightly upward as he spread both arms outward simultaneously. Is this it? A demonic voice rumbled forth from his throat. Qin Ming spread his arms wide. From his left, billowing demonic mist surged forth as light and shadow warped, and Wu Wang emerged sinister and beguiling. The 7 generals of the war department swelled in stature. Besides being nascent soul cultivators, their physical bodies had reached the 5-star body refinement stage. The Xuangu tribe's body refinement arts had fully 7 stars. Even after Qin Ming broke through to the peak of foundation establishment, he had never managed to reach 4 stars. All because his predecessor's status in the tribe's ritual department had been too low, leaving him with only a 3-star remnant of the technique. The 7 generals each produced their long spears, gathering the spear tips together. Sparks burst forth in all directions, giving rise to 7 points of starfire. The starfires slowly linked together, gradually transforming into a ring of thunder and flame. Within the ring, searing magma erupted and surged straight toward Qin Ming. But just as the magma reached him, a crimson light flashed within the black mist to his left. Wu Wang, whose features were formed by 7 stars with a ghastly visage, raised a single hand and caught all the magma. Then he actually devoured the magma, whole scorching flames kindling at the corners of his mouth. Ah, delicious. Demons, they adore fire the most. Hearing Wu Wang's beguiling voice, the 7 generals of the war department finally showed a flicker of unease. They exchanged glances and said, "What kind of monster is this?" While the 7 generals were stunned, the 2,000 evil puppets on Qin Ming's right also descended with a thunderous impact. At their head, Xiexing had already reached the mid-nascent soul stage. Unexpected. This evil puppet vessel suits my nightmare clone art so well that this old man even broke through another realm. Xiexing's hoarse voice was filled with delight. In his heart, he knew he had chosen the right master. Qin Ming took out the storage pouches of those criminals from the 8 hells and distributed all manner of magical instruments evenly among the evil puppets to bolster their combat power. Lai Shan finally recovered from the shock of the corpse rain. Seeing the 2,000 evil puppets, he no longer panicked and immediately commanded the remaining 100,000 core formation cultivators to surround Qin Ming on all sides. Counting numbers. I still outmatch you. Lai Shan pointed at Qin Ming's nose, seething with indignation. This time, however, it was Xian Mo and Wu Qi below who cried out in astonishment. For they discovered with shock that those 2,000 evil puppets were all at the half-step nascent soul stage. By attaching his nightmare clones to evil puppets that possessed not a trace of spiritual power, Xiexing could instead unleash tremendous strength, this time manifesting at a level extremely close to his true body's cultivation. I've cultivated the nightmare art for centuries, and I've never fought such a rich battle. Seeing the 100,000 core formation cultivators, Xiexing charged straight at them, as if he had spotted a feast. As for those cultivators, the saying that all beneath the nascent soul stage are but ants echoed endlessly through their minds. They glanced at one another, knowing that even half-step nascent soul foes were beyond their power to oppose. For a time, the scene was like an eagle catching chicks. The 2,000 evil puppets slaughtered wantonly, while the 100,000-strong army fled in panic. Hellforge Grand Array activate. Leave none alive. Qin Ming bellowed, releasing 9 dragon beasts and offering up the spirit array. Everything north of Diwen Pavilion was engulfed in a shroud of blood mist. Qin Ming, you whelp. You go too far. Sword of Divine Sense. Lai Shan roared, directly summoning his nascent soul Divine Sense and condensing it into a sword, seeking to extinguish Qin Ming's soul in a single strike. Why were nascent soul cultivators strong? Was it not precisely because their Divine Sense attacks could instantly slay those of lower realms? No one understood this principle better than Qin Ming. But right now Wu Wang was tangled up with the 7 generals of the War Department. This strike he could only rely on himself. Annihilation Demon Seal. Qin Ming swiftly produced the Demon Seal and fused its materialized power of annihilation into his Sea of Consciousness. Within his Sea of Consciousness, just as Lai Shan's Sword of Divine Sense was about to strike dead center between Qin Ming's souls, brows, the power of annihilation arrived in time and shielded his soul. After a brief stalemate, the Sword of Divine Sense shattered inch by inch. Instead, Lai Shan's head spun and his soul suffered damage. I don't care what sorcery you used. Today your death is certain. Lai Shan's furious roar shook the heavens. He surged back into the fray, unleashing his innate divine ability, the 9 Abyss soul-devouring tiger storm. Instantly, pitch-black tiger winds swept across the 4 directions, immense, devouring force sealing heaven and earth, while countless ferocious tiger silhouettes materialized out of thin air, tearing at all spiritual energy. Qin Ming remained unhurried. He slowly produced the Blood Moon Black Banner and the baleful Qi Dragon Twister. As the banner waved, the sky darkened and a blood moon rose out of nowhere. Its sanguine, baleful moonlight ceaselessly poured into the Annihilation Demon Seal. Qin Ming returned the power of annihilation to the Demon Seal. When Lai Shan's storm came howling in, the power of annihilation joined with Qin Ming's baleful Qi Dragon Twister to forcibly suppress the tempest. The Hellforge Grand Array was also empowered by the sanguine, baleful moonlight. As Qin Ming formed hand seals, the Dragon Ruin's spirit thundered into existence. The primordial golden dragon charged at Lai Shan and lashed out with its divine dragon tail. Lai Shan was too occupied controlling the soul-devouring tiger storm, and the single strike struck him dead center in the chest. In that fleeting instant, when the storm stalled, Qin Ming knew his chance had come. He summoned the demon dragon within the Annihilation Demon Seal and swiftly devoured the storm divine ability. Lai Shan vomited great gouts of blood. Knowing his defeat was certain, a cruel and desperate light flashed in his eyes. He abruptly activated a forbidden art, and with a thunderous blast destroyed his own physical body. His mighty flesh instantly erupted into a sky-filling mist of blood. Sinews, bones, blood vessels, and tiger power all collapsed into nothingness, while a violent shockwave swept across the entire battlefield. Only a single resplendent, translucent nascent soul shot into the air. Borrowing the terrifying residual force of the self-destructing body, it instantly locked onto Qin Ming's vital aura, forcibly seized control of the battle, and dragged Qin Ming into a deadly stalemate. Inside the pavilion, Luo Qingli hurried to the doorway, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on the battle. She bit her rosy lips, and the hand clutching her garment trembled slightly. Qin Ming, can you really pull this off? She murmured softly, already prepared. If Qin Ming showed even the slightest sign of danger, she would charge in herself. Boom. With a deafening crash, dust erupted violently from where Qin Ming stood. After a few breaths, the dust dispersed. The Hellforge Grand Array was gone, and all the magical treasures Qin Ming had offered up had vanished as well. Even Qin Ming himself had disappeared. All that remained was Lai Shan's nascent soul clenching its fist in celebration. This old man threw himself into the game and turned the tide. At last I've killed Qin Ming. As long as the nascent soul doesn't die and my origin remains, this old man is fine. Fellow Taoist Lai, isn't that a bit too optimistic? The moment the words left Lai Shan's mouth, Qin Ming's voice echoed through the air. Lai Shan's tiger body jolted, and he looked wildly around. In an inconspicuous corner, an ancient bronze compass suddenly blazed with golden light. Qin Ming leaped out from within his body, completely unscathed. The moment Qin Ming appeared, Lai Shan stared with wide, disbelieving eyes. He formed a core. No, it's the false core stage. With that single strike, Qin Ming not only survived, but had also used the cover of the dust to quietly break through by one minor realm. Having cultivated for 1,000 years, Lai Shan had never seen such a freak. The sheer number of magical treasures on Qin Ming's person astounded the entire demon race. More and more demon cultivators gathered at the periphery to watch the excitement, including quite a few who had spat and thrown vegetables at Qin Ming during his patrols. Watching the battle unfold, a chill ran down their spines. Having devoured the divine ability of a late nascent soul powerhouse, the Annihilation Demon Seal faintly condensed a second mark of annihilation power, prompting the first nascent outline of a golden core to appear in Qin Ming's dantian. Seeing that he had utterly failed, Lai Shan's nascent soul cast a sidelong glance and attempted to flee, only to be seized by Qin Ming's palm. Hey, mine. Wang Dingding's voice rang out, and Qin Ming casually tossed the nascent soul into the compass. With the battle here concluded, the crowd finally turned their attention to the 7 generals of the War Department. They're the 7 early nascent soul powerhouses who had once been so imposing were trembling all over, some even involuntarily leaking fluid from below. All of this was because they had realized that sometimes their comrades were not comrades but enemies, and their enemies sometimes were comrades. In an instant, mutual suspicion consumed them, and their cohesion was shattered. Qin Ming's face showed a hint of mockery as he looked at Wu Wang, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. He thought to himself, did they truly believe a remnant soul of a demon god was mere decoration? This battle was exactly the tempo the myriad phantasm illusion demon loved most. Stop playing around. Kill them quickly. At Qin Ming's command, Wu Wang dropped his playful expression and began to bare his fangs. That 7 stars diving into the sea technique was quite good. Let this demon try an enhanced version. Wu Wang no longer toyed with the 7 people. Stepping back a few meters, 7 spears manifested in his hands. The moment the spear tips collided, Wu Wang roared, "Wu Wang, Heavenly Calamity." This was one of the 3 great divine abilities of the myriad manifestations phantom demon. The instant he activated this power, thunder and lightning raged in the sky, all striking down at the spear tips. After the thunderous boom, 7 flames sparked into life. Empowered by Heavenly Calamity, they could no longer be called mere starfire. They had become 7 massive fireballs. The fireballs, laced with lightning power, converged into a flaming thunder ring and smashed into the 7 generals of the battle division at extreme speed. Bang! A crisp sound echoed. Each time the flaming thunder ring struck a person, their physique burst like a popped balloon. In almost no time, only the nascent souls of the 7 generals of the battle division remained frozen in place. That was satisfying. What a pity I can't replicate it after leaving combat, or it would have become my 4th great divine ability. The myriad manifestations phantom demon lamented. This was also the drawback of having become a remnant soul. Meanwhile, Xie Xing led the battle puppets to slaughter the 100,000-strong army to extinction. The leader of the 7 generals of the battle division, witnessing this scene, quickly crushed a communication pearl, sending word of what had happened back to his clan. Having completed this, he was about to lead his brothers to flee when Qin Ming teleported in front of him in an instant. Grasping his throat, he sneered coldly, "The old Qin Ming is dead. As for me, from this day forward, I am a member of the demon clan. Tell your master that if any member of the Xuangu tribe dares to set foot into the demon clan again, they shall be slain without mercy." The demon clan members, seeing how fiercely Qin Ming was defending them, began to feel favorable toward him. 2 individuals suddenly emerged from the Green Spirit Lion tribe and began inciting everyone to chant, "Mighty Emperor Consort. We love our Emperor Consort." Seeing someone take the lead, more and more cultivators started echoing the cheers. "The Emperor Consort alone is more than enough." The sound spread throughout the entire demon clan. Wu Qi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Today he had almost ruined his prestigious reputation. Xian Mo didn't even dare to meet Qin Ming's gaze the entire time. This superficial foundation establishment cultivator was truly too astonishing. As for the leader, amidst the roars of celebration, he furrowed his brows and glared threateningly at Qin Ming, saying, "You have betrayed your clan. One day Lord Sherpu will personally kill you. We, the 7 generals of the battle division, would rather die than surrender." Having spoken, the 7 of them in unison exploded their nascent souls. "This is bad." Qin Ming's brows furrowed. If 7 early-stage nascent soul experts simultaneously detonated themselves, the UN pavilion would likely be blown to ruins as well. But in the face of such devastating explosions, he could only remain unharmed by retreating into the Wanjia compass. Yet if he did so, this wedding might as well be called off. Just as he hesitated, a crack suddenly split open in the void before him. Mist and clouds swirled within the rift as a white-robed elder stepped forth leisurely upon the clouds. His posture was relaxed and ethereal, exuding not a trace of oppressive pressure. "When did our demon clan's core territory allow you people to enter?" His gentle, yet weathered features softened as he spoke quietly. With a sweep of his massive hand, he casually tore another rift in the void, sending the nascent souls of the 7 generals of the battle division directly into it. He effortlessly tore through space and diverted the explosion. This elder's cultivation has surpassed the nascent soul realm. Qin Ming unceremoniously pocketed the storage bags of the 7 generals. Observing the elder's gaze fixed upon him, his fingertips tightened slightly and his Adam's apple bobbed. This was the most terrifying powerhouse he had encountered since descending into the demon realm. "Master, don't be nervous. He hasn't reached soul transformation." Wang Dingding revealed the truth, and Qin Ming's heart settled as he carefully appraised the man once more. Indeed, a soul transformation realm expert possessed an extraordinary bearing. Their heaven-reaching intent could slay others unseen. For ordinary people, merely catching a glimpse could grant them an epiphany on the Tao. But this person's temperament fell somewhat short of that standard, likely half-step soul transformation. That is Elder Yuk. Yes, I'm not mistaken. Welcome Elder Yuk back to the clan. Luo Xian, Xian Mo, and Wu Qi all raised their brows simultaneously. Elder Yuk usually loved traveling the world and hadn't returned in several hundred years. They had presumed him dead, wondering why he would suddenly appear today. Though unable to fathom it, the 3 immediately led their clan members to bow respectfully upon seeing the elder. Even Luo Qingli's eyes softened with a faint warmth, a long-forgotten gentleness rising to her face as she nodded in greeting to Elder Yuk. "Ha ha, how could I miss Lear's wedding? Elder Yuk wore simple, unadorned clothing untouched by any of the clan's elaborate decorations. The air around him radiated the serene antiquity of one who had traversed rivers and mountains. Though a supreme ruler of the demon clan who had lived for 10,000 ages, his expression remained calm and relaxed like a carefree crane among clouds, arriving quietly, disturbing nothing. Qin Ming, though unfamiliar with this person, could guess much from everyone's reactions. He quickly stored Xie Xing and Wu Wang into the compass, and understanding the situation respectfully cupped his fists in greeting. Seeing the boy showed manners, Elder Yuk silently projected his voice. I don't care where you come from. Do not harm Lier, and above all do not harm the demon clan. If you can honor this, today's wedding continues. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming nodded firmly toward him with a resolute gaze. At the very least at this moment, he could only befriend this man, never become his enemy. Seeing Qin Ming's response, Elder Yuk smiled knowingly. In a flash he appeared inside Duan Pavilion, casually selecting a side seat and sitting down to savor his wine. Luo Xian, seeing that considerable time had been lost, deliberately pinched his fingers together to divinate a more auspicious moment. Who would have expected that in the next instant the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes would smoothly unfurl and a gentle smile would spread across his face. The better auspicious moment turned out to be right now. No longer caring about tidying the battlefield, he urgently called out, "The auspicious hour has arrived. Please enter the pavilion, Emperor Consort." Thus, under the gaze of tens of thousands, Qin Ming slowly walked into Duan Pavilion. The devastation at the northern end of the pavilion, along with that staggering mountain of corpses, served as his finest testimony and silenced all detractors. After entering the pavilion, Qin Ming saw two seats, shaped like a dragon and phoenix at the end of the red carpet. Luo Qingli was already seated, gazing at him with affectionate, shimmering eyes. The Emperor Consort takes his seat. The hand-holding ceremony is complete. Hearing the proclamation, Qin Ming slowly ascended the dragon chair and reached out to gently clasp Luo Qingli's delicate, slender hand. Then the two pressed their palms together, merging countless emotions into that single embrace. As husband and wife, may you grow old together in harmony. Qin Ming and the Empress simultaneously leaned forward, their noses lightly touching each other's faces. A gentle kiss fell, and auspicious light softly enveloped the pair. Congratulations to the Emperor, venerable congratulations to the Emperor Consort. You are now joined in eternal bond. As Luo Xian's words faded, Qin Ming and his bride slowly parted their lips. Qin Ming gazed at the beauty before him and softly spoke his vows, unwavering devotion guarding every dawn and dusk for lifetimes. Hearing Qin Ming's words, Luo Qingli's eyes misted over, and she softly replied, unwavering devotion staying by his side for this life and beyond. Their gazes intertwined, every ounce of deep affection melting into their mutual stare. With the atmosphere in the pavilion reaching this peak, Qin Ming extended his divine sense outward and found that most of the demon clan's talented youth had despondent expressions, utterly drained of spirit. The goddess in their hearts had been completely taken away. There was truly no joy to be found. Some cultivators even detonated their own nascent souls on the spot, chanting as they died, "Don't use those to kill me." The entire demon clan was shrouded in a deathly silence. Only a scattered few continued to cheer desperately, though their voices were but isolated echoes. This simply won't do. I cannot let this spoil Qin's celebratory mood. Qin Ming thought to himself, and promptly dispatched Wu Wang to lift the atmosphere. Haha, this demon is doing something like this for the first time. Wu Wang licked the corner of his mouth with a devilish grin. Moments later, brilliant golden radiance suddenly burst across the sky outside the pavilion, and auspicious clouds surged outward in every direction. Ancient immortal phantoms emerged one by one from the clouds, their divine light descending to gently illuminate all four corners. As heaven and earth rejoiced together, 8 enormous characters suddenly materialized in the void. An eternal match made by the heavens. Look over there. What is that? Good heavens. It is an immortal descending. A sight unseen in the demon realm for 10,000 years. Qin Ming's marriage to the Empress has alarmed even the heavenly Tao into offering congratulations. All the cultivators who witnessed this spectacle believed without doubt and immediately knelt down to receive the baptism of the divine light. Even the ordinary little demons with poor spiritual roots who could not cultivate found their spiritual roots upgraded under the divine light and stepped into the qi condensation realm. From then on, Qin Ming's reputation soared. The grief of having their goddess snatched away was forgotten, and everyone flocked beneath the 8 giant characters vying to receive the densest baptism of divine light. Even Luo Qingli slowly rose. Her delicate hand held Qin Ming's, her eyes gentle as she looked at the man beside her, leading him to the door of the pavilion. So beautiful. We were actually blessed by an immortal. It feels like a dream. The beauty marveled at the gorgeous scene, and Luo Qingli smiled sweetly, as if nothing could make her happier. The demon folk believed in fate and portents, and at this moment, she had set her heart on this mysterious and extraordinary man. Only Qin Ming had a guilty look as he brushed at the stray strands of hair on his forehead. It is indeed beautiful. As long as my lady likes it. I like it very much. Qin Ming's eyes were warm as jade, and Luo Qingli parted her cherry lips and softly echoed him. Then she slowly turned and nestled against Qin Ming's shoulder. He naturally wrapped an arm around her slender waist. The sight came as quite a shock to Ancestor Yuk. He had just taken a sip of tea and nearly spat it out. That Empress girl, always so aloof and proud, had actually been conquered by this young man, and had even learned to act like a clinging little bird. Ancestor Yuk's old face flushed. Unwilling to watch the lover's affection any longer, he charged out of the pavilion and began scrutinizing the phantasmal figures of the immortals. Then to his surprise, the immortal phantoms slowly faded the moment he went out. Fearing that the trick would be seen through, Wu Wang immediately slipped back into the compass and took the initiative to boast to Qin Ming, "Master, how were the immortals I conjured?" "Not great. Why didn't you just turn into a god?" "What are immortals compared to a god?" Wang Dingding picked at his feet and was the first to badmouth the display. Qin Ming's eyes held a smile, and he shook his head gently. He merely said to Wu Wang, "Next time be a bit more restrained." After the divine light dispersed, the atmosphere reached a climax as all the cultivators came back to their senses and looked at Qin Ming. The Lord Consort is incredible. They had just been about to sing his praises when they saw the Empress nestled against him, and a sour ache inexplicably rose in their hearts. Seeing this, Qin Ming thought to himself, "If I want to truly establish my authority, I have to make them give up any hope." At this time, Luo Xian was also looking at the Empress and the Lord Consort with a silly grin, endlessly stroking his white beard, as if remembering the days of his own youth. Seeing the demon crowd gradually sink back into dead silence, Qin Ming's eyes sharpened. He looked at Luo Xian and asked through voice transmission, "What is the next step?" Luo Xian naturally dared not be slow. He immediately transmitted back, "My Lord Consort, the wedding is complete. You are free to do as you please." Qin Ming let out a soft hum and looked at Luo Xian with some dissatisfaction. Luo Xian's smile stiffened as his mind raced. What exactly was the Lord Consort trying to do? Could it be? He blinked at Qin Ming as if his thought had been guessed, and met with a look of silent approval. He cast another glance at Luo Qingli, who she seemed utterly unconcerned. Luo Xian's face slowly wrinkled. Next, since the hour is auspicious, enter the bridal chamber," Luo Xian proclaimed in a loud voice, and at his words the entire crowd of cultivators boiled over. What? When was this new rule established? Since when do we demon folk need to enter a bridal chamber after marriage? I don't know. In the old days, after the wedding, everyone went home to do the private, blushworthy things. Several cultivators were shocked and spoke with indignation. At that moment, the two Green Spirit Lion clan members who had led people to cheer earlier, Shi Wu and Shi Di, stepped forward once more. They led their clansmen in shaping public opinion to defend Qin Ming. How can the wedding of Her Majesty and the Lord Consort be compared to the likes of useless trash like us? The Lord Consort has already been blessed by an immortal. Everything is heaven's will. Maybe this is a rule set by the immortals. After the two of them had argued fiercely, the area outside Duan Pavilion fell considerably quiet. Qin Ming watched them and nodded repeatedly. These two had a brilliant future ahead of them. Luo Xian, seeing that things had improved, wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow, and with the corner of his mouth twitching shouted, "Invite the newlyweds to the bridal chamber on the 3rd floor of Duan Pavilion." 10,000 people are kneeling outside the pavilion waiting in reverence. What? They want us to watch. The crowd knelt in doubt. Even the patriarchs of the 3 great royal clans frowned and knelt, wondering what kind of show this was supposed to be. Shi Wu and Shi Di quickly regained control. What do you know? Being allowed to observe from afar is already an immense grace. A stick of incense later, Qin Ming and Luo Qingli arrived at the 3rd floor room. The servants had already arranged everything and set up an isolation formation. Red candlelight flickered and warmth filled the bedchamber. The maids bowed and withdrew, and the door gently closed, shutting out the noise of the outside world. The Empress removed her heavy phoenix crown and looked up at Qin Ming, tender emotion surging in her eyes. Qin Ming walked up slowly and reached out to gently encircle her waist. "Didn't we just do this last night?" Luo Qingli raised a finger to press against his thin lips as he leaned in, reminding him. "Not enough." Qin Ming spoke those 2 words softly. After that, crimson glow filled the room, and all was tender affection, leaving only the two to hold each other. In an instant, inside the room was a perfect night of bliss. Outside the room was a chorus of sorrow. Why are you doing this to me? Just kill me, you shameless pair. May I never be reborn as a demon in my next life. A true warrior would rather die than be disgraced. If I can't defeat you, I can destroy myself. Boom, boom, boom. Gradually, continuous self-explosions came from outside the room. The sound was just like firecrackers, and those outside who did not know the truth would have thought this corner of the world was celebrating wildly. One night passed. The next morning, morning light filtered through the window gauze into the bedchamber. Qin Ming opened his eyes first and looked down at the Empress sleeping peacefully in his arms. She was nowhere like the cold and aloof woman he had first met. Now she was like a love-struck little girl, adorable and charming. Luo Qingli's lashes trembled as she slowly woke. When she looked up, she fell into his gentle gaze and burrowed deeper into his embrace. After another session of dual cultivation, Qin Ming felt the changes in his body. Early core formation. Sure enough, his cultivation had advanced. Although this change was not as dramatic as yesterday's rise of 2 realms, he had still successfully formed his golden core. Most delightfully, the Annihilation Demon Seal had evolved into a top-grade spirit artifact, with its annihilation power fully condensed into 2 patterns. If he encountered a nascent soul cultivator going all out again, he would no longer have to fight so desperately. Qin Ming opened the system panel. He was eager to know how much evil path value this massacre had earned. Congratulations, host. Your evil path value balance is 4,000. The system notification was late, but had arrived. As the evil path leveled up, the number of evil path points gained from killing low-level cultivators began to decrease. After slaughtering millions, his balance had only reached 4,000. Qin Ming looked at the balance and was rather satisfied. At least it was enough to unlock the 3rd rank of the evil path. He could not wait and immediately spent 1,000 evil path points to obtain a new reward. Purchase successful. Evil General of the Evil Path, 3rd rank achieved. Reward, 3rd rank Demon Rune. Unlocked prototype, Evil Domain. A murderous chi domain forms within 10 meters, suppressing enemy strength by 20. Acquire the Devour ability, absorb an enemy's essence, blood, or cultivation to recover quickly with a small chance to steal one of their divine powers. Reward, 1 million evil soldiers absolutely loyal, which can be commanded and controlled at will. Passive, Evil Intent Perception. Detect malice and killing intent in advance, and see through most sneak attacks and illusions. Murderous chi. A domain. When he saw that line, Qin Ming's pupils suddenly shrank. A domain was a divine power exclusive to spirit transformation cultivators, drawing others into one's own domain, killing without a trace. It might well be said that all beneath spirit transformation were utterly crushed. The nascent evil domain Qin Ming had gained this time could form a murderous domain. Even though it could only be used within 10 meters, it was still enough. The ability to suppress 2/10 of an enemy's power gave him confidence when facing powerful opponents. Qin Ming dismissed the system panel, and seeing that Luo Qingli in his arms was still sleepy, went ahead and opened the storage pouch of the 7 war generals. After rummaging, he only found a 7-star body refining art manual and 7 liquid star points. Unfortunately, all the other magic treasures inside had been destroyed by the 7 along with their nascent soul self-detonation. He picked up the 7-star body refining art and read through it. Its contents detailed the entire cultivation process from the 1st star to the 7th. The 1st star was Mortal Bone, the 2nd Mystic Skin, the 3rd Gang Sinew, the 4th Yin Yang Pivot, the 5th Blood Core, the 6th Ancient Gods Remnant Body, and the 7th Extraterritorial Dao Body. This was the most precious body refining secret manual of the Xiangu clan, and it could only be cultivated with a Xiangu clan physique. Qin Ming was currently at the 3rd star, Gang Sinew. Now he had guidance for future breakthroughs. The 7-star body refining art was actually created by an ancient god. Since this art could be passed down, the Xiangu clan must have extraordinary origins. Qin Ming muttered softly. Then looking at the 7 liquid star points, he directly swallowed one. These were the star marrow described in the book. Every cultivator who practiced the 7-star body refining art would produce 1 drop of star marrow after their physical body was destroyed. And to cultivate to the 4th star and above, every ascension required refining and absorbing another cultivator's star marrow. How ruthless. Qin Ming voiced the words without realizing it. The 7 drops of star marrow would need to be refined one by one, enough to sustain him for some time. If he wished to rise further in the future, he would have to go find some among the ancient clans. Husband, what are you saying? Qin Ming's mutterings had grown increasingly loud, and they woke the half-asleep Luo Qingli. After waking, she carefully examined her body and noticed that cultivating the Yingli symbiosis art twice within 2 days had weakened its effect. It seemed that only when the remnant soul of the Shadow Fiend grew restless could cultivation achieve twice the result with half the effort. But during dual cultivation, she had been continuously drawing the righteous energy from Qin Ming, and her restless heart had become calmer and calmer. Oh, it's nothing. You're awake. Lear, we should go out and take a look. I'll do whatever you say. Luo Qingli looked at Qin Ming. Only when speaking to her did his eyes hold that gentle, warm gleam. This favoritism made her feel safe and bold. After they rose, the Empress summoned Yunxi, tidied herself a little, and then followed Qin Ming out the door. Quick look. Lord Imperial Consort is out. He broke through another realm so quickly. He's truly a genius. So handsome. Yes, and Her Majesty the Empress is so beautiful too. Our gallant, elegant, peerless Lord Imperial Consort, please accept this humble one's bow. In just one night, public opinion outside the pavilion had shifted dramatically. Listening to these flattering remarks, Qin Ming's brows relaxed. The scheme of holding a public wedding night was devised for no other purpose than to eliminate enemies and retain those well disposed to him. Shi Wu and Shi Di peak core formation cultivators were still shouting with all their might until their voices were almost hoarse. Every time Qin Ming saw them, delight welled up in his heart. Suddenly he extended his right hand where a formation flag spun in a circle and cast it into the air. In an instant, the entire Tianyao city was enveloped by a spirit-gathering grand formation. He had bought it from the system store for 200 evil path points, intending, as a newly appointed official, to benefit the demon race. The spiritual energy is so plentiful now. From now on, cultivation will get twice the results with half the effort. Thank you, Lord Imperial Consort. For a time, voices of praise and gratitude resounded throughout both the inner and outer reaches of Tianyao City. From today, the Black Tiger clan will be struck from the annals, and all their territory shall go to the Green Spirit Lion clan. Shi Wu and Shi Di will be co-chieftains ruling together. After seeking Luo Qingli's consent, Qin Ming announced this matter. Shi Wu and Shi Di choked with emotion, weeping with excitement, kneeling on the ground, and knocking their heads heavily without end. If only we had known, we would have supported Lord Imperial Consort from the very beginning. Words of regret kept drifting out from the crowd. After doing all this, just as Qin Ming was about to leave the Duan pavilion with his wife, a crack suddenly split the void. An old man in white stepped out of the air. Unlike his free and easy bearing of yesterday, there seemed to be something unusual about his expression today. Greetings, Ancestor. Rise. In the past, Ancestor Yuk had never paid attention to the clan crowd's bows, but today he took the initiative to respond. Yesterday, when he returned as the ancestor of the demon race, everyone's attention was on Qin Ming, making him feel deeply neglected. Especially when Qin Ming and Luo Qingli later forgot him completely. When they crossed paths before entering the bridal chamber, they were so caught up in their affectionate whispers that they didn't even say hello. That left a sour feeling in his heart. This time, Ancestor Yuk's gaze toward Qin Ming was filled with hostility. Qin Ming, I too have watched Lear grow up. I am her elder. According to demon race etiquette, now that your marriage is complete, you must pay homage to the ancestor today. Come kneel before me and kowtow 3 times. Ancestor Yuk declared with an air of solemn righteousness in front of everyone. Since when did our demon race have such a right? Has Ancestor Yuk become senile? The murmuring rose again. Only Qin Ming knew very well that the old fellow was deliberately seeking to humiliate him today and to get the upper hand. Luo Qingli bit her red lips, her face tense. She stepped forward and cupped her hands toward Ancestor Yuk. Lear has received many favors from you, Ancestor, and has always kept them in my heart. I have always respected you for being carefree and unpretentious, never contending for anything. But why at this moment? Who said I am contending? I am merely following the right. Before the Empress could finish, Ancestor Yuk interrupted her, being somewhat unreasonable. Seeing this, Qin Ming snorted with a laugh and mocked him. I see someone with an air of integrity on the surface, but who is actually hypocritical. A true petty man. You. Not kneeling in homage is one thing, but daring to be disrespectful to me is another. If I don't discipline you today, I will have failed in my title as the demon race's ancestor. Ancestor Yuk was so furious that his beard bristled and his eyes bulged. Without further ado, he tore the space beside Qin Ming and shifted over, instantaneously exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. If he had done this yesterday, Qin Ming would certainly not have fought head-on. But a night apart was enough to change a man's measure. Facing danger, Qin Ming stepped in front of Luo Qingli and extended his arm in a protective gesture. This simple gesture made Luo Qingli's eyes shimmer, warmth filling her heart. Above them, Ancestor Yuk looked down at Qin Ming with supreme condescension, holding his breath in concentration and ostentatiously activating his domain. Qin Ming, do you know the gap between nascent soul and core formation? Do you know the gap between spirit transformation and nascent soul? As he spoke, his brow furrowed deliberately. Qin Ming did not respond. He silently activated his evil thought perception and easily caught the trace of panic that the ancestor could not hide in his eyes. After a moment, Ancestor Yuk reluctantly unfolded a faint, barely discernible carefree domain. Yet the domain tottered on the verge of collapse. He forced a calm appearance, desperately trying to conceal the cracks in his foundational technique. Ha, I'm dying of laughter. Pathetic, truly pathetic. Wang Dingding, watching the show through the realm questioning compass, suddenly burst into mocking laughter. Qin Ming sent his spiritual sense over and saw Xie Xing behind, Wang Dingding commanding several evil puppets to pound and rub his shoulders and back, quite at ease. Hey, stop laughing. Lend me your cultivation base later. Qin Ming pointed at Wang Dingding and said with annoyance. And why should I? The youth's shifty eyebrows drew together and he crossed his legs. In the future, if I go to the ancient clans, I'll kill 3 nascent soul cultivators for you. Hearing this, the youth immediately uncrossed his legs, shoved the evil puppet aside, and smirked. Deal. Qin Ming withdrew his spiritual sense, then looked back at the old man's faintly flickering domain and sneered. Ancestor Yuk, this junior has truly witnessed how inept you are. Next, let me show you the true gap between core formation and spirit transformation. Qin Ming stepped forward, making sure that Ancestor Yuk was within 10 meters of him, then closed his eyes and quietly stirred the spiritual power within his body. Slaughter Chi domain. His ink-black robe billowed up in an instant, and his long hair drifted with no wind to stir it. Boundless Slaughter Chi exploded outward, an overwhelming intent of killing sweeping across the wilderness as bone-piercing cold stabbed straight into everyone's souls. Ancestor Yuk's not yet fully formed carefree domain was shattered in an instant, and his soul suffered a violent tremor. This is a domain, a core formation cultivator. How could he form a domain? Under this domain, my cultivation has dropped to the late nascent soul stage. Who exactly is this young man? Ancestor Yuk's heart felt as though 10,000 beasts were stampeding across it, agonizing beyond endurance. Before he could figure it out, he was already pulled into the domain by Qin Yi, and the world around him abruptly transformed. Ancestor Yuk raised his head and looked around. It was as if he stood in hell. Corpses covered the ground, skeletons were everywhere, and thick black cheese ceaselessly seeped up from them. His mind was unsettled, and he wanted to flee only to discover that unless his own domain could overwhelm this one and forcibly twist it away, he could never leave. Hehehe, old fellow, you're scared now, aren't you? Why did you have to provoke that scourge star of all people? Counting yourself unlucky is about all you can do. A strange young man's voice suddenly rang out in the space. Ancestor Yuk hurriedly looked and saw a vulgar youth picking his nose. He looked carefully and found that the youth was actually at the divine transformation stage. No matter how immortal and unruffled he usually was, he now could not help but widen his eyes and tremble from head to toe. Are you Qin Ming? You suppressed your cultivation. Ancestor Yuk's withered lips opened and closed as he asked in a trembling voice. Wang Dingding flicked a booger at him and casually added, so what if I am? The booger shot over and Ancestor Yuk had no choice but to take out 3 treasures in quick succession before he barely managed to block that strike. Hidden in the shadows, Qin Ming stared fixedly at the black, soul-summoning banner the old man had used in the end. That banner already contained hundreds of thousands of souls. No wonder the old man loved to roam the world. Carefree ease was merely a pretense, and collecting souls was the real purpose. Ancestor Yuk, for his part, pinched the booger between his fingers. Even in front of Wang Dingding, he did not dare destroy it, and simply placed it into his storage pouch. Even a casual strike from a divine transformation powerhouse contains Tao intent. Even a booger is a treasure. He looked at the youth, the old ancestor's pride completely gone, and saluted with clasped hands. Senior is a divine transformation expert. Why should you suppress your cultivation? You could have married Lear openly and honorably. I'll do as I please. Mind your own business. The youth clapped his hands and prepared to leave. Among the demon race, the strong were supreme. The reason Qin Ming kept hiding his ability was simply that Wang Dingding was a bit too wild and ungovernable. Senior, are you leaving already? Is there anything else you wish to instruct? Our demon race will do exactly as you say. Whatever you want, we will offer it to you. Seeing this, Ancestor Yuk hurriedly spoke, his voice loud and clear, afraid the youth might not hear. After a moment of silence, Wang Dingding did leave, and what followed was Qin Ming. Ancestor Yuk saw Qin Ming and assumed he was the youth in another form, so he remained equally respectful. Senior, if you could guide me on how to achieve divine transformation, then within the entire demon race, whoever you wish to marry, I will definitely capture them for you. No need. Lear is my only wife. That soul-summoning banner in your hand, though, is rather interesting. Seeing Qin Ming's eyes fixed straight on the soul banner, Ancestor Yuk instinctively drew it back behind him. Seeing that Yuk did not offer any response, Qin Ming's gaze turned sharp. To be honest, this is the most precious treasure I carry with me. I have refined this banner for over 1,000 years. It contains many nascent soul spirits and is nearly at the grade of a lower-grade mystic artifact. Ancestor Yuk spoke slowly and unhurriedly, but as he spoke, he gritted his teeth and threw the treasure banner out. Qin Ming took the soul-summoning banner and had just placed it into the Wenjie compass when the Blood Moon mystic banner inside began to stir violently. The souls inside the soul-summoning banner unexpectedly began devouring the blood fiend lunar essence within the mystic banner. In only a few moments they had consumed it all, and the Blood Moon mystic banner and the soul-summoning banner began to show signs of fusing. After a short while they merged into a new magic treasure, the Blood Moon soul banner. With that, the hundreds of thousands of souls each gleamed with lunar radiance and could spontaneously draw souls for hundreds of li around to converge, saving a great deal of time in collecting souls. After last night's great battle at Duan Pavilion, 1,000,000 wandering souls that had not yet departed were all collected into the soul banner, and all of them likewise gave rise to blood fiend lunar essence. A trace of joy flashed across Qin Ming's eyes. If Ancestor Yuk knew how the soul-summoning banner had reacted, he would probably burst into tears. I'm not bad. I will no longer pursue the matter of your rudeness just now, but what happened here must be kept absolutely secret, Qin Ming said. Of course. From now on, this little Yuk will follow Senior's lead in everything. The wrinkles on Ancestor Yuk's face relaxed. Merely surviving today was already more than enough for him. Qin Ming then reabsorbed his domain. This trick for intimidating people was truly convenient, but the 3 nascent soul spirits he had promised Wang Dingding would have to be repaid another day. Time flowed extremely swiftly. Although the two had dueled with domains, only a few moments had passed on the outside. Everyone watched the old ancestor's expression shift from arrogance to terror, and then to the relief of a survivor, and they were thoroughly confused. Qin Ming, in contrast, had remained extraordinarily composed. His expression never changed. Luo Qingli rushed forward to inspect his body, and only relaxed after seeing that her husband was unharmed. Look, the battle is over. Qin Ming wasn't killed by the ancestor. He escaped death. Hearing the clansman's chatter, Ancestor Yuk flicked his sleeves and to everyone's shock, went down on both knees before Qin Ming, uttering words of remorse. This yuk was rash. I thank the Emperor Consort for not killing me. From now on none of the demon race shall disturb the Emperor Consort's quiet cultivation. Whoever disobeys I will personally kill. This action and these words were mind-boggling to everyone. Only Xian Mo appeared the most composed, merrily collecting spirit stones. Just now he had taken the opportunity to wager with a few clan chiefs, betting on Qin Ming's victory. The odds had let him earn money without lifting a finger. After all, he was the only one who had witnessed Qin Ming's other side. Shi Wu and Shi Di were also somewhat puzzled, but they seized the moment and shouted, the Emperor Consort crushed the ancestor. A core formation cultivator who forms a domain, a genius for 10,000 ages. This time no one else hesitated. They followed their lead and shouted together, making the entire world resound. Within less than an hour the earth-shaking affair of Ancestor Yuk provoking Qin Ming and being forced to kneel had been spread throughout the demon race by the Xingyue Pavilion, even traveling westward to the Xiangu tribe. After that, Qin Ming's name thundered in everyone's ears. He became the noblest existence in the demon race, and no one refused to submit. West of the Huanggu Mountains, in the war camp of the Xiangu tribe, a handsome man wearing a golden helmet and golden armor was staring blankly at the extinguished soul lamps of the 7 war generals. A moment later he called up the images the 7 generals had transmitted before their deaths. Looking at the cold, aloof man in the ink-black robe in the images, he laughed in wild abandon. Then he summoned 5 peak nascent soul powerhouses and 30,000 core formation scouts into the camp and issued a military oath. Rest assured, Commander Sherpa, this time we go out, even if it costs us our lives, we will not return. The scouts answered with one voice, ready to face death. The next day, in the afternoon, Qin Ming fused the 3rd-rank demon pattern into the Annihilation Demon Seal, and the seal instantly rose to become a top-grade spirit artifact. The 3rd Annihilation power began to emerge. After core formation, the golden core can nourish one's lifebound treasure and resonate with the cultivator's spirit. In battle, the lifebound treasure's power will be multiplied. If so, there is no other choice than the Annihilation Demon Seal for my lifebound treasure. Qin Ming shouted aloud, forcing out a drop of essence blood into the Annihilation Demon Seal. The seal abruptly released black light, and a demonic dragon burst forth from it. Qin Ming took out the Blood Moon Soul Banner and used his oppressive slaughter chi to pin the demonic dragon down firmly. Before long, the demonic dragon's aura receded, all its malice faded, and it finally lowered its head, fully acknowledging its master and surrendering. The Blood Moon Soul Banner really is useful. A smile tugged at the corner of Qin Ming's mouth. He took out the 5 spirits he had summoned before and tossed them all into the soul banner. A few breaths later, the 5 spirits had each devoured tens of thousands of souls and advanced to the early nascent soul stage. Qin Ming could not help but sigh. The 5 spirits cultivated much faster than he did. After all this, Qin Ming arrived at the Diyuan Pavilion. The area had been cleaned up, but no one dared to touch the mountain of corpses. He stored the mountain of corpses directly into the Wenjie compass. The dense slaughter chi in the corpse mountain immediately poured into the slaughter chi tornado, and the tornado doubled in size. Just then a ripple spread through the void, and Yunqi appeared. Emperor Consort, Her Majesty the Empress requests your presence. Please hurry. It seems there are important matters to discuss. Yunqi's pretty face was solemn, and her tone was urgent. Qin Ming noticed the rare look of impatience on Yunqi's face, and could tell that his wife must have encountered something troublesome. Without further delay, he was about to follow Yunqi to the nudie palace when a voice came from behind. It was Lai Mu. Lord Consort, please wait a moment. Lai Mu had been looking for him for a long time, and now that he had finally found him, there were several words he had to say. Since Lai Mu had been knocked unconscious and brought back to the side hall yesterday, he had not woken until this morning. He had searched the side hall thoroughly early on, but found no trace of Qin Ming. Only after inquiring did he learn that Qin Ming had spent the night with Luo Qingli at the nudie palace. Lai Mu had also heard all that happened the previous day. By allowing the Green Spirit Lion clan to exterminate the Black Tiger clan, Qin Ming had become his father's killer in an instant. No matter how kind-hearted Lai Mu was, with filial piety paramount, this revenge could not be avoided. I want a life-and-death duel with you, even if I am not your match. Lai Mu wore a strip of white cloth around his head and looked at Qin Ming with earnest eyes. He clasped his hands and bowed in request. This was perhaps the most courteous challenge Qin Ming had ever received. I will not kill you. Your enemy is the Xuangu clan, not me. Do not punish yourself for the faults of others. Follow your true heart, and you will have no regrets. After comforting him, Qin Ming declined his request for a duel and then left with Yunqi. Lai Mu stood frozen in place for a long time, repeatedly murmuring those 2 sentences Qin Ming had spoken, and suddenly everything became clear. Had it not been for the Xuangu clan secretly contacting Lai Shan and giving him confidence, Lai Shan would indeed not have dared to rebel alone. The true enemy was the Xuangu clan. As for this matter, Lai Mu had done nothing wrong. He had been true to everyone, sacrificing his small family for the greater righteous cause. After a while he bowed in the direction where Qin Ming had left, and a look of relieved smile finally spread across his face. Seeing that Lai Mu had seen the light, Qin Ming left a voice transmission. I Qi Ming appreciate you. From now on stay by my side. On the way Yunxi perhaps because Lai Mu had delayed them for some time appeared displeased. She looked at the Lord Consort and asked in confusion, "My lord, the Black Tiger clan privately colluded with foreign enemies. Even the punishment of executing all their relatives would not be excessive. Why keep Lai Mu by your side? Are you not afraid he will rebel again in the future?" Qi Ming let out a light laugh, put his hands behind his back, gazed into the distance, and said leisurely, "I too act in accordance with my true heart." A few breaths later, they arrived at the great hall of the Nudie Palace where Luo Qingli was seated upright on the phoenix throne looking down at the assembled elders with an expression full of worry. Luo Xian, the patriarch of the Qingli clan, and concurrently the grand elder of the demon race, respectfully bowed when he saw the Lord Consort enter the hall. Then pointing at a blood-soaked soldier in the center of the hall, he recounted what had just happened to Qin Ming. It turned out that this soldier was one of the million-strong army that the Silver Wolf clan had sent to guard the Langya Pass. Just last night, when the Black Tiger clan soldiers stationed at the border heard of Lai Shan's death, they voluntarily abandoned the defense of Huxiao Pass before the Green Spirit Lion clan army could arrive to take over. This move caused instability in the grand formation of the three border passes, giving the Xuangu clan an opportunity to exploit. The Silver Wolf clan was forced to divide its troops to support the Huxiao clan, and stretched too thin, they could hardly hold on any longer. Qin Ming's expression gradually turned grim as he listened to Luo Xian's account. The demon realm was divided by the Huanggu mountain range with the demons in the east and the ancient clans in the west. The western section of the mountain range was the territory of the Xuangu clan, home to the main encampment of the War Division, the Huangshi ancient city, and the Sacred Mountain of the Sacrifice Division. The Qian Desert in the middle section served as a buffer zone between the two forces, while the eastern section was where the demon race made its stronghold. To the west of Tianyao City lay the territory of the Mystic Turtle clan. They had guarded the Forbidden Land at the heart of their territory, the Xiao Lake, for generations, by order of the female emperor. Further west from the Mystic Turtle clan's territory were the three border passes. Huxiao Pass, Xingue Pass, and Langya Pass stood in sequence from north to south, each guarded by one of the three great royal clans. Together they sustained the low-grade Mystic Tier Black Copper Sword formation, which was quite formidable. For a millennium, the Xuangu clan's armies had attacked the border multiple times without ever shaking it. This time the Xuangu clan sent the 7 generals of the War Division deep into the heart of the demon race, and using the incident involving Qin Ming as a pretext, incited the Black Tiger clan to rebel. Only then was the foundation of the grand formation shaken. Qin Ming naturally knew the importance of the three border passes. When the Xuangu clan had sent his previous incarnation to investigate the Xiao Lake back, then they must have discovered something. This time, citing the deaths of the 7 War Division generals in the demon realm as justification, they had boosted the morale of the ancient clan's army and launched a fierce assault, rarely seen over the past several thousand years. "Your Majesty, the female emperor, please send troops to save us. Even though the chieftains of the 3 clans have already personally led people to the front line, our forces are still insufficient." The soldiers' eyes were full of horror. If the Black Copper Sword formation were broken, the entire demon race would be plunged into war. Luo Qingli's shoulders drooped slightly, the curves beneath her robes rising and falling gently with each breath, and a faint sigh escaped her lips. The Black Tiger clan, one of the 3 great royal clans, had just been ordered exterminated by her. The Green Spirit Lion clan that replaced it still needed time to adapt and develop. The Imperial Guards of Tianyao City were the very foundation of the demon race, but in the past few days they had been immersed in the joy of the grand wedding, spending their days drinking and amusing themselves with no heart left for battle. The Xuangu clan was taking advantage of their moment of crisis. If left unhandled, it would surely become a grave menace. For a moment Luo Qingli was at a loss what to do. She raised her eyes to Qin Ming, who had just arrived, and forced a faint smile. Qin Ming nodded to her, moved lightly forward, walked to the soldier, and steadied his shoulder. Pressing his palm down, he activated the evil force bone, tempering divine ability, and in the blink of an eye all of the soldier's wounds had healed. As expected of the demon race's Lord Consort, your methods would place you among the best anywhere. However, if you placed your palm against the nape of his neck, you might be able to maximize the use of your healing power. As Qin Ming released his hand, accompanied by the soldier's gratitude, a resounding and forceful voice came from his side. He slightly turned his gaze and saw a young man of 18 whose cultivation was merely at the peak of core formation, yet he had already assumed the position of an elder of the demon race. He is Ma Ping, a genius of the Silver Wolf clan. Luo Xian timely introduced him to Qin Ming, his eyes brimming with appreciation for the man. Qin Ming nodded slightly. Ma Ping was right. That soldier was at the critical juncture of breaking through to the mid-foundation establishment stage, but his spiritual energy was blocked at the nape of his neck. Had he examined more carefully, just now he might truly have helped him break through while taking advantage of his recovery from injury. Qin Ming swept his divine sense over Ma Ping and discovered that this man possessed a rare 10-grade spiritual root and was born with the natural creation twin pupils, which were quite helpful in healing, alchemy, artifact refining, and other fields. If he cultivated diligently, in the future his potential would be boundless. Just as Qin Ming was observing the man, the voice of a scout suddenly resounded outside the hall. Report. The Black Copper Sword formation has been broken through by the ancient clan. The 3 border passes have fallen. Hearing the voice, the female emperor's face shifted to fury. She slapped the phoenix throne with her jade hand and rose abruptly. Everyone present felt their pupils constrict sharply. No one had imagined that the Xuangu clan would move so quickly. Furthermore, under the command of a nascent soul general, 30,000 core formation scouts of the Xuangu clan are rapidly slaughtering the border tribes. The scout added. Hearing this disastrous news, Luo Qingli's beautiful brows knitted tightly. For now, her only option was to hastily dispatch the Tianyao City Imperial Guards to meet the enemy. Just as she was about to issue an imperial decree, Qin Ming waved a hand at her and once again made that palm-pressing gesture. Then, with a murderous aura in his voice, he announced heavily, "From this moment on, the Tianyao City Imperial Guards will be on high alert. All border soldiers from the 4 great royal clans are to withdraw completely. Cultivators above the initial foundation establishment stage are to rush to Tianyao City to accelerate their cultivation." Qin Ming's voice exploded above Tianyao City, spreading throughout the entire demon race. Is this surrender? Even though his tone contained a terrifying, murderous force, many still harbored doubts. The second elder Ming Tu even spoke bluntly, "Isn't this nonsense?" Before they could react, Qin Ming loudly declared, "Ma Ping and I will personally head to the border. Without spending a single soldier of the demon race, we will retake the 3 passes." The words resounded in all directions. Besides the puzzled demon cultivators, even the ancient clan cultivators, who were already slaughtering the demon race, stopped what they were doing. They glanced at the 30 million strong army beside them, then looked toward Tianyao City, and immediately burst into laughter, waves of jeers and snickers spreading out. At the forefront of the Xianan tribe's 30 million strong army, 30,000 golden core scouts of the warfare division rode upon spirit beasts, whispering and discussing amongst themselves. That voice just now, it must belong to the new emperor consort of the demon clan. Yes. They say he's a traitor from the sacrifice division. Not a single reliable one among them. He came to conquer our mighty army without losing a single soldier. Tell me, did he win his wife through empty boasts? Hearing them discuss, Qin Ming, the 5 nascent soul peak experts ahead of the golden core scouts, exchanged contemptuous smiles in unison. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Empress Palace, the cacophony of debate only intensified. Qin Ming's newly established authority was once again eroded by such words, stirring discontent in many hearts. Even though on that day he had allegedly subdued the venerable ancestor Yuk, others had failed to witness any traces of battle. Whether belief or disbelief, such doubts were set aside for now. Yet if Qin Ming intended to face 30 million soldiers single-handedly, the only explanation was madness or sheer folly. The ancient tribe's forces consisted primarily of foundation establishment cultivators and above bolstered by tens of thousands of golden core experts. This stood in stark contrast to the million Black Tiger clansmen Qin Yi had earlier obliterated in an instant, most of whom were merely at the qi condensation stage. The comparison was entirely flawed. Meng Tuo stepped forward and addressed the Empress in a resounding voice. "Your Majesty, you alone are the great emperor of the demon race. We heed only your command. Pray reconsider." A sudden silence descended upon the grand hall. The second elder's bold confrontation with Qin Ming stirred latent impulses within others, though they dared only offer murmured assent, daunted by Qin Ming's divine aura. And this time, even Luo Qingli had come to view her beloved's actions as somewhat reckless. Slowly taking her seat upon the phoenix throne, she regarded Qin Ming with hesitation, unwilling to let her husband lose face, yet searching for a suitable compromise. Moments later, Luo Qingli cleared her throat and turned toward Ma Ping. "Elder 10, the emperor consort wishes to take you to the front lines. If it is but the 2 of you, how do you decide?" The empress posed the question tentatively, hoping that if Ma Ping wisely declined, Qin Ming would abandon his stubborn pursuit. To everyone's surprise, Ma Ping's expression remained calm and unruffled. "Ma Ping shall obey the emperor consort's directive. I trust the intuition of my twin pupils. I do not misjudge men." Once Ma Ping finished speaking, Qin Ming unleashed an aura of demonic malice, sending shockwaves through every mind present. None dared utter another word. "Enough. Cease this turmoil. I have said what I said. Follow my orders." With Qin Ming's words echoing through the hall, the elders and clan leaders exchanged tormented glances. Who was the one causing chaos here? Clarify the situation properly before issuing commands, then enforce obedience through intimidation. It was sheer tyranny. "Very well. We shall follow the emperor consort's bidding." Luo Qingli said, her gaze flickering away. She gave a soft cough and nodded in reluctant agreement. Yet in this critical hour for the demon clan, Qin Ming's decisive stand, however overbearing, brought Luo Qingli a measure of solace and a quiet sense of security. The faces of Meng Tuo and several other elders darkened with resentment, and none dared protest further. Soon after, all dispersed and complied with Qin Ming's arrangements. Only then did the hall fall silent. Qin Ming gazed at the Empress, the icy detachment in his eyes gradually melting into something tender. But Luo Qingli appeared distinctly uncomfortable. She turned her head away, pretending anger massaging her temples, while deliberately stirring annoyance in her gaze. Qin Ming chuckled softly at her feigned displeasure and whispered an apology. Next time I will consult you first. The Empress watched him approach with open arms, shaking his head and grinning mischievously. She could no longer maintain her pretense and burst into laughter. Within moments they embraced warmly, and the grand hall was enveloped in tender affection. As Qin Ming released her preparing to head to the battlefield, Luo Qingli's question slipped out involuntarily. The front lines are exceedingly dangerous. What exactly do you plan to do against 30 million soldiers? Her expression was fraught with worry, her tone reluctant, yet full of concern for Qin Ming. He raised his hand, gently pinching her porcelain cheek with a knowing smile, while his divine sense quietly entered the world-questioning compass. Inside, the three individuals sensed his intrusion and withdrew their hands from the storage pouch. As Qin Ming's battles multiplied, so too did the spoils he accumulated. In their idle moments they sifted through the loot and discovered numerous demon sunflowers. Simply remove the seeds, and they make a fine snack much like sunflower seeds. Qin Ming warned them not to tamper with the mysterious booklet. Within its pages lay unauthorized photographs of the Empress taken by the elders of the Eight Hells, many of which were rather explicit. Only then did he summon the system interface, gazing at his 3,000 evil points with a sinister smile. That I, Qin Ming, can execute such plans is precisely because I possess resources you do not. He murmured to himself, then navigated to the demonic summoning panel. System, I'll take this, and also this. Spend 500 evil points to acquire 10 million 9 goo ants, a unique species of insect. Spend 500 evil points to obtain 9 million demonic weapons. Spend 1,000 evil points to summon the primordial demon god, Xing Tian. As the system's voice faded, the compass space erupted as black fog tore through the heavens. The primordial demon god Xing Tian shattered the void itself, descending with earth-shaking force. Aha! A primal roar echoed through the air. Qin Ming gazed upward, and was met first by a single severed head. Chills ran down his spine. Upon closer inspection, the demon god's neck was entirely empty. The head was actually held in his hand, while his massive torso stood firm as a mountain. Xing Tian steadied his own grotesque head in one hand, while his other grip clamped tight around the gleaming, formidable halberd and axe known as Ganqi. His fierce aura swept across all directions, an immeasurable primordial bloodlust that made heaven and earth tremble. His eyes blazed with eternal fury atop his severed head, his indomitable, fighting spirit piercing the clouds themselves. Such an unusual appearance compelled Qin Ming to open the character profile for the first time. Title: Primordial Demigod Xing Tian Remnant, Soul Half-Step Spirit Transformation Realm. Nature: a pure battle maniac, averse to schemes and deceit, loving only fierce combat. Honors clear distinctions between gratitude and grievance, cherishes his word. Encounters with strong opponents ignite his fighting spirit. He scorns ambushing the weak. Special ability: beyond his array of formidable mystical powers, he bears the Bloodslaughter battle body. Severing his head activates this physique. The more grievously wounded, the more his strength surges, approaching near immortality. Master, who shall I strike? Xing Tian replaced his head upon his shoulders. Upon seeing Qin Ming, he immediately prepared for battle. Qin Ming swallowed hard and commanded, go find Wang Dingding first to warm up. Upon hearing this, Xing Tian shot forward like lightning toward the youth. The two clashed instantly, while Qin Ming's ears were filled with the boy's continuous stream of curses. With such an ally at his side, Qin Ming felt considerably more confident. After spending 2,000 evil points, a limited-time fortune pouch appeared on the system panel. Open it. At his command, the system's mechanical voice resonated once more. Successfully captured the fortune pouch. Granted 1 demigod summon from the central plains. Summon. Qin Ming, overjoyed, immediately activated the pouch, consuming the fortune pouch, summoning the central plains demigod, Zhang Fei. Instantly, thick bloodlust erupted from the void ahead, and a majestic general of ancient bearing emerged astride his steed. Wowya! This humble one is Zhang Ida of Yan. Pay homage to my lord. The arriving figure bore a leopard's head, round piercing eyes, swallow's jaw, and tiger-like whiskers. Clad in dark black battle armor, he wielded a serpent spear as thick as a tree trunk. His sharp gaze cut like a blade, and the fearless aura of a fierce general overwhelmed the senses. His roar alone could disrupt a cultivator's divine sense. Qin Ming similarly opened the character profile. Title: Central Plains Demigod Zhang Fei Remnant, Soul Half-Step Spirit Transformation Realm. Nature: fierce and bold in temperament, brave in combat, impulsive and prone to anger. Charges forward without hesitation, fiercely loyal and protective of his master. Special ability: Thunderous Roar, derived from the divine might of Changban Slope. A single roar shakes the sea of consciousness, disrupts the opponent's mental state, and terrifies enemy souls. Interesting. Qin Ming now possessed another half-step spirit transformation warrior, like a tiger gifted with wings. Zhang Fei's thunderous roar bore striking similarities to his own innate demonic roar ability. Meeting Zhang Fei filled Qin Ming with a profound sense of kinship. With two great experts at the half-step spirit transformation realm, Qin Ming had already reached the pinnacle of the demon realm. Slowly retracting his divine sense, he reflected on how 2,000 evil points had yielded such formidable warriors, and couldn't wait to plunge into battle. The scene shifted back to the grand hall of the Empress's palace, where the two still remained locked in an embrace. "Husband, what are you thinking?" Luo Qingli noticed his distracted expression, grasped his fingers from his cheek, and instead gently caressed his face with a tender touch. Luo Qingli lifted her gaze, gazing affectionately at her beloved, and softly called his name. Qin Ming was awakened by waves of tickling. As he opened his eyes, Luo Qingli's hand was gently caressing his cheek, her wisps of hair resting against his Adam's apple. "I've thought nothing of it. Just made some minor preparations." After replying, Qin Ming noticed the breathtaking beauty before him, his heart fluttering. He leaned down and slowly pressed his lips toward those tempting cherry-red lips. A moment later, Qin Ming rose slightly and produced 5,000,009 Ingu ants. Each ant was at the foundation establishment stage, entirely dark in color, with 9 razor-sharp claws on its body capable of releasing poison to paralyze their enemies. Luo Qingli had only just immersed herself in their bliss, her cheeks still flushed, when Qin Ming released such a massive swarm of insects, startling her. Her delicate frame trembled slightly, and she curled her fist to gently strike his chest. "Umph, you're ruining the mood. I'm ignoring you." Seeing the Empress playing angry and trying to break free, Qin Ming instead held her tighter. He felt the soft curves against his chest and whispered beside her ear, "After I leave, I worried you might be bullied, so I specially sought out 1,000,000 extraordinary insects to keep you safe." The earlier incident of Lai Feng's poison still weighed heavily on Qin Ming's mind. Though the clan still had Patriarch Yuk to hold things steady, accidents could happen at any time. Naturally, he needed to prepare some protective treasures for his wife. Hearing Qin Ming's whisper, Luo Qingli felt a wave of tingling warmth spread through her body. Seeing her husband's care for her, most of her anger melted away, and the way she looked at those insects softened considerably. She gently pushed Qin Ming away, no longer letting him take liberties. Her jade-like hand pointed at the swarm of insects, drawing forth a single young larva for careful inspection. She then took out a green feather, and after the larva climbed onto it, it rapidly grew. In no time, it had conceived and given birth. In the blink of an eye, one ant had completed its reproduction, becoming 2. Luo Qingli was born with the heavenly age Dao body and had cultivated her innate divine ability, the green feather art, to its utmost perfection. This art specialized in control, capable of freezing time and instantly altering a person's age. It could accelerate a child into an elder or revert an elder back to childhood. Wifey's age divine ability is indeed extraordinary. Entrusting these extraordinary insects to you was certainly the right choice. Qin Ming praised her endlessly. Luo Qingli returned the insects to the swarm and stored them all away, teasing, "You flatter me too much." Wielding the green feather art requires immense spiritual power. Breeding 5,000,000 Gu ants will keep me busy for quite some time. Qin Ming smiled faintly and ordered the Queen Mother to protect Luo Qingli with her life. SSS. The Queen Mother led the insect army and nodded in acknowledgement. Among the 9 Ingu ants, there were 2 leaders, the King Ant and the Queen Ant. He gave the Empress the army led by the Queen Mother. The King Ant's army, Qin Ming intended to lead himself into battle. After storing the extraordinary insects, the Empress also produced a Dream Emperor boat, exquisitely adorned on the exterior. This vessel was a top-grade spiritual artifact capable of traveling 10,000 li per day. The Dream Emperor boat is yours. It will hasten your journey. You must be careful. Come back alive. Luo Qingli clung to him reluctantly, knowing that once they parted, she did not know when they would meet again. To her surprise, Qin Ming gathered the flying boat, let out a faint chuckle, stroked her head, and promised to return in 3 days, having seized the pass. 3 days. With 2 people. Watching Qin Ming's departing silhouette, Luo Qingli already felt somewhat lost. This husband she had married was truly an enigma she could never fathom. As soon as Qin Ming stepped out of the Empress's palace, Ma Ping was already waiting outside, accompanied by 1 additional person. Upon seeing Qin Ming emerge, Lai Mu immediately bowed deeply and earnestly pleaded, "Imperial Lord, Lai Mu wishes to follow at your side to atone for his sins through merit and to march to battle together." Ma Ping looked at Lai Mu, his expression wavering as though he had something unsaid. Qin Ming observed the 2 men before him and had already made up his mind. Lai Mu was straightforward and simple-minded, while Ma Ping was a man who followed rules and conventions. Qin Ming had clearly stated he was only taking Ma Ping. Bringing Lai Mu along would make it 3 people going together. Furthermore, Lai Mu was a criminal from the Black Tiger clan. Granted. As the 2 waited for Qin Ming's reply, he finally spoke. Just a single character, and Ma Ping could no longer contain his emotions. "My lord, you cannot do this. If we bring Lai Mu along, wouldn't that be changing orders with every command? Where is your authority?" After Ma Ping finished speaking, Qin Ming chuckled. To him, everyone was watching how Qin Ming dealt with 30 million troops, not whether it was Ma Ping or anyone else. 1 more person or 1 less made no difference. He said nothing further, merely remarking, "Ma Ping, should you ever have the strength to change orders as you please, then go ahead and change them." Those words echoed through the air, and the people drifting around Xingyue Pavilion naturally overheard them, immediately spreading the news that the Imperial Lord had brought Lai Mu as well across the world. For hours later, the three aboard the Dream Emperor boat, aside from Qin Ming, all wore grave expressions. After hearing the Imperial Lord's declaration earlier, Lai Mu knew this journey was fraught with mortal danger, possibly costing him his life, yet he insisted on accompanying him. Thanks to the Imperial Lord's guidance, this time his Dao heart had shifted from wavering to stability, and he successfully broke through to the late stage of core formation. Such a tremendous favor. He would go to his death without hesitation. Ma Ping, however, wore an anxious expression. Facing the Xiangu clan's 30 million strong army, he had expected the Imperial Lord to suddenly summon some mysterious force en route to counter them. But as they drew near the front lines, he showed no signs of movement. Lai Mu, Ma Ping, stop idling. Share your alchemy insights and refine more healing pills for preparation. At Qin Ming's command, the two immediately sat facing each other, each producing their alchemy furnaces, refining and discussing simultaneously. 3 hours later. Brother Ma, your dual pupils are extraordinarily useful. You can precisely control the flame, truly a peerless genius in the alchemy world. Lai Mu gazed at the mountains of pills in his hands and couldn't help but voice his admiration. Even under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have finished half of these. Brother Lai is equally kind-hearted, keeping countless wound-healing formulas etched in his memory. It seems he hasn't spared efforts saving lives in his daily life. Ma Ping also praised Lai Mu. In turn, his impression of him greatly improved. Watching the two exchange compliments, Qin Ming, sipping tea in the luxurious compartment of the Dream Emperor boat, smiled knowingly. He secretly produced the nameless booklet and like a thief flipped open the first page. The image showed a woman reclining on the back of a spiritual bird, the wind lifting her skirt, inadvertently revealing a pair of slender, luminous white legs. The effortless allure radiating from the scene was especially captivating. My woman is truly beautiful. Qin Ming spent a full hour merely gazing at that first page. After finishing, he quietly stowed the booklet and stepped out of the compartment. 8 hours had passed. The sky outside was growing dark, and faintly the scent of blood began to permeate the air. They were nearing the front lines. Even though the Dream Emperor boat could cover 10,000 li per day for Qin Ming, it was still somewhat slow. He stored the precious boat away, intending to treasure it for the future. After all, it was the first gift his wife had given him. Qin Ming, accompanied by the two men, gazed into the distance where mountains encircled the horizon. Miles away, a blood fog was thickening. Demon clan border tribes were being slaughtered en masse. Zhang Fei, tear open this void and teleport me to that tribe. Qin Ming pointed to the densest area of the blood fog and issued his command. Piece of cake. Zhang Fei let out a thunderous roar, shot forth at incredible speed, flicked the tip of his snake-handling spear, and immediately returned. In an instant, a crack tore open in the void before Qin Ming. A fissure vast enough to teleport several thousand li. Zhang Fei's speed was so swift that even Lai Mu failed to notice what had just occurred. Only Ma Ping calmly remarked, I seem to have glimpsed a dark figure flashing past a moment ago. Did you notice anything, Brother Lai? Lai Mu shook his head. There was no dark figure. Ma Ping was simply too nervous and hallucinating. Enough. Follow me. Xiangu clan, it is time to tremble. Qin Ming whispered harshly. His eyes narrowed slightly, all warmth vanishing from the corners of his mouth, as a murderous aura spread from his entire being. Meanwhile, the Xiangu clan's 30 million strong army was still busily discussing Qin Ming. Have you heard again? That braggart who keeps changing his orders has brought another person along. Haha, I know. That person was one of our defected Black Tiger clan members. What an idiot. I really want to capture him and tear him apart piece by piece. Suddenly, the man who had called him an idiot developed a hole through his throat, collapsed dramatically, and fell dead, with a grotesque grin still frozen on his face. Qingyo tribe. Let us begin right here. The Qingyo tribe. Nestled in a mountain hollow between Xiao Lake and the three frontier passes, the tribe was mostly made up of ordinary mortals. Only a handful had just begun cultivating. Qi condensation and foundation establishment cultivators were in the majority. The Xuangu clan's 30 million strong army arrived today, paying these tribespeople no heed whatsoever. To them, this was no more than stepping on an ant, just another tribe to wipe out. Before Qin Ming arrived, a battle had already broken out here. The small number of cultivators within the Qingyo tribe had been nearly entirely annihilated. Corpses and blood lay strewn across the ground, rendering the place all the more desolate. The survivors had long abandoned any thought of escape, kneeling and weeping as they cried, Heavens, if you have eyes, save us. They prayed and kowtowed. For 1,000 years these mortals had never imagined that such a day would come. Despair, helplessness, and grief. Suddenly a point of light appeared in the void to the east, and then a rift split open as three figures stepped out from the void. The one in the lead had cold, clear brows and an unruffled expression with sharply defined features. His look was indifferent, as if nothing in the world could enter his eyes. This man was Qin Ming. He withdrew the hand that had executed Annihilation finger and clasped it behind his back. Looking down at the bloody scene below, he pressed his thin lips together and drew a sharp breath. Qin Ming looked at the mortals who were still alive, compassion stirring in his heart, and intended to save them. Quick look, who is that person? The mortals of the Qingniu tribe shouted at the top of their voices, as if they had seen a savior. But when Qin Ming and the other two approached, their expressions suddenly froze. They stared at the man in the lead for several seconds, then fell back in unison. This, Qin Ming laughed wryly to himself. Could it be that his killing an early core formation scout with a single finger just now had frightened these mortals? Ma Ping, seeing this, was also confused. He slowly stepped around Qin Ming and took the initiative to offer some healing pills. The mortals' expressions relaxed again when they saw Ma Ping. When Lai Mu stepped forward to assist with the treatment, he likewise earned the goodwill of these mortals. Qin Ming had thought it was merely an accident, so he also moved forward a few steps. But those mortals recoiled violently, as if they had seen a monster. A little annoyed, he lifted an old woman through the air to question her, for she had been the most eager to run away. The old woman was instantly frantic and hurriedly said, "It is simply that the evil qi on your person is overwhelming. You do not look like a good person." At her explanation, Qin Ming found it both funny and exasperating. He assumed it must be because he cultivated the demonic path. Although he had only reached the 3rd level, he was already reeking of evil qi. Ordinary cultivators could not see it, but mortals could see it very clearly. No longer angry, Qin Ming gently set the old woman down and placed a healing pill into her mouth as an apology. Since the mortals did not particularly like him, there was no need for him to stay by their side. Qin Ming gave a bitter laugh to the sky, stepped into the air, and rose high above to overlook the vast enemy army. Ma Ping and Lai Mu gave all the healing pills they had refined on the way to the mortals. Only then did they understand why Qin Ming had asked them to refine pills. As expected, the imperial consort had planned far ahead. Seeing Qin Ming standing alone against a vast army, the two hurried to his side, ready to advance and retreat together. Afraid, Qin Ming looked at Lai Mu and suddenly spoke. Lai Mu is naturally not afraid. If it were not for you, I would already be dead. After Lai Mu spoke resolutely, Ma Ping echoed, although I do not know what your trump card is, I believe you will not sit and wait for death. The corners of Qin Ming's mouth lifted slightly, and a hint of approval appeared in his eyes. He closed his eyes, sending his divine sense into the compass. In an instant, the two mighty demon god generals, Xing Tian and Zhang Fei, burst out from the void with a thunderous roar. Waya! Lai Mu and Ma Ping's bodies trembled simultaneously. The supreme oppressive might of the demon gods was like thousand Jin sandbags bound to their knees. 2. Half-step deity transformation powerhouses. Ma Ping's pupils flashed. A sharp pain stabbed his eyes at the sight of the demon god's cultivation, and he cried out in shock. Even across the entire demon race, there was only one half-step deity transformation powerhouse, Ancestor Yuk, and that person was revered by all and honored with the title of Ancestor. Yet the imperial consort actually had 2 half-step deity transformation powerhouses under his command, and they looked at Qin Ming with great respect, merely deigning to serve as his subordinates. Ma Ping and Lai Mu exchanged a glance. This time they truly felt fortunate to have followed the right person. And that was still not all. Qin Ming then summoned 5,000,009 Ingu ants. He assumed a cross-legged sitting posture in the void, and the Ant King immediately directed all the Gu ants to form into the shape of a black dragon. They circled a few times, then swarmed under him to hold him up. 5 million insect soldiers, all of them foundation establishment or above. This time Lai Mu could not help exclaiming. With that many insects, they could form a first-rate race of their own among the demon race. And yet they were willing to serve merely as a seat for the imperial consort. Lai Mu and Ma Ping both looked at the imperial consort and clapped in admiration. This battle truly held hope now. Just as this side was waiting in full battle array, the scene shifted. Of the Xuangu clan's 30 million troops, while over half were goofing off. The Qingniu tribe was far too small, with too few people to compare with those they had slaughtered before. They used only a small detachment to clear the way, while the rest either sang at leisure or cracked open demon sunflower seeds quite relaxed. It was not until a hole silently appeared in the throat of that core formation scout, and the enemy attack alarm sounded, that they hurriedly formed a battle formation. With that many soldiers, command was indeed difficult. The 5 leading nascent soul powerhouses spent a good deal of effort before they managed to organize the formation and adopt a combat stance. No wonder they were somewhat slow to command. Those 5 nascent soul peak powerhouses looked weak in aura. Each held a seductive beauty in his arms, wore a lecherous expression, and kept his hands wandering. Seated cross-legged on the black dragon, Qin Ming narrowed his eyes and drew upon his previous life's memories. The 5 men's appearances were highly distinctive, so recalling them was not hard. In a short while, Qin Ming had all the information he needed. Each of them had a fair, beardless face, a shrill voice, and a sinister, lecherous air. They were notorious throughout the ancient clan, the nightmare of every beautiful woman, and were known as the 5 ladies. They all looked like eunuchs, so calling them the 5 ladies is quite fitting. Qin Ming accidentally locked eyes with the 5, then at once shouted out exactly what was on his mind. The remark made even the stern Lai Mu chuckle. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Qin Ming's provocation, the 5 ladies did not fly into a fury. Instead, they squeezed something soft in their hands and looked at Qin Ming provocatively. Their eyes seemed to say what we have you don't. Heh ha ha, that man is Qin Ming. That traitor really has come to throw his life away. Let me take a closer look. Oh my, he is a mediocre fool who only just formed his core. At the same time, many Xuangu clan members took out a portrait bearing Qin Ming's likeness. After confirming it was him, they burst into laughter, clutching their bellies. Truly shameless, Ma Ping also said in a low voice. I Zhang Fei can't stand these treacherous villains. Let them taste my serpent spear. Zhang Fei was hot-tempered by nature and could not bear watching Qin Ming being maliciously provoked, so he volunteered for battle. As soon as he spoke, the five ladies finally noticed Xing Tian and Zhang Fei beside Qin Ming, and a trace of panic appeared in their eyes. Only then did they discard the women in their arms, straighten their backs, and exchange a few voice transmissions. Before long, 30,000 core formation scouts received their orders and began directing the 10 million-strong army into a profound formation. Qin Ming ignored Zhang Fei's request to fight and remained motionless, allowing the enemy to prepare. Down below, once the mortals learned that Qin Ming was the imperial consort, they no longer regarded him with suspicion and hid behind them one after another, seeking protection. Seeing that the formation was almost complete, the five ladies let out several sinister laughs, and their gazes toward Xing Tian and the others became arrogant once more. Qin Ming gave a cold snort. No matter what these vermin did, it was futile in his eyes. The reason he had not stirred was that after refining 2 drops of star marrow, he sensed that his 3-star body was faintly showing signs of a breakthrough. Qin Ming took out the 3rd drop of star marrow and swallowed it directly. In just a moment, the 4th star of body refinement would be accomplished. The 5 ladies were lustful, and although their cultivation had reached the peak of nascent soul, they had neglected body refinement, reaching only a mere 4 stars. When the time came, Qin Ming could take them on even in a barehanded brawl. Xing Tian, Zhang Fei, the 2 of you will follow Lai Mu's orders completely. Because his breakthrough required time, Qin Ming placed the demon gods under Lai Mu's command directly. Then he looked at Ma Ping and said calmly, you need not concern yourself with the battle. Just refine pills and distribute them to the tribespeople in the rear. Yes, Ma Ping answered with absolute certainty and immediately took out his alchemy furnace to begin refining. Lai Mu, however, showed a troubled expression, wondering if he had heard correctly. Me, a core formation cultivator commanding 2 half-step deity transformation powerhouses, and I still have to deal with 30 million enemy troops. How is this supposed to be fought? Don't bring shame upon me. With that single curt remark, Qin Ming paid no heed to Liu Mu's confusion. He gritted his teeth and channeled all his strength into tempering his flesh and refining his marrow, striving to break through to the 4-star rank. Liu Mu is merely at the late core formation stage, inferior even to any random scout of ours, and he dares to command a half-step spirit transformation cultivator. That's why I said Qin Ming and his lot all behave bizarrely. Maybe they've been brain damaged since childhood. Breaking through on the battlefield and using our clan's body forging technique, no less. He's nothing but a thief. The jeers of the Xuangu clan thundered across heaven and earth. Liu Mu steadied his emotions and forcibly calmed himself down. Unexpectedly, Wu Nyang took the lead and began to curse. Liu Mu, you waste of the Black Tiger clan, have you betrayed your own people? If you surrender now, I'll plead with them to grant you a whole corpse. Her words struck Liu Mu's sore spot. Frowning at Zhang Fei and Xing Tian, whose eyes burned with fury, he roared at the ancient clan's army. Even if we are only 3, we'll slaughter them until not a single piece remains. Good. I like your spirit. Zhang Fei grabbed Liu Mu's shoulder and gently pushed him back. The master told me to obey you, but also to keep you safe. You're too weak. Let us handle it. Without waiting any longer, Zhang Fei leaped into the air and plunged straight into the ancient clan's ranks. He grabbed 100 core formation scouts, let out a furious roar, and impaled them with a single spear thrust, killing them in an instant. However, that very move inadvertently triggered the enemy's trap, the mountain-suppressing mystic formation they had relied upon to breach the 3 passes. In an instant, he was tightly bound by its vast formation power. The core formation scouts burst into frantic laughter. The mountain-suppressing mystic formation was a mid-grade mystic formation developed over a millennium by the formation masters of the Xuangu clan, 1 minor rank higher than the Black Bronze Sword formation. Their swift victory in breaking the passes could be credited entirely to this formation. It possessed the power to instantly slay a peak nascent soul cultivator, and even Zhang Fei found it troublesome. At the critical moment, Liu Mu issued the order, and the ancient demon god Xing Tian descended from the void. Seeing the situation, he said nothing and simply chopped off his own head. The Xuangu clan members were stunned for half a second at this bizarre move. Who in the world cut off their own head first when fighting? Are you trying to scare me by mutilating yourself? The leader of the Wu Nyang sisters pursed her lips, a wave of disgust washing over her. Yet after decapitation, Xing Tian did not die. His aura surged violently, and his blood massacre war body erupted. Holding his head in one hand and his giant axe in the other, he swung down with earth-shaking force, splitting open the formation and slaughtering the millions of troops beyond it, shattering the binding formation and successfully rescuing Zhang Fei. Before Zhang Fei could even express his gratitude, the mountain-suppressing mystic formation locked onto Xing Tian, once more crushing and tormenting him relentlessly. Any ordinary cultivator would have been annihilated in both body and soul, but Xingtian possessed the heaven-defying talent of turning adversity into strength. The more he suffered, the fiercer his battle intent, and the greater his power. Within the formation, he fought ever more ferociously, surging upward against the tide. Zhang Fei, who had escaped, witnessed this ferocious display and felt his competitive spirit fully ignite. In that moment, his fighting spirit soared. He bellowed in fury, and the formation shattered under the sheer force of his roar. 3 million enemy soldiers had their souls extinguished, dying, without even a place to bury their remains. Zhang Fei then rescued Xingtian in turn. Thus did the two great savage gods go back and forth, each saving the other. The Xuangu clan's 10 million-strong army refused to fall behind. Under Wu Nyang's leadership, their overwhelming numbers allowed them to continuously reorganize their mountain-suppressing grand formation, growing increasingly intoxicated by the fight. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the foundation of the grand formation began to totter. The two demon gods stood shoulder to shoulder, facing the towering might of the formation. The clash of their auras shook the heavens. During this time, Liu Mu repeatedly rushed to the front lines, only to be shoved aside by Zhang Fei with a single palm. In the end, he gave up trying to join the battle and simply watched from where he stood. "Stop! Retreat now! Take the sky route!" Wu Nyang commanded in unison. It wasn't that they no longer wished to fight, but they had realized that with Xingtian hacking away with his axe and Zhang Fei roaring again and again, the 30 million-strong army had already dwindled to 20 million. This is still a bit slow. Just as the enemy was retreating, a cold, mocking chuckle drifted through the air. Qin Ming opened his eyes. Waves of scorching heat swept through his body. His bones and tendons rang continuously. His flesh became tough and formidable, and yin and yang energies sprang forth within him. He had successfully broken through to the 4-star yin-yang pivot of body forging. Annihilation finger. He struck out with a single finger. At the very moment the finger shot forth, the yin and yang energies within his body briefly collided, carrying with them a hidden force that made the attack even more devastating. The screams stretched on without end. In a single instant, the 20 million-strong army lost more than half, leaving only 7 million soldiers behind. Meanwhile, 30,000 scouts were instantly reduced to a mere 10,000 cultivators at the early core formation stage or above. A rain of corpses fell from the sky, bleak and spectacular at once. The bloody mist over this stretch of heaven and earth had grown even thicker than before. "Master is too badass." Zhang Fei and Xingtian teleported to Qin Ming's side and blurted out blunt curses. They had toiled for ages and killed only about 10 million people, yet Qin Ming had done it in a single breath, looking utterly effortless all the while. Their fierce eyes brimmed with reverence. Xingtian even bowed slightly. Both mighty warriors were now filled with sincere admiration for Qin Ming. Qin Ming smiled faintly and rose to his feet. Inwardly he mused, it wasn't a wasted breakthrough. The yin-yang pivot truly strengthens the annihilation finger's power, and the number of instant kills is far greater now. Even the ant king of the 9 Yingu ants was so stunned by the scene that its flight faltered for a moment. It abruptly rose, nearly losing control of its formation and sending Qin Ming tumbling down. Zhang Fei saw the insect army's negligence and gave the dragon's hindquarters a firm smack to teach it a lesson on his master's behalf. Qin Ming paid no attention to their horseplay. He collected the storage pouches scattered across the battlefield, taking out both the Annihilation Demon Seal and the Blood Moon Soul Banner. He fed the Annihilation Demon Seal with the magical artifacts he gathered from the battlefield, while the Soul Banner autonomously collected souls. Soon after, the Annihilation Demon Seal broke through to the lower-grade Mystic rank, and the third Annihilation Force inscription grew solid and true. The transformation of the Blood Moon Soul Banner was even more gratifying. With a total of 25 million souls gathered, it advanced 2 ranks in one go, becoming a mid-grade Mystic rank magical artifact. Counting the 5 spirits, Qin Ming now possessed 13 nascent soul mid-stage souls. It could be said that even alone he already commanded the strength of an entire sect. That single finger strike earlier had been far too terrifying. The great army fell into chaos, and Wu Nyang and the remaining core formation scouts stared with eyes wide open. Some even thought they were dreaming and slapped themselves. Unless it was the supreme spirit transformation realm, how could anyone annihilate 10 million troops in a single strike? Could it be that Qin Ming had hidden his cultivation level and already stepped into the spirit transformation realm, becoming the most powerful existence in this world? Combined with the rumors from before, the people of the Xuangu clan were chilled to the bone. Their morale collapsed completely, and looking at Qin Ming was like staring at a demon. Qin Ming. Terrifying. He's a cold-blooded god of slaughter. Everyone run. I don't want to die yet. The Xuangu Grand Army was thrown into chaos. Wu Nyang knew they could not win, so they hastily crushed their communication spirit pearls and reported this bizarre affair. After sending word for reinforcements, they still refused to give up. They wanted to probe Qin Ming's strength, for no matter how they looked at it, he only appeared to be at the early core formation stage. The 5 Wu Nyang sisters activated the 5 Shadows Illusory Charm Sutra together, a soul attack technique. 5 alluring phantom beauties abruptly appeared beside Qin Ming, their fragrant scent drifting through the air. Their graceful figures were enchanting and full of allure as countless seductive illusions surged toward him. An illusion cast by the combined might of 5 peak nascent soul cultivators would cause even a half-step spirit transformation expert to lose their mental defenses and be gravely wounded by a sudden assassination. But Qin Ming merely glanced at them. His evil thought perception had already activated passively, leaving the illusion nowhere to hide. The 5 phantoms had been caressing Qin Ming's face with bashful, flushed cheeks. Yet under his evil thought perception they were exposed for what they truly were, bearing fangs and clutching daggers, a sight that was almost comical. Qin Ming casually opened his mouth and devoured them all whole. Soul attacks were best swallowed, directly nourishing and empowering one's own soul. The 5 Wunyang sisters simultaneously spat out blood and hastily fled. Qin Ming waved the Blood Moon Soul banner, releasing the dozen or so nascent souls. Led by the 5 spirits, in a single instant the souls of these 5 treacherous beings were collected into the banner. Spare us. We're willing to serve you as beasts of burden. Qin Ming looked at the remaining 5 nascent souls. He had no desire to keep such emasculated creatures as his mounts. With a single grab of his hand, he sent them all to Wang Dingding, fulfilling the promise he had made that day. Just as he was about to unleash wholesale slaughter upon the core formation scouts, a crack was torn in the void ahead. A man clad in golden armor appeared, radiating a formidable aura and cutting a dashing, imposing figure. How dare you! Return the nascent souls of the Wunyang sisters at once. The golden-armored man, the instant he appeared, struck at Qin Ming with all his might. Gripping the heavy greatsword with both hands, he cleaved downward at the crown of Qin Ming's head, the blade wreathed in the fury of thunder and lightning. The sword flashed with blinding speed. Before the edge even arrived, the gale had scattered Qin Ming's hair. Lai Mu, whose position was closest to the enemy, cried out a warning and hurled himself at Qin Ming, prepared to take the blade and die, only to be shoved aside by Zhang Fei. I Zhang Ida am right here. Bandits, you shall not cross so much as a single step. Zhang Fei extended his Zhangba serpent spear, and it crashed against the heavy sword, sending sparks cascading in every direction. It's Commander Sherpa. We are saved. The remaining core formation scouts and the 7 million soldiers waved their hands and shouted at the sight of the newcomer, cheering and leaping for joy, as though they had already won the battle. In his lifetime, Sherpa had cut down tens of millions of foes and had never once suffered defeat. It was little wonder his subordinates were so exhilarated. In the span of a few breaths, Zhang Fei and Sherpa fought 300 exchanges, neither able to overpower the other. Another half incense stick's worth of time passed, and both of them stopped, as if by unspoken accord. Zhang Fei glanced down at the hand gripping his serpent spear. It had been jolted bloody by the violent clashes. He let out a sigh, vexed that his cultivation was still insufficient. He could not take this fellow down for his master. Xing Tian stepped up beside Zhang Fei. Seeing that the man before them was also at the half-step spirit transformation stage, he immediately wanted to charge in and behead him. There is no need to stir up such a mighty commotion. He is merely a clone. Qin Ming's lips moved faintly as he said this with cool composure. His perception of evil intent had never erred, as Sherpa could not have arrived this swiftly. He had simply employed a cloning divine ability. Since it was but a divine ability, there was nothing to fear. In his memory, the true reason Sherpa had never tasted defeat was that he could always cast his clone technique in critical battles, and the clone's might was in no way inferior to his true body. Qin Ming hazarded a blind guess. Perhaps this was a divine ability inherent to his life-bound treasure. If so, then this was a magnificent gift. Haha, you can actually see through my clone technique, but so what? Qin Ming, if you can persuade the Demon Clan's Empress to cede the territory of Xiao Lake, then this war can be brought to a halt. Sherpa said this with a forced smile, his outward demeanor as calm as drifting clouds, yet in his heart a stone sank heavily. Between his true body and his clone, the only difference was an infinitesimal variance in aura. No one had ever seen through it before. How had Qin Ming, a mere core formation cultivator, discerned it? While Sherpa was shaken, Lai Mu and his companions were equally astounded. To have fought Zhang Fei to a standstill, and it was only a clone. Then how overwhelming must the true body's power be? For a time, although the few of them appeared outwardly unscathed, within their hearts 10,000 stallions were thundering. Only Qin Ming remained perfectly self-possessed. He quietly produced the Annihilation Demon Seal, and before making his move, courteously answered Sherpa's question. Since I can see through your clone, it follows that I have a way to kill you as well. As for ceding Xiao Lake, you are not qualified. Let Gu Yin, the sovereign emperor of your Xingu clan, come to the Demon Clan's domain in person and negotiate. Qin Ming uttered these words with mocking derision, yet the ancient clan's great army took them at face value. One core formation scout, emboldened by Sherpa's presence, began to hurl abuse at Qin Ming. You still dare to spout arrogance before Lord Sherpa? And is Emperor Venerable Gu Yan's name something a lowlife, like you may utter? You ungrateful traitor. Oh, how noisy. The man had spoken no more than a single line before Qin Ming slew him in an instant. Qin Ming, spare me your prattle. The lot of you attacked together. The golden-armored man possessed a peerlessly handsome countenance, so striking that it pressed in upon the beholder, and when he spoke his bearing yielded not a whit to Zhang Fei's might. With those words, Sherpa gripped the heavy sword in both hands and charged. Golden light spiraled around the blade, his handsome features set cold and ruthless, the ponderous razor-edged sword bearing down with the overwhelming might of 10,000 June. To deal with you one man alone is more than enough. The fierce words slipped from Qin Ming's thin lips. He teleported to the very vanguard and cast the Annihilation Demon Seal forth, planting it before him as a shield. He empowered himself with the 3 Annihilation Force patterns, and in the next breath a murderous chi artistic conception brimming with annihilation power erupted outward. This is a spirit transformation artistic conception. How had a core formation cultivator managed to cultivate an artistic conception? Sherpa was stunned for a moment. Only by witnessing Qin Ming's artistic conception with his own eyes did he finally believe the rumors he had heard before. Shrouded by the murderous chi artistic conception, Sherpa felt his spiritual energy being drained away, and even his offensive strength was weakened by a full 2/10. But this was still not the end. With a series of fierce battle cries, Qin Ming unleashed the Blood Moon Soul Banner, the Purgatory Grand Array, the Withered Bone Prison Lock, the Blood Moon Crescent Blade, the Murderous Chi Tornado, the Annihilation Finger, a dazzling array of treasures and divine abilities, all released at once. The spectacle was so magnificent it defied all bounds. Had Luo Qingli witnessed it, she would have died of pure worship. Within the murderous chi artistic conception, Sherpa could no longer perceive Qin Ming's figure at all. He could only rely on his shallow grasp of artistic conceptions and use his clone's artistic conception to search for Qin Ming's whereabouts. But Qin Ming was hardly about to grant him such a chance. A dozen or so nascent soul spirits harassed him with ghostly, unpredictable strikes. The Dragon Ruin's spirit met him head-on. The Prison Lock and the Crescent Blade assailed him in coordination. The tornado bore down upon him. Even though Sherpa summoned treasures of his own to counter before Qin Ming's arsenal, they were all shattered to pieces. Moments later, several trails of blood were slashed across Sherpa's handsome face. Under the suppression of annihilation force, he gasped for breath, his strength flagging. This bastard! How can he have so many treasures and divine abilities? Sherpa's gaze, which had been as keen as sword and blade, softened by several degrees. He spoke in bafflement, as though he had stumbled upon an extraordinary enigma. Did you truly believe that was the end of it? Atop a mountain of corpses within the murderous chi artistic conception, Qin Ming abruptly materialized, offering up the Annihilation Demon Seal, even as he spoke. He formed hand seals with both hands. The Annihilation Demon Seal shook violently, black mist seething and churning, and a demon dragon glided forth noiselessly. What distinguished it from before was that scales had already grown across its body, looking as though they could weather any assault. When Sherpa caught sight of that demon dragon, his pupils abruptly constricted. He could faintly sense that this demon dragon might be the sole nemesis that clones had faced in 1,000 years. And so it proved. At Qin Ming's soft command, the demon dragon let out a searing snort and shot towards Sherpa, its maw gaping wide and blood-red. Its eyes seemed to behold a delicious prey, as if it could scarcely wait to devour him. Its entire aura swelled, abruptly unleashing to the utmost its suppression over the clone's very origin. How could Sherpa's clone have ever witnessed such a scene? He tried every escape art possible, even burning away the single drop of core essence blood hidden within the clone, without any regard for the cost. Beneath the crushing suppression of the murderous chi artistic conception, everything he did was futile. After struggling for a while, he was devoured utterly by the demon dragon. In the instant before death, Sherpa glared fiercely at Qin Ming and spat viciously. Next time I will come in person with my true body and swear to avenge today's grudge. After his clone was annihilated, Qin Ming put away his artistic conception and the demon seal. Catching those final words, he smiled in disdain. Having slain the clone today, the true body was bound to have suffered grave damage as well, and would pose no threat for quite some time. When the 10,000 core formation scouts saw that even their commanding general had perished, they were thoroughly disheartened. Some of them frantically fled, yet how could they outpace Zhang Fei and Xing Tian? In a single burst, all several dozen who tried to escape were cut down. Those who remained witnessing this scene no longer dared to stir in the slightest. This battle, we actually won. Ma Ping, who had been ceaselessly refining pills among the mortals to heal their wounds, watched the tide of battle and quivered with excitement. Lai Mu also rubbed his eyes. While Zhang Fei and Xing Tian were butchering the enemy, he gazed at Qin Ming with veneration, overcome by the feeling of having survived a great catastrophe. The surviving remnants were no longer worth worrying about. Sensing that his cultivation realm's bottleneck had begun to loosen, Qin Ming swiftly sat down cross-legged on the black dragon formed from the goo ants and devoted all his strength to regulating his breathing and qi. The fourth pattern of the Annihilation Demon Seal gradually became visible. With all 4 annihilation forces upon him, Qin Ming's speed of drawing in spiritual energy multiplied. The dense death force and murderous force of this location further granted him deepened enlightenment of his artistic conception. Core formation mid-stage. Core formation late stage. Core formation peak. Breaking through 3 realms in one unbroken surge. Qin Ming accomplished a feat without precedent or peer, earning the awe and admiration of every soldier present. A faint smile curled at the corners of Qin Ming's mouth. Since it had become his life-bound treasure, the demon seal's assistance to his cultivation had grown far more potent. Most powerful of all was the fourth annihilation force, and these consecutive breakthroughs were, in the end, all thanks to the grand gift Sherpa had delivered. If he could also devour the true body, who knew to what realm he might ascend? At the thought, the curve of Qin Ming's smile grew ever wider. At that very moment, within the Grand War camp, Sherpa spewed a torrent of fresh blood. Clutching his chest, he let out a thunderous roar. Qin Ming, I will tear you apart with my bare hands. Suddenly, within Sherpa's commander's tent, ripples spread across the very fabric of space. At the sight of the newcomer's back, he ignored the blood still streaming from his mouth, and immediately knelt on one knee. Your subordinate greets Crown Prince Gu Chun. The one who commanded Sherpa's full reverence was Gu Chun, the legitimate son of Emperor Gu Yin of the Xiangu clan. At only 28 years old, he had already stepped into the half-step spirit transformation realm. He snapped his folding fan shut. Gazing upon the projected image of the battle at the Qingyo tribe before him, his eyes came to rest on Qin Ming, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Qin Ming, a body at core formation, having cultivated an artistic conception, going head-to-head with a half-step spirit transformation cultivator. With such heaven-defying feats, he must surely conceal some rare and hidden treasure. If I could obtain the secret he harbors. Ha ha ha. With his daydreaming, Gu Chun had cast Sherpa's battle defeat to the wind, leaving Sherpa somewhat mortified. For the first time in a millennium, he had suffered defeat on the front lines himself. In the Xiangu clan, this was a matter that everyone discussed, a world-shocking event. However, Gu Chun's mind was consumed entirely by Qin Ming showing utter indifference toward him. This slighted the kneeling Sherpa, who, unwilling to accept this, spoke up of his own accord. Your Highness, the Crown Prince Qin Ming is no ordinary man. I will recover my injuries as swiftly as possible and confront him in my true form to redeem myself through merit. Sherpa clasped his fists in salute, even contemplating swearing upon his Dao heart. Perhaps only by facing Qin Ming in direct combat would he cease underestimating him. Upon hearing these words, Gu Chun finally remembered there was still a commanding general behind him. He turned around and struck Sherpa's clasped fists with his folded golden-laid fan. Sherpa was startled and glanced up to study Gu Chun carefully. Today, Gu Chun appeared delicate and refined, with feather patterns adorning the side of his neck, crimson hair, and eyes that seemed to burn with sparks. He had indeed changed significantly. Previously, he showed some courtesy toward Sherpa, but since breaking through to the half-step divine transformation stage, he had become exceedingly arrogant and looked down on everyone. In the next instant, Gu Chun actually kicked Sherpa directly in the chest with his foot. Sherpa staggered, but managed to steady himself in time without falling. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Sherpa's voice was firm and unyielding. Although he was a subject of the Xiangu clan's royal family and a top-tier powerhouse, as a half-step divine transformation expert, he could scarcely endure such humiliation. This kick is a lesson for your defeat. I act on behalf of my father the king. You are to be confined for 1 month to focus on your cultivation. After a month, I will personally bring back Qin Ming's head. With those words, Gu Chun turned and vanished among the camp. Sherpa rose, slowly wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, furious beyond measure. With a single punch, he shattered the stone table beside him. Meanwhile, over at the Qingyo tribe's position, after completing his breakthrough, Qin Ming looked at the Xiangu clan soldiers, who had already surrendered their weapons, and chose not to massacre them senselessly. When two clans are at war, even if Xiangu clan soldiers surrender, they can never be integrated into the demon clan's service. Every cause has its effect. Qin Ming reasoned that it would be better to simply send them back the way they came. Zhang Fei Xing Tian, I order you to lead the 9 Ingu ant swarm and command the remnants of the Xiangu clan forces to destroy the border garrison's divisional formation and reclaim the 3 passes by tomorrow noon. Leave it to us. It was already late afternoon on the second day. Miss Su's 3-day promise was about to expire, and there was no more time to waste, so Qin Ming gave the order immediately. After the 2 demon generals departed, Qin Ming took out the baleful energy tornado and absorbed all the sinister chi from this place. Once the tornado grew to a certain magnitude, it split into 3, significantly enhancing its power. Qin Ming thought to himself that if he could someday split the baleful energy into dozens of tornadoes, it would be like sending a storm upon his enemies whenever he unleashed his evil chi. The thought filled him with anticipation. Having completed these tasks, Qin Ming extended his divine sense into the world-questioning compass, where he found Wang Dingding and the other 2 sound asleep, carefree and idle. He then checked his system panel, which clearly displayed his remaining evil path value at 7,000. The string of killings and face-slapping had greatly increased his evil path value, which pleased Qin Ming. He then retrieved the storage bags captured on the battlefield and searched through them for a while, ultimately extracting only the myriad heavenly star marrow. He observed that most of them were only first or second-rate stars, their level far too low that quantity would hardly matter. Qin Ming then took out the 5 drops of 4th-grade star marrow from 5th sister, wondering whether he could attempt to merge them. He kept trying, but each attempt ended in failure, so he comforted himself by thinking that if it were possible the Xiangu clan people would have long since tried it. Qin Ming shook his head, and had to ultimately abandon the idea though a tribesman from the Qingyou tribe had witnessed his actions. Qin Ming also recalled the 5 Shadows illusory charm technique he had secretly obtained when devouring Fifth Sister's divine ability. He chuckled dismissively. Under normal circumstances he would hardly condescend to use such a technique. Someone's there. With the immediate danger gone, Qin Ming's evil perception extended outward, and he suddenly detected several cultivators lingering 1,000 li away. Those individuals wore garments speckled with star-like patterns and embroidered meteor trajectories on their cuffs, high-ranking members of the Xingyue Pavilion. Their leader Jin Lian was an elderly man in the late stage of nascent soul cultivation, his cloudy eyes straining to gaze toward the Qingyou tribe. Unfortunately, the blood fog was too dense, obstructing their spiritual sense and preventing them from seeing clearly. The elder behind him furrowed his brow, raising his hands to his forehead in a gesture of concentration. After failing to discern anything, he approached Jin Lian's side, bowed slightly, and whispered, "Leader, we truly cannot detect what happened afterward. But I am certain, before the blood fog thickened, it was Lai Mu. With his 2 half-step divine transformation subordinates, they must have annihilated the enemy forces completely." The elder's voice noticeably rose when mentioning Lai Mu. He cast a tentative glance at Jin Lian, hoping to gloss over the matter. Upon hearing this, Jin Lian withdrew his spiritual sense and pondered for a moment before saying, "We've traveled thousands of li. We cannot have come for nothing. Tell me what you've observed." As soon as the pavilion leader spoke, the other elders eagerly chimed in, their faces lighting up with relief. This meant they could finally be dismissed. Soon enough, tales of Lai Mu's heroic deeds spread throughout the demon clan. When Qin Ming spotted the Xingyue Pavilion members, he dismissed them without further concern. Their battlefield reporters were oddly dedicated. His gaze shifted downward. The surviving members of the Qingyou tribe had mostly taken healing pills and were recovering well. Qin Ming landed and approached Ma Ping. Just as he was about to offer praise, Ma Ping immediately pointed to a tribesman beside him, lauding him enthusiastically. "Imperial Lord, we owe our survival this time to Sun Yan. His medical skills are extraordinary and he can refine 4th-grade pills. He is truly a reclusive master." The man Ma Ping referred to appeared to be in his middle years, with gentle and refined features, of faint medicinal fragrance lingering around him, and dressed in a teal robe adorned with herbal patterns. Observing him, Qin Ming noted his extraordinary bearing and 8th-grade spiritual root, a remarkable natural endowment. Yet his cultivation remained merely at the mid-stage of qi condensation. Extending his divine sense inward to carefully examine Sun Yan's spiritual energy, Qin Ming discovered that his spiritual root seemed sealed with blocked qi that made absorption extraordinarily difficult. As Qin Ming moved forward, intending to break the seal, Sun Yan hastily stepped back, his evasive gaze betraying some unspoken secret. That someone at merely the mid-qi condensation stage could refine 4th-grade pills, drugs typically reserved for the demon realm's foremost alchemy families, told Qin Ming by instinct that Sun Yan's origins must be extraordinary. Since he showed no willingness to speak, Qin Ming let the matter rest for now. But as he prepared to depart, Sun Yan, fearing the Imperial Lord's displeasure, revealed the method for fusing star marrow. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow in surprise as he listened to Sun Yan's explanation. "This humble one happened to witness your failure to fuse the star marrow earlier. Knowing how precious this substance must be to you, I happen to have some insights I'd like to share." Sun Yan clasped his fists in courtesy. Qin Ming gestured for him to continue without ceremony. "Star marrow originates from the ancient clan's body-refining practitioners. Forced fusion will inevitably result in mutual repulsion. But if you decoct 100 stalks of star grass into a celestial elixir and immerse the star marrow within it for 3 days, you can dissipate its inherent violent, baleful energy and suppress its restless primal force, allowing natural fusion." Hearing this method, Qin Ming's eyes lit up. He produced a single drop of 5th-grade star marrow from the 7th general and asked, "Can 5th-grade star marrow also be fused this way?" "For higher-grade star marrow, simply increase the quantity of star grass used in the decoction," Sun Yan replied with a smile, speaking calmly. Qin Ming nodded towards Sun Yan. This man clearly possessed real skill. If recruited to assist with star marrow fusion, the results would be twice as effective with half the effort. "Excellent. Your words have brought me sudden enlightenment. If you don't disdain it, follow me and help with star marrow fusion. I'll bestow upon you the title of 4th-grade alchemist. Do you accept?" Qin Ming, valuing talent, immediately dangled the alchemist title as temptation. The 4th-grade alchemist title required passing numerous trials before being conferred, and merely holding such a title was enough to make demon clan members fight until bloodied. By virtue of his position as Imperial Lord, Qin Ming could grant this title with a casual word. With such a title, Sun Yan could flourish anywhere and command reverence from all. "I decline." To everyone's surprise, Sun Yan refused outright with a resolute expression. Ma Ping quickly tugged at his sleeve from the side. If he angered the Imperial Lord, he wouldn't even know how he died. "Oh, Qin Ming's brows furrowed slightly as he heard Sun Yin's resolute refusal, his face deliberately displaying a hint of annoyance. As the imperial husband, if his very first attempt to recruit talent abroad ended in failure, he feared he would become a laughingstock to his wife. Thus, he could only feign displeasure to see how Sun Yin would react. No sooner had Sun Yin refused than Ma Ping hurriedly stepped forward to advise him. Seeing Qin Ming's cold and harsh expression, Ma Ping swallowed, nervously cupped his hands in a respectful salute once more, and voiced his thoughts. If the Lord Imperial husband could take all the people of the Qingyo tribe with him and find another safe place for them to settle down, I would naturally agree. Sun Yin spoke in a tentative tone, clutching his green medicinal patterned sleeve tightly, deeply afraid of provoking Qin Ming's wrath. Indeed, when Qin Ming heard him state his conditions, his instinct was to reject them. However, considering the vital importance of the star marrow fusion, he suppressed his annoyance. The current location of the Qingyo tribe was far too close to the Three Passes, and should war break out, they would be the first to bear the brunt of the onslaught. Furthermore, this tribe was highly unusual, consisting mostly of mortals. While other clans scrambled to elevate their cultivation, the people here remained indifferent to worldly struggles, content to live as mere mortals. As the imperial husband of the demon race, I naturally cannot bear to see these mortals suffer the ravages of war. I grant your request. Qin Ming swept his gaze over the surrounding tribesmen, then looked back at Sun Yin and nodded. The fourth-grade alchemist was instantly ecstatic. His hands trembled as he clutched his sleeves, and he bowed deeply, saying, Sun Yin is willing to follow the imperial husband and attempt the method of star marrow fusion. Only then did a hint of joy surface on Qin Ming's face as he gently helped him up. He could sense that Sun Yin still harbored some significant secrets. By keeping him close, he would surely extract them one day. With everything properly arranged, Qin Ming spent the remaining time leading Ma Ping and Lai Mu to treat the wounded soldiers of the neighboring tribes. Gradually, word of Qin Ming's achievements spread along the border, and his benevolence and nobility were sung in praise by the border clans. The following day at noon, Qin Ming and his companions returned to the Qingyo tribe to await the return of Zhang Fei and Xing Tian. Waha! This fierce general of Yen has returned, having fulfilled all expectations. And I, Xing Tian, have accomplished the mission without fail. Before long, even before they could be seen, two thunderous roars erupted from the void. Following that, they tore through the void, appearing with the insect army. Seeing the joy on their faces, Qin Ming knew that the Three Passes had been successfully reclaimed. Master had those remaining members of the ancient clan turn back and attack their own garrison soldiers along the way. Making them slaughter each other was truly a brilliant move. Xing Tian said in admiration, his large eyes wide. It was pure satisfaction. Qin Ming's lips curled into a slight smile, everything well within his grasp. Suddenly remembering that the black bronze sword array of the Three Passes had been shattered and required a stronger defensive formation, he said, You two don't celebrate just yet. Traverse the void once more and take me to the Three Passes to set up a reinforcing formation. Hearing this, Zhang Fei nodded repeatedly. Indeed, I also felt that place needs master to personally work some magic. Qin Ming recalled the insect army, instructed Ma Ping and the others to remain, and crossed the void to the border's Three Passes, accompanied by his two fierce fiend god generals. The moment he arrived at the Three Passes, the scouts and soldiers of the Xuangu clan immediately halted their actions. The scene here was rather comical. Those guarding the passes were not soldiers of the demon race, but the enemy's own troops. As Qin Ming looked around, the city walls of the Three Passes lay in ruins, and the banners of the black bronze sword array were scattered in disarray, burnt beyond recognition. However, this destruction did not seem to be caused by the mountain-suppressing array previously deployed by Wu Nyang. He had a faint premonition that whatever had broken the black bronze great array was no ordinary thing, and the mountain-suppressing array might have been a mere distraction. Lord, Qin Ming, could you please let us leave? Once we return, we will disarm and return to our fields, and we promise never to harass you again. A scout boldly stepped forward. To the west lay the territory of their Xuangu clan, a mere step away, yet they dared not cross. Following the plea of this core formation cultivator, the remaining 3 million soldiers knelt down in unison. Qin Ming swept his malevolent perception over them. These people radiated intense anger and killing intent toward him. Forcing them to slaughter their own clansmen had undoubtedly warped their minds. Even if he released them, they would surely make a comeback. Since that was the case, Qin Ming naturally could not agree to their plea. I will not kill you. Be good and follow me back to the demon race. I will have the cultivators of the 8 hells show you some fine hospitality. Qin Ming announced loudly, a sinister expression flickering across his face as he spoke. The 8 hells? That place where life is worse than death. No, I'm not going. Upon hearing the name of the 8 hells, many of the ancient clan soldiers began to flee toward the west. Qin Ming's expression turned cold, as if his command carried the weight of life and death. He pointed a finger at the fleeing soldiers, instantly annihilating them all. You god of slaughter, even as a ghost, I won't let you off. Listening to the agonizing screams, Qin Ming found them music to his ears. Moments later, no one dared to flee anymore. Only 80,000 despairing cultivators remained staring at Qin Ming in terror. Qin Ming threw his head back and laughed, feeling immensely gratified. Zhang Fei and Xing Tian also beamed with delight, feeling incredibly fortunate to follow a master who was so decisive and ruthless. His original intention was to take some captives to use as bargaining chips with the Xuangu clan in the future. Since these soldiers attempted to flee upon hearing the name of the Eight Hells, they could hardly blame him for being ruthless. Among the remaining 80,000 cultivators, quite a few were in the core formation realm, which would be sufficient to serve as bargaining chips in future negotiations. Having made up his mind, Qin Ming summoned his system panel. The slaughter just now had earned him another 1,000 evil points. He spent all of it along with an additional 2,000. He purchased a mid-grade profound tier defensive formation, the glacial ceiling and annihilation array, along with a passenger flying boat and an ancient teleportation array. He incinerated all the corpses of the demon race at the 3 passes, leaving only the corpses of the Xuangu clan scattered haphazardly across the city walls. Glacial ceiling annihilation. Qin Ming flipped his hand and threw out the formation flags in all directions. A freezing spiritual light spread rapidly across the ground, and runes began to emerge from the earth. As the ice seals and sealing patterns intertwined, the glacial ceiling and annihilation array took shape in an instant, enveloping the entire 3 passes in a bone-chilling frost. The corpses of the ancient clan along with the city walls were frozen together, their icy aura striking terror into the heart. With this mid-grade profound tier grade array here, its sheer presence would deter the enemies from advancing rashly, bringing Qin Ming a great deal of peace of mind. After setting up the formation, Qin Ming took out the low-grade profound tier flying boat. The vessel was entirely deep purple, thus named Zio. It could carry 1,000,000 people simultaneously, and its speed was significantly faster than the Mingwang boat. He ushered the ancient clan cultivators onto the boat and immediately took out the teleportation array, setting it up near the 3 passes. This action left the ancient clan soldiers looking at each other in bewilderment. Is that a teleportation array? To place such a precious item so casually at the border? They cried out in shock. In the demon realm, teleportation arrays were the most spirit stone consuming constructs. Each activation required thousands of high-grade spirit stones or several top-grade spirit stones, and they were easily destroyed. Consequently, in the Xuangu clan, top-tier sects usually set up teleportation arrays deep within their sect territories under strict guard. Qin Ming, however, had deployed it directly in this desolate wasteland, a move that utterly baffled them. A moment later, an even more shocking event occurred. With a wave of Qin Ming's hand, amid his work, Qin Ming cast a glance at the stunned Xuangu clan cultivators aboard the purple nether boat. They looked like folk who had never seen the world, which left Qin Ming feeling smugly tickled and eager to dazzle them with even more wonders. Since descending upon the demon realm, he had experienced no small number of battles, both great and small. Yet amid the many storage pouches he had plundered, he had never once bothered to check the spirit stones within. Since activating a teleportation array required a great many spirit stones, he simply waved his hand, flinging out every storage pouch and laying them all before him. After his wave, the soldiers on the boat froze for a moment, then burst into thunderous uproar. Before Qin Ming lay tens of millions of storage pouches, and as he drew out the spirit stones inside, some of the 80,000 soldiers actually fainted outright at the sight. There were actually 100 million high-grade spirit stones and several hundred supreme-grade spirit stones, wealth enough to rival an entire nation. Gazing at the mountain-high pile of spirit stones, Qin Ming stroked his chin. He truly hadn't imagined there would be this many. It seemed that what he consumed during his usual cultivation was less than 1/10,000th of this amount. With so many spirit stones, keeping more than he needed would be pointless. Selecting through them, Qin Ming found that several 100 million mid and low-grade spirit stones were truly of little further use to him, so he simply cast them onto the ground, leaving them for the border tribes to rebuild their homelands. Just threw them away. Extravagant. Utterly extravagant. Hearing the whispers and chatter, Qin Ming paid them no heed. He brought out another teleportation array and sent Zhang Fei traversing the void to install it at the Qingyo tribe. A stick of incense later, Zhang Fei returned. Qin Ming produced 5 supreme-grade spirit stones and cast them into the 5 positions of the array. In an instant, the teleportation array blazed with golden light, and together with the 2 demon gods and the purple nether boat, he was teleported directly to the Qingyo tribe. This thing is excellent. It can teleport us 10,000 li in the blink of an eye. Still, the Imperial Consort is the truly capable one. This craft is far swifter than the flying vessel we came on. The moment Qin Ming landed, he overheard the discussion of Lai Mu and Ma Ping, who had come to welcome him. Behind them, Su Nian's eyes shone as she stared at the teleportation array. With this, relocating the entire clan would no longer be a problem. No sooner had he arrived at the Qingyo tribe than Qin Ming sent Zhang Fei traversing the void once more to install another teleportation array at the gates of the more distant Tianyao city. When the time came, he would need only a few spirit stones to lead his entire host back in triumphant return. On the morning of the 3rd day, Zhang Fei had returned early and together with Xing Tian was drinking the potent liquor he had helped himself to from Tianyao city, thoroughly enjoying his leisure. Sun Yin had likewise already organized the several thousand survivors of the Qingyo tribe. In yesterday's great battle the chieftain had been slain, so now they all heeded Sun Yin's arrangements. Seeing that everyone was assembled, Qin Ming drew Zhang Fei and Xing Tian back into the compass, placed the others aboard the purple nether boat, activated the teleportation array, and returned in glorious triumph. In the blink of an eye they arrived at Tianyao City. When Zhang Fei had come the previous night to set up the teleportation array at the city gates, he had already been spotted by the cultivators of the outer city. Knowing that the Imperial Consort's party would emerge from this very spot, they had come to wait since midnight. Cultivators from both the inner and outer districts of Tianyao City arrived in an endless stream. As many as several 100,000 people gathered, clogging the city gateway so tightly that not even water could pass through. Early that morning, the moment they saw the teleportation array flash with golden light, they began to cheer and leap for joy, and even the sleepiest cultivators instantly grew feverish with excitement. Yet the name they ceaselessly chanted was Lai Mu's, as if the entire victory had been his achievement alone. The instant Qin Ming and his companions set foot on the ground, the entire crowd surged forward. In that brief moment, the teleportation array was trampled into fragments, and the purple nether boat was squeezed and rocked back and forth as if sailing across water. Zhang Fei, Xing Tian, come out and clear the way. Qin Ming gave a mighty shout. The two demon gods descended from the void with a thunderous presence, and their immense aura forced the crowd to scatter far away. Did you see that? Those are Lai Mu's two half-step deity transformation subordinates. How impressive. Our demon race finally has two top-tier powerhouses. No more fear of being bullied. Several cultivators accurately located Lai Mu in the corner of the purple nether boat and bellowed at the top of their lungs. Under the crowd's watchful gaze, Lai Mu looked somewhat bewildered. Lai Mu, I love you. You are absolutely the only good person in the Black Tiger clan. No wonder the Imperial Consort didn't hesitate to change his plans and bring Lai Mu along. It turns out he has two half-step deity transformation experts under his command. Even the gazes of several pretty young women swept past Qin Ming to fall directly upon Lai Mu, their faces brimming with adoration. Utterly disregarding the oppressive might of the two demon gods, they flung themselves at him in a frenzy. Qin Ming had assumed that his return would be met with the admiration of 10,000 people. He truly hadn't expected that Lai Mu would steal all the limelight. Snapping back to his senses, he realized that if the purple nether boat kept being squeezed like this, even its mast would snap. Just as Qin Ming was about to stow the boat away, a familiar figure appeared in the distance. It was none other than Luo Qingli. Ever since she had heard the previous night that Qin Ming was about to return, she had been so excited that she couldn't sleep. At dawn, she had dressed with great care, setting aside her usual black imperial robe in favor of a light pink gauze skirt. Her peerless countenance, now lacking its usual cold majesty, gained a tender, delicate charm as she stood quietly in the distance outside the Emperor's palace waiting. Yet when Qin Ming lingered and a commotion erupted at the city gates, she grew anxious and personally set out to welcome him. When Qin Ming saw how sweetly Luo Qingli was dressed today, his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Caring not a whit for the purple nether boat, he shoved through the crowd, instantly teleported before the Empress, and gazed at her tenderly. Seeing her beloved rush over in such eager haste, a shy yet bewitching smile curved at the corners of Luo Qingli's lips. But when her gaze flickered to the purple flying boat behind him, her delicate brows knitted slightly, and a faint trace of displeasure flitted through the depths of her eyes. Why didn't you use the Dream Emperor boat I gave you? Their brief separation had only deepened their longing. Just as Qin Ming was about to step forward and embrace his wife, Luo Qingli pressed a palm against his chest, halting him in his tracks, and muttered with her lips pouted. Qin Ming froze in astonishment. Looking at the woman before him, where was the lofty, exalted Empress now? Even the smallest matter became an occasion for her to make a huge fuss. Could it be that a great woman, once she falls in love, suddenly turns into a little girl? Still, Luo Qingli could hardly be blamed. When Qin Ming left, he had ridden the Dream Emperor boat. When he returned, he had switched to a different one, an endeavor with a beginning but no end, which even made her suspect that this boat was a gift from some woman. Qin Ming shook his head with a bitter smile and pondered for a moment. He couldn't very well answer that he found the Dream Emperor boat too slow and too small for carrying people. Saying so would only make his wife even more furious. Most of the enemies I carried were uncouth brutes. As for the Dream Emperor boat, I couldn't bear to share it with them. With that, Qin Ming carefully took out the treasured Dream Emperor boat, while tilting the purple nether boat, dumping out the 80,000 soldiers who had their hands and feet bound. Look, these are the Xuangu clan captives I seized, offered especially to you, my dear. Qin Ming teased with a playful grin. When Luo Qingli saw the Dream Emperor boat, he was cradling with such care, her expression softened considerably. Who wants your captives? As long as you've returned safely, that's enough. Luo Qingli's honeyed cherry-like lips parted slightly, and the displeasure on her face dispersed in an instant, leaving not the slightest trace of reproach. The palm she had pressed against Qin Ming's chest withdrew. She took the initiative and stepped forward slowly, her jade-like fingers gently brushing over his shoulders and arms, carefully probing the chi blood muscles and bones all over his body. Her gaze swept over him, meticulously afraid that this campaign might have left him with even the slightest injury or hidden wound. Only after confirming that Qin Ming's physique was intact, his qi and blood vigorous, and no serious harm had been done, did the heavy stone in her heart finally fall. "Lear, I've missed you so much." Seeing how concerned his wife was for him, Qin Ming whispered sweet endearments and silently raised his arm to encircle her slender waist. The two embraced quietly like this, and all the clamor of the world faded away. A tender, intimate warmth lingered around them. Silence said more than 1,000 words. It's not me. It's the Imperial Consort. It's all the Imperial Consort. It's all the Imperial Consort's doing." The purple netherboat tipped over, and Lai Mu tumbled out along with it. The female cultivators lifted him up together and tossed him into the air in celebration. He shouted feebly, but no one paid him any heed. The scene instantly turned chaotic and somewhat comical as well. Yet what happened at Tianyao City was soon caught by the spies of the Xuangu clan and relayed to the Xuangu clan's imperial palace in Huangshe Ancient City. Above the sea of clouds around the imperial palace, Crown Prince Gu Chun stood in crimson robes, fluttering wildly in the wind, lightly twirling a folding fan between his fingers, his eyes deep and sinister. "Let them enjoy their moment of clamor for a while. Qin Ming, Qin Ming. Before long, even your wife will be mine, ha." Gazing at the image of the two embracing that the spy had relayed, not the slightest hint of anger crossed his handsome, eerily enchanting features. He merely curved the corner of his mouth into a faint cold arc. Having spent some intimate moments with his wife Qin Ming, then heard Lai Mu's roaring cries. He gently waved his hand, catching Lai Mu, who was thrown into the air, slowly lowering him down, and then used his dark aura to forcefully push the female cultivators below back 10 meters. "Listen to me, everyone. It truly was the Emperor Lord. The two half-step transformation god cultivators under my command were all lent to me by the Emperor Lord himself. He defeated millions of enemy troops with a single finger strike, slain Wu Nyang, and challenged Sherpa." Lai Mu, fearful of displeasing Qin Ming, afterward immediately began loudly repeating these words with sincere earnestness as soon as he landed. Only then did the calmer cultivators truly absorb what he said, their gazes toward Qin Ming, filled with newfound reverence. "The Emperor Lord is truly magnificent." The Emperor Lord cleaved through 1,000 soldiers with a single finger and reclaimed the 3 passes. "The Emperor Lord, let me kneel before you." Seeing this, the Green Spirit Lion tribe took the lead in praising the Emperor Lord once more, and soon voices of acclaim grew louder. Watching the tide of public opinion finally shift, Lai Mu wiped the sweat from his brow and slowly relaxed his expression, though Qin Ming had never given these matters a second thought from beginning to end. Several painful cries suddenly erupted from the crowd. Qin Ming cast a glance and saw that amid the people scrambling to offer congratulations, 80,000 captives from the Gu tribe were being savagely beaten by certain male cultivators. Many were already dead. Qin Ming hastily ordered Zhang Fei and Xing Tian to disperse the crowd, parading the 80,000 captives through the streets as a public display before taking them to the Eightfold Prison. And so the demon tribe's cultivators surged forward, relentlessly following close behind the captives, spitting, throwing bones, and hurling curses without cease. Qin Ming no longer restrained them, though at least the city gates fell quiet. Only when the clamor outside subsided did Sun Yin and Ma Ping emerge from their hiding place, with thousands of tribe members peeking out to survey the scene. They had been the first to conceal themselves upon witnessing the chaos. "Ma Ping, you take Sun Yin and settle the tribal people in the former residence of the Black Tiger tribe within the Heavenly Demon Inner City." Qin Ming's words left Ma Ping and Sun Yin utterly stunned, jaws dropping in disbelief. "Do these mortals have the right to settle in the Heavenly Demon Inner City? That is the Emperor Lord's word. You obey whether you wish to or not." Others around them shared their shock, but wisely kept their counsel. For Sun Yin, merely relocating the tribe away from the borderlands had been her greatest hope. She never dared dream of dwelling within Tianyao City itself. Even the outer city represented a coveted prize that all demon tribes fought over, let alone the inner sanctum. Though the annihilation of the Black Tiger tribe had vacated residences in the Heavenly Demon Inner City, its inhabitants were either royal lineage or premier forces. The mortal denizens of the Azure Bull tribe simply lacked the status to call this place home. Ma Ping's concerns mounted as he weighed the situation, and despite his close bond with Sun Yin, he felt compelled to voice his objection. "Emperor Lord, this cannot be done. Every inch of land in the Heavenly Demon Inner City commands immense value, and with the Azure Bull tribe's majority being common folk, they would surely face prejudice here." Qin Ming understood Ma Ping's worries all too well, yet he believed that mortals faced vulnerability everywhere. They would fare better under his direct protection if settled nearby. Moreover, to extract the secrets hidden within Sun Yin's heart, Qin Ming knew he needed to invest substantially. "It matters not. Sun Yin has offered me the Star Marrow Fusion Technique, a deed of great merit. Allowing the Azure Bull tribe to dwell in the Heavenly Demon Inner City serves as fitting recompense." Qin Ming spoke these words with quiet conviction, his intentions clear and his actions grounded in loyalty and gratitude. Sun Yin's eyes glistened with tears, her regard for the Emperor Lord deepening profoundly. As Ma Ping stammered his objections, Qin Ming merely flicked his wrist, establishing an ice-binding seal array at the Azure Bull tribe's intended settlement. With that decisive gesture, no further dissent dared surface. "You've grown quite bold, my lord. Deciding everything without consulting me now," Luo Qingli remarked sideways, her voice laced with both astonishment and sharp sarcasm. "Such minor matters hardly warrant troubling your lady's clever mind," Qin Ming teased affectionately. "Then since you say so, shall I entrust all demon tribe affairs and strategic decisions entirely to my lord henceforth?" "Why not?" Luo Qingli had only meant to jest with Qin Ming, but he actually agreed with such earnest seriousness that she found herself taken aback. With the matter concluded, Qin Ming dismissed the Violet Phantom boat and granted Lai Mu and Ma Ping their freedom, then returned to the female emperor's palace alongside his wife for a heart-to-heart conversation. Since claiming the demon tribe's female emperor, Qin Ming's stature had risen dramatically. The other demon cultivators watched Luo Qingli cling to him like a devoted bird seeking shelter and gradually began to treat him as their sovereign. His words carried the weight of imperial decree. Yet even so, certain stubborn elders remained fixated on Qin Ming's ancient clan origins, harboring suspicions of treacherous designs. After some days had passed, these individuals rallied behind Elder Meng Tuo as their leader, beginning to spread unfavorable rumors about Qin Ming. "Quickly disseminate word that Crown Prince Gu Chun of the Xian ancient tribe comes to the demon tribe to broker peace." At the Xian Turtle tribe's residence within the heavenly demon inner city, Meng Tuo summoned the assembled elders to announce his orders. Fixing them with a sinister gaze, he looked toward Jin Lian, master of the Xingyue Pavilion seated nearby, and said slowly, "Especially the Xingyue Pavilion must spread this matter thoroughly." Jin Lian set down his teacup upon hearing this, his clouded eyes blinking several times. "Oh, I am but an unworthy man. Pray tell, how should this be made thorough?" he asked, cautiously feigning ignorance, even though he understood Meng Tuo's intentions. "Qin Ming's cultivation is mediocre. He owes his victories solely to his subordinates and various magical artifacts by sheer fortune. Yet Gu Chun has reached the half-step transformation divine realm and brings over 100 powerful warriors on this visit. For the sake of peace, we should accept any conditions he proposes." Meng Tuo cut straight to the point without further preamble, and upon finishing produced 10 fourth-tier origin recovery pills and placed them directly before Jin Lian. "The value of origin recovery pills needs no elaboration. I leave it to Pavilion Master Jin to decide." With those words, Meng Tuo studied Jin Lian with a calculating gaze. Jin Lian remained composed as he listened at first, but when he caught sight of those 10 origin recovery pills, his previously clouded eyes sharpened, with sudden clarity, gleaming with intense desire. These pills held tremendous value for breaking through to the peak of nascent soul cultivation and were absolutely essential for those seeking the half-step transformation divine realm, making them among the most precious treasures in the demon realm. Without hesitation, Jin Lian snatched the pills away as though others might contest his claim. He quickly masked his embarrassment with a light cough. The Xingyue Pavilion merely spreads information it receives, sharing whatever it hears without targeting anyone specifically. Jin Lian forced out these words after considerable deliberation, anxious not to offend Qin Ming. With that explanation, he quickly departed under the pretense of urgent business. His clumsy attempt at denial, however, only drew waves of mockery from those present. Meanwhile, within the female emperor's palace in Luo Qingli's bedchamber. The bedchamber's floor was paved with warm jade, while dark-patterned mermaid silk curtains hung on all sides, creating an atmosphere of elegant opulence that spoke to imperial authority. At the center stood a massive cold jade couch with a jade table beside it holding dragon saliva incense, and jade cups, creating a serene and tranquil space. Qin Ming removed the upper-grade dragon saliva incense from the jade table and replaced it with the finest grade, for his woman deserved only the best. The gesture somehow brought to mind that day when Lai Feng's actions had left her poisoned a memory that flushed her cheeks with warmth. "Wife, you asked me here not merely to discuss assisting with the breakthrough, correct?" Qin Ming regarded her with an amorous gaze. Breaking through to a new realm naturally required dual cultivation, and he had already prepared medicinal baths to cleanse away the mundane. Luo Qingli noticed her husband's teasing expression and deliberately replied with a playful tone, "Of course not. I heard you agreed to let that handsome Crown Prince Gu Chun come tomorrow as an envoy for negotiations. I wonder what my lord plans to do about it." Upon hearing her use the word handsome, Qin Ming's expression instantly turned cold and menacing. "If he truly dares to come, I will ensure this journey becomes something he never forgets." After dropping those harsh words, Qin Ming took a half-step forward, approached the bed, and gently lifted Luo Qingli's chin with his fingertips. "You just said Gu Chun is handsome." As he spoke, his face was filled with jealousy, as if after marrying the Empress, she was no longer permitted to compliment another man's looks. Seeing Qin Ming's earnest expression, Luo Qingli chuckled and used her finger to push his fingertips away. She leaned up slightly toward his ear, pouted her lips, and whispered softly, "But he still cannot compare to your handsomeness, my lord." Hearing the sweet words, a slight smile graced Qin Ming's lips. Just as he was about to proceed, as usual, Luo Qingli suddenly vanished, leaving him grasping at empty air. What's wrong? Aren't we supposed to practice dual cultivation to break through? Qin Ming looked somewhat disappointed. He lay on his side on the bed gazing at his wife, while striking a somewhat alluring pose. Luo Qingli stepped lightly over to the meditation cushion beside the bed, sat cross-legged, and watched Qin Ming with a suppressed smile. Who said dual cultivation can only be done in bed? This time we just need to sit cross-legged facing each other with our palms together. Qin Ming helplessly spread his hands. He had no choice but to obey his wife, and they simply cultivated together, spending a pure night. The next day, accompanied by a thunderous burst of spiritual energy, Luo Qingli successfully broke through to the peak of nascent soul. With the shadowly symbiosis art reaching its second layer, he could temporarily borrow some of the Shadow Fiend's remnant soul-divine abilities, such as shadow escape and illusion techniques. His combat strength had gained significant bolstering, making rapid retreats and swift assassination maneuvers no longer daunting. Qin Ming's evil energy had also increased, and his golden core peak realm had completely stabilized, with the fourth extinguishing power becoming fully solidified. The most delightful surprise came from the changes in the Blood Moon Soul banner. When the Empress broke through, the green feather art also advanced. When the released temporal divine power struck toward Qin Ming, he used the soul banner to block it. As a result, those souls within the soul banner, bolstered by the power of time, consumed each other in a wave. Their cultivation levels surged dramatically, and for a moment there were no fewer than 100 souls at the peak of nascent soul alone. Despite everything, Qin Ming was extremely pleased watching the soul banner's transformation. However, as his evil energy grew and his cultivation progressed rapidly, he faintly sensed his state of mind was being affected. That persistent killing intent was gradually becoming more pronounced. In the future, whoever opposed him would likely face an even worse fate. My lord, I've successfully broken through. Thank you. Luo Qingli withdrew her palm, her face filled with joy and excitement. She spoke to Qin Ming with rare politeness. Some elders of the demon clan had already broken through to the peak of nascent soul, so she naturally could not fall behind. The pressure had been quite heavy recently, but now she felt a great weight lifted. Qin Ming smiled faintly, helped arrange the stray hairs before her forehead, and helped her rise together. Today at noon, Guchen will arrive. We still need to gather our forces and make more preparations. As Qin Ming and his wife had just stepped out of the sleeping hall, old ancestor Yuk, who was approaching from the opposite direction, immediately stepped forward and bowed deeply to Qin Ming. He had been waiting here for a long time. Upon hearing that Guchen was coming as the ancestral elder of the demon clan, he naturally wanted to make a good impression before Qin Ming, so he was very proactive this time. There is no need for such elaborate formalities. Seeing old ancestor Yuk, Qin Ming recalled that day when Wang Dingding had intimidated him. He waved his hand with some difficulty, suppressing a smile. When Luo Qingli saw the old ancestor bowing deeply to Qin Ming, her phoenix eyes widened in shock. A few strands of green hair slipped down to her cheeks. That bewildered and speechless expression revealed a rare touch of endearing innocence. How utterly the world had been turned upside down. While etiquette must still be observed. As long as the senior imparts some guidance to this old one, I am willing to perform these bows for a lifetime. Old ancestor Yuk wore a foolish smile, his servility making him seem less like an ancestral elder and more like a loyal hound by Qin Ming's side. Inside the world-questing compass, Wang Dingding cracked sunflower seeds while shaking his head and laughing wildly. It was not for anything else. He happened to notice a jade gourd tucked at old ancestor Yuk's waist. The gourd was completely empty inside, containing only that booger he had flicked out that day. Wang Dingding wore a mischievous grin. Qin Ming then also caught sight of the scene. He could barely hold himself together, covering his mouth lightly with his hand, fearing the other party might see his grinning expression. It was not until Luo Qingli also noticed the abnormality and saw that booger that something felt strangely unsettled in her stomach. Pouting her lips, she took a few steps backward. Seeing their reactions, old ancestor Yuk bared his teeth and let out a ha-ha laugh. He held the jade gourd in his palm, examined it carefully for a moment, stroked his beard, and spoke solemnly. This treasure contains the Daoyin of spirit transformation. My natural talents are dull. I have only glimpsed a trace of primordial spirit power. I have come today to seek guidance from the senior on how I should achieve spirit transformation. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming paused for a moment. Since he had not yet formed his nascent soul, he naturally did not understand the principle. So he asked Wang Dingding to explain it to him. In this remote demon realm, he will never be able to achieve spirit transformation. The boy only said those words. Qin Ming was filled with confusion. When he wanted to ask further, the boy had fallen into a deep sleep, unwilling to reveal another word. Ahem. Seeing the sincere gaze of old ancestor Yuk and his earnest attitude toward learning, Qin Ming awkwardly cleared his throat. Unable to crush his spirit, he said to him, "Just put your heart into it." Upon hearing this, old ancestor Yuk's eyes darted around. He thought to himself that the senior was unwilling to speak. Then he reasoned it made sense. He had not yet made any contributions. This time, when Guchen came, he must make a good showing, or perhaps there would be another opportunity to seek guidance. Oh, I understand. This old one takes his leave. After figuring it out, old ancestor Yuk replied respectfully, flicked his sleeve, and strode away decisively. After he left, Luo, Qingli slowly approached and sneered. After so many years together, this was the first time she had discovered that old ancestor Yuk had the peculiar habit of collecting boogers. Dong. As soon as old ancestor Yuk had departed, the bronze bell within Tianyao City began to sound. Whenever an important guest arrived in Tianyao City, this bell would be rung. Everyone needed to prepare themselves and head to Hongyi Hall, which served as the reception area for the demon clan. Gu Chun really acts according to his own whims, Qin Ming said coldly. He was originally supposed to arrive at noon, but came 2 watch periods early. This was clearly intended to catch people off guard. My lord, do not worry. Even without advanced deployment, our demon clan elders will handle matters according to the situation. Nothing will go awry. Luo Qingli looked firmly at Qin Ming, taking his hand. Her face was filled with composure. Those elders. Better not to count on them. Qin Ming thought to himself. He would not voice this aloud, but merely nodded slightly to his wife. Just as the two were heading to Hongyi Hall, Gu Chun arrived directly at the inner city of Tianyao with a group of followers. Gu Chun tore through the void, walking upon empty air. His figure was upright, wearing a crimson gold brocade robe with flowing light. A faint, indifferent smile graced his lips, and his entire being exuded an arrogant nobility that spurned all others. Tianyao City. Rather barren, isn't it? Glancing at the 100 nascent soul experts behind him, he gained considerable confidence. His very first words diminished the most prosperous demon city into a barren place. Haha, that certainly cannot compare to our ancient city of Huangshi. This place is like a latrine to us. A burly man behind him echoed, causing everyone to erupt in laughter. Their mocking voices were loud. These words spread throughout Tianyao City in an instant. Too excessive. They are so arrogant. They dare to insult us so. Clearly our Emperor Lord reclaimed the 3 passes. They come as envoys seeking peace, yet act so arrogantly. The demon cultivators in Tianyao City could naturally not tolerate these people. But as they prepared to approach Gu Chun and spit at him, the oppressive aura from the 100 nascent soul experts behind him spread simultaneously. Hundreds of thousands of demon cultivators instantly felt immense pressure. Their legs and feet refused to obey, forcing them to half kneel. He actually brought 100 nascent soul peak experts. At this moment, some nascent soul cultivators finally noticed that every single one of Gu Chun's subordinates behind him was at the peak of nascent soul. Seeing hundreds of thousands kneeling, Gu Chun burst into laughter, fanning himself vigorously with his folding fan. His arrogant flame swelled to its peak. His gaze slowly turned toward Hongyi Hall, where he truly intended to establish his authority. Wuwang, it is time to awaken. Inside Hongyi Hall, Qin Ming used his divine sense to probe the situation outside. His expression instantly turned cold, and he silently awakened the myriad phenomenon illusion demon. Wu Wang was massaged into a deep slumber by Xie Xing and his evil puppet. The abrupt call from Qin Ming jolted him awake. He looked up. Lo and behold, the leader Gu Chun was a half-step deity transformation cultivator, followed by 100 peak nascent soul experts. With his peak nascent soul cultivation, even as a demon god body, he could not possibly prevail. If my master orders me to march to my death, I would not hesitate in the slightest. Wu Wang stared fixedly at Qin Ming, who was watching him, and only then was he certain he had not misheard. The Wanxiang illusion demon thought Qin Ming was sending him to certain death, so he had declared those bold words to show his loyalty. Qin Ming naturally knew what Wu Wang was thinking. Sipping his tea, he transmitted faintly, "Use your second divine ability to bluff them and come back safely." Wu Wang's eyes widened in sudden realization. With a sinister grin, he teleported out of the hall. After he left, Yuk Patriarch rushed into the hall in a fluster. Earlier he had strutted out with great momentum, intending to stop Gu Chun and his men's evil deeds to show off, only to realize it was beyond his power to contend with. Thus he slunk back in defeat. Above the Tianyao inner city, Gu Chun saw his scheme working, a fierce grin spreading across his face. From the very beginning he had planned to gather the elites of the Xuangu clan and descend upon the heartland of the demon race, catching them completely off guard. Sending an envoy to negotiate peace was merely a pretense. His true purpose was to personally intimidate. Just as Gu Chun was about to head to Hongyi Hall to put the demon race's high-ranking leaders in their place, a hoarse, drawn-out voice suddenly echoed from the void. "A mere 100 peak nascent soul cultivators, and you dare to run rampant in the demon race." As the voice rang out, half-step deity transformation cultivators, matching their number, descended from the sky, encircling them completely. A burly man in Gu Chen's group shrieked at the sight. "Who 100? 100 half-step deity transformation cultivators." After his shout, Gu Chen's team fell into chaos. Their earlier oppressive aura that had cowed the ordinary demon cultivators was long gone. They each summoned their natal treasures, preparing to fight. Taking advantage of the chaos, the demon cultivators fled the area one after another. Yet even they were baffled, since when had the demon race possessed so many top-tier experts? Gu Chen's fan, which had been waving, abruptly stopped. His heart was shaken. After carefully studying these half-step deity transformation cultivators, then glancing at the bewildered expressions on the fleeing demon cultivators' faces, he slowly began to understand. "Don't panic. It's just an illusion. Gu Chun waved his golden fan and countless poisonous needles shot out, each one striking the acupoints of those 100 cultivators, sealing their 3 meridians and 5 vessels. Under the assault of the poisonous needles, the suddenly appeared 100 half-step deity transformation cultivators all reverted to their true forms, transforming into demon sunflower seeds one by one. Seeing his divine ability exposed, a mocking smile glimmered in Wu Wang's sinister eyes beneath his black robe. He teleported repeatedly until he returned to Qin Ming's Wenjie compass. It turned out that the 100 half-step deity transformation cultivators were transformed from a handful of melon seeds by his second divine ability, Wu Wang Incarnation, which allowed him to conjure projections of cultivators one realm above himself by borrowing objects. Though they had no actual combat power, their auras were realistic, perfect for intimidating enemies. Only after Gu Chun exposed the illusion did the crowd finally relax. They put away their treasures, their previous arrogance considerably dampened by the scare. Crown Prince Gu Chun honors us with his presence. I Qin have expressed a small token of my regard by sending 100 half-step deity transformation cultivators to welcome you personally. Why resort to panic and violence? Qin Ming's voice, tinged with murderous aura, came from Hongyi Hall in an unmistakably commanding tone. If Gu Chun was unjust, then Qin Ming could hardly be blamed for being unrighteous. Having encountered so many hypocrites, Qin Ming was well versed in the art of turning the tables. Qin Ming, had you personally come out to greet me, I might have considered sparing your life afterward. But now, too late. Gu Chun waved his fan to dispel the murderous aura in Qin Ming's voice, then sent a reply toward the direction of the sound. He also released half a trace of his half-step deity transformation pressure, attempting to intimidate Qin Ming from afar. When Qin Ming heard the voice laced with pressure, 4 strands of annihilation force transformed into demonic dragons that coiled around him. As a result, he remained completely unscathed. Even the teacup in his hand was not shattered. As Gu Chun spoke, he led his 100 nascent soul cultivators tearing through the void to teleport before Hongyi Hall. He ordered 20 subordinates to kill the demon cultivators guarding both sides of the hall and take their positions around it. This act was truly too arrogant. Luo Qingli, seated high on the phoenix throne, showed a trace of displeasure, which Qin Ming noticed. As Gu Chun strode into the hall with an arrogant, overbearing air, Qin Ming threw the tea laden with his spittle and phlegm directly at him. Gu Chun was surveying the powerful figures present, somewhat distracted, and had never expected Qin Ming to resort to such a despicable trick. Caught completely off guard, he stood frozen on the spot, making no move to defend himself. Unexpectedly, Ming Tuo, the second elder of the demon race, suddenly leaped up and threw himself in front of Gu Chun, blocking the cup of tea with his own body. The tea and phlegm splattered all over Ming Tuo's face. For a moment, Hongyi Hall fell deathly silent, broken only by Ming Tuo's furious curses. Qin Ming, as the imperial consort, you are truly shameless. Ming Tuo had dared to call the imperial consort by his name. He quickly wiped the filth from his face, then turned to Gu Chun and bowed obsequiously. Crown Prince Gu Chun, your coming alone into the heart of our demon race shows immense sincerity. As for the peace negotiations, I, Ming Tuo, will naturally do everything in my power to ensure that no petty schemer succeeds. After saying this, Ming Tuo presented gifts he had prepared beforehand, his demeanor a stark contrast to the face that had just cursed Qin Ming, now humble and sycophantic. Haha, Elder Ming Tuo, you know how to read the room. If Qin Ming were half as sensible as you, I might not have had to come personally. Gu Chun had his subordinates accept the gifts, patted Ming Tuo on the shoulder, and cast a smug, self-satisfied glance at Qin Ming. Ming Tuo's actions drew contempt from the patriarchs and elders of the 4 great royal clans, as well as all demon elders except those who were close to him. They disdained to even associate with him. Ming Tuo, remember that you are an elder of the demon race, not a lackey of the Xuangu clan. Luo Qingli frowned, her phoenix brows mocking him back for daring to address her husband by his name. Had Ming Tuo not already broken through to peak nascent soul and become a difficult opponent, she would have certainly killed him on the spot with a single strike for showing disrespect to the imperial consort. Ming Tuo felt aggrieved upon hearing the Empress's words and retorted, Empress, my actions are precisely for the sake of our demon race. The Xuangu clan is teeming with powerful experts. Crown Prince Gu Chun casually brought 100 peak nascent soul cultivators on this visit. Tell me, Empress, how many cultivators of that level does our demon race have in total? As Ming Tuo's words fell, everyone in Hongyi Hall exchanged glances and then lowered their heads slightly. What he said was indeed true. Over the years, the Xuangu clan had developed far better than the demon race. Had it not been for the black copper sword formation at the 3 border passes, the demon race might have already fallen before Qin Ming ever arrived. Hearing Ming Tuo's words, Gu Chun clapped excitedly, then motioned for the powerful experts behind him to follow suit. In an instant, thunderous applause filled Hongyi Hall. Ming Tuo nodded smugly at them, the 2 strokes of his mustache nearly curling up to the sky. However, unlike the other demon stronghold experts present, whose faces showed indignation, Qin Ming's expression remained utterly calm. So you are determined to be a dog? Qin Ming looked at the smug Ming Tuo, the corners of his thin lips curling upward, and the mocking words slipped out. At the same time his hand holding the teacup secretly formed a hand seal, and the Blood Moon Soul banner inside the compass began to vibrate rapidly. Before Qin Ming spoke those words, the senior figures of the demon clan were left speechless by Meng Tuo's savage rebuke. Most of them had not yet reached nascent soul, and they eyed the people behind Gu Chun. Even a nascent soul peak powerhouse was only a small underling of theirs. Luo Xian felt somewhat dejected. He watched Xuanma Wuqi and the others who yesterday had celebrated breakthroughs to the late nascent soul and felt a twinge of shame. Shi Wu and Shi Di need no introduction. As heads of one of the 4 great clans, they had trained through the night and only reached the early nascent soul. Hardly a match. Among them, Ming Tuo, who had some decent cultivation, behaved before Gu Chun like a dog. What is there left for the others to say? Yet when they heard Qin Ming bluntly labeling Ming Tuo as a dog, a covert sense of satisfaction stirred in their hearts. Ming Tuo, upon hearing the insult, dropped his mask of pretense. Baring his teeth and twisting his plump body, he lifted a finger and slowly moved toward Qin Ming seated upon the dragon throne. You are but a core formation pinnacle waste clinging to a heap of treasures, an unknown roaming cultivator's lucky to have one at the border. Do you really think you possess some sky-piercing power? Meng Tuo with a sharp tongue whispered slyly, rendering that sneer to the utmost. He advanced, drawing closer, until he was within a meter of the dragon throne. He leaned forward, pointed furiously at Qin Ming, and glancing lecherously at the empress beside him declared in a harsh tone, you are utterly unworthy to be the emperor's consort. The words left no room for retreat. As his voice rang out in Hongyi Hall, some cultivators from Tianyao City began to jeer alongside him, insulting Qin Ming. Meng Tuo secretly felt a thrill. It seemed the prior bribery of Xingyue Pavilion hadn't been in vain. Gu Chun, seeing the scene, laughed so hard he could hardly keep his mouth closed. He honestly hadn't expected that today he'd witness the demon clan's internal strife. Behind Ming Tuo, the delegation from the Xin Gu clan envoy group erupted in applause, and Shi Wu and Shi Di could no longer bear it, and finally spoke up. Meng Tuo, you won't succeed in rebellion. Just as the 2 brothers stood to defend Qin Ming, several elders pressed them back into their seats. You have no right to speak here. The elders who had once been friendly with Meng Tuo rose up together at the sight. Luo Qingli watched these people defect. Her lashes trembled. There were 10 demon clan elders in total, as 7 among them had sided with Qin Ming, except Luo Xian, and Ma Ping, the remaining elder, had little life left and was near his limit, so did not participate. Thus the demon clan elders all stood against Qin Ming. Luo Qingli felt something was amiss and grew nervous. At this moment the hall's eyes fixed on Qin Ming, waiting to see how he would respond. Even if a fight broke out, Gu Chun stood guard. Ming Tuo did not fear one bit. Noise. Qin Ming gently held a teacup, took a quiet sip, and spoke coldly. He then slammed the teacup onto the jade table. With a crack the jade table shattered, and behind Qin Ming a blood-red soul banner suddenly appeared. The Blood Moon Soul banner unleashed tens of thousands of souls surged forth at once, slamming into Ming Tuo's face. Startled by the sudden appearance of this treasure, Ming Tuo trembled. Even though he had prepared for Qin Ming to act, he was still caught off guard. Facing a life-and-death assault, he immediately unleashed his natal treasure, ordering the elders behind him to join the defense, barely preserving his life. Meng Tuo and 7 elders were blown back, blocked by Gu Chun, toppled to the ground. Qin Ming, you dare! When Meng Tuo tried to rise and strike back, the scene in Hongyi Hall left him speechless. In Hongyi Hall, every breath held, no one dared move. Besides the drifting tens of thousands of souls, hundreds of nascent soul peak souls hovered in midair. Their illusory faces twisted grotesquely, hollow eye sockets flickered with pale ghost fire. A torrent of resentment and malice filled the air, and shrieks echoed through the halls. How is this possible? Dozens of nascent soul peak souls drifted around Meng Tuo, ceaselessly threatening him. Ming Tuo's legs faltered, and he collapsed in a ruinous heap. A single soul banner houses hundreds of nascent soul peak powerhouses. Emperor's consort. No one may doubt it. Shi Wu and Shi Di, long suppressed, finally exploded in unison, shouting one after another. Outside Hongyi Hall, the voices of reproach suddenly faded. Hearing what was happening inside, no one dared to go forward and shout, but before they could escape, Qin Ming struck with a single finger and slew them. Truly a senior indeed. Yuk Laozu shook his head in astonishment, and having entrusted his soul banner to Qin Ming, realized its power, further confirming Qin Ming's status as a master capable of divine transformation. Luo Qingli, equally astonished, relaxed her brow and silently looked toward Qin Ming. She truly did not know how many more cards her husband still held. Qin Ming using distractions again. Just as everyone was astonished, Gu Chun flicked his fiery red hair and spoke unconcerned. Like the earlier 100 half-step divines, Gu Chun thought Qin Ming had used the same trick again, employing an illusion. The loyal followers behind him were no longer as frightened as before. Many wore looks of scorn. Let's try and see. Qin Ming did not bother to chatter. His true body sipped tea, while the nascent soul strong ones inside Blood Moon Soul banner had already received orders, and the army surged toward the Xian Gu clan envoy. This time they thought these souls would be powerless. As before, none unleashed their natal treasures, standing there and jeering. Pooh! It hurts. In the next moment, 80 nascent soul powerhouses died in large numbers, slain easily by the souls their remains collected into the banner. Gu Qin finally produced his gilded fan, hurriedly repelling the onslaught of thousands of souls, and even summoned those guarding the doors to come inside. Seeing their pitiful state, Qin Ming gulped down another cup of tea, a sly smile creeping at the corner of his mouth. If Hongyi Hall were larger, and he unleashed all his soul forces, Gu Qin would undoubtedly meet his end. Moments later, the envoy from the Xiangu clan, originally 100 strong, dwindled to barely a dozen as they staggered and struggled to survive. Gu Qin, pressed to the brink, was about to unleash a profound tier treasure to destroy the soul banner, but Qin Ming denied him the chance and simply retracted it. "Oh, old Gu, weren't you here to discuss cooperation? Why start a fight?" Qin Ming appeared out of nowhere, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Gu Qin's furious red hair stood on, and he folded his fan and threatened, "I bear a prohibition laid down by my father. If I am injured, he will personally come to rescue me, slaughter Tianyao City, and then lead hundreds of millions of troops to attack. Do you think I came alone, unprepared?" Qin Ming stopped to agree to Gu Qin's conditions and give the demon clan a slim lifeline. Meng Qin finally recovered and chimed in. "Dogs should shut up and lie on the ground wagging their tails." Qin Ming whispered, and with a single finger severed Ming Tuo's legs, forcing him to lie on the ground, immobile, planning to deal with him later. "Spare the talk. Tell me your purpose for this trip straight away." Qin Ming fixed his cold gaze on Gu Qin, bluntly stating his demand. Gu Qin, panting, looked at the chair nearby, and with his people slowly walked over and sat down. After a moment of steadiness, he suddenly crossed his legs, drew the fan again, and glared at Qin Ming, his lips trembling slightly before beginning his real provocation. "Qin Ming, if you can agree to my 3 conditions, the Xuangu clan will never again cross the line by even half a step, and our 2 races will live in friendship for generations. 10,000 years of peace," Gu Qin declared with strutting arrogance. As his words spread, the demon race's high-ranking officials in Hongyi Hall revealed traces of expectation. At the present stage, the demon race urgently needed to reorganize and develop its strength before it could one day stand against the Xuangu clan. If, as he said, the 2 races could enjoy peace for 10,000 years, that was surely something all demon people would welcome. Crown Prince Gu Qin has truly come with full sincerity. Heaven bears witness. Anyone can see who genuinely wants peace. Meng Qin, prostrate on the ground, pounded the floor with both hands and shouted in excitement. Before he had even heard Gu Qin's conditions, he had begun to flatter him, and the other defected elders all quietly echoed him. Not to mention 3 conditions. Even 10 our demon race should accept them. Exactly what a rare opportunity. The elders discussed animatedly, repeatedly glancing over the Empress, and instead stealing looks at Qin Ming, studying his expression as if hinting at something. In their eyes, the Empress no longer carried any authority. Qin Ming seemed to have become the true master of the demon race. Qin Ming looked around and naturally noticed this. Hearing the noise outside, he extended his divine sense out of Hongyi Hall. He discovered that with the guards gone, cultivators from Tianyao City were pressing in shoulder to shoulder, waiting for the verdict that would decide their fate. "If peace is truly possible, I must travel through the Xuangu clan land someday," a female cultivator mused. Then another sighed. "Yes, we are far too far behind the Xuangu clan now. If a war really starts, victory is nearly impossible." Qin Ming shook his head. "These people are thinking of Gu Qin far too lightly." He said inwardly, "The enemy hasn't even laid out his conditions, but they're already dreaming of the future." He gave a soft cough, and the clamor inside Hongyi Hall gradually quieted as everyone turned to the Emperor Consort. "Gu Qin, tell us your conditions." Qin Ming placed his hand on the armrest of the dragon throne, tapping it lightly with his fingertips, and said calmly, his gaze fixed on Gu Qin's fierce, unyielding face. Hearing this, Gu Qin raised the corners of his mouth. Meeting the cold, sharp stare Qin Ming cast at him, he glared back with a mocking smile. "Haha, the conditions are not difficult. The first is that the demon race must compensate the Xuangu clan for the losses from the annihilation of our border army, release the prisoners in the 8 hells, and hand over 3,000 returning origin pills and 1 4th-rank alchemist as recompense." After saying this in a sinister voice, Gu Qin fell back with a loud laugh, waiting to see everyone's reaction. When they heard the first condition, even Ming Qin wore an expression of disbelief. The entire hall became utterly silent, with only the sound of tea falling from the table to the floor. Releasing prisoners was one thing, but 3,000 returning origin pills. Even if they hollowed out the entire demon race, they would not be able to gather that many. At the demon race's auctions, even a box of 5 returning origin pills was enough to appear as the grand final treasure, a testament to how precious this extraordinary 4th-rank pill was. As for 4th-rank alchemists, they were elite figures even across the demon realm. Alchemists tended to be arrogant, and 4th-rank alchemists in particular looked down on everyone and would never lightly obey another's command. To have them captured and taken to the Xuangu clan as bargaining chips in a clause was no different from making them kill themselves. Even just the first condition was already as hard to fulfill as climbing to the heavens. The demon race's 3rd elder Hong Yan stood at the late nascent soul stage, yet he had always been emotionally fragile. By now he was sobbing, and this impossible condition made peace seem forever out of reach. Hearing his sobs, the cultivators inside Hongyi Hall and outside the hall also felt a layer of gloom hanging over their heads, and grief spread. When his sobs turned into a pain in his heart, he blurted out, "It's all the Emperor Consort's fault. If he hadn't angered Gu Chun, how could we have come to this? Right? It's all Qin Ming's fault. He is the original culprit." Naturally, Ming Tuo would never let go of any opportunity to slander Qin Ming and immediately chimed in. Gu Chun watched this spineless display, his lips nearly curling up to the sky. His crossed leg began to bounce in little circles as he savored the spectacle. Qin despised nothing more than noisy chatter. Qin Ming's words were ice cold, for strands of annihilation force had already wrapped around him. His eyes turned fierce, and when he looked at Hong Yin, the power of annihilation burst forth from his gaze. The third elder, still weeping, suddenly sensed that something was wrong. A terrifying destructive force was eroding his soul. Hong Yin hastily condensed his divine sense into a giant sword to resist the onrushing annihilation demon dragon. But it was futile. In just 1 second, Hong Yan's mouth remained agape, and he grew still at last. The final tear slipped from his chin, and he would never wake again. Everything had happened far too quickly. Along with the drip of the teardrop hitting the ground, everyone hurriedly shut their mouths. To kill an expert at the late nascent soul stage with a single blow, what terrifying power was this? Qin Ming at the peak of core formation was truly a monster. Almost everyone thought the same. Even Gu Chun, who had assumed the soul banner was Qin Ming's trump card, narrowed his eyes. That trace of annihilation demon dragon's power had appeared only briefly, yet Gu Chun had felt every bit of it. He suspected that no one below the late nascent soul stage could withstand that technique. Anyone who cowers before the enemy and weeps will be executed, Qin Ming said coldly after killing Hong Yan. He practiced the heretical path and had always been able to kill enemies above his cultivation level, to say nothing of now with 4 strands of annihilation force empowering him. After finishing this, he took a leisurely sip of tea. Around him, spiritual energy continuously gathered, and the golden core in his dantian gradually began to take shape as an infant embryo. The nascent soul stage was almost upon him, Qin Ming thought. Forming the infant now would be somewhat forced. It required many pills and top-grade spirit stones, but above all it required time. Given the present situation, with Gu Chun watching menacingly like a tiger as the demon race's uncrowned king, he absolutely could not leave and let his wife fall into danger. Luo Qingli also noticed her husband's unusual state. She extended her jade hand and grasped Qin Ming's hand, the one resting on the armrest with bony, distinct knuckles, and looked at him with eyes full of worry. Qin Ming moved his other hand over and patted hers in return, signaling that he was fine. He then held his cultivation at half-step nascent soul. The Emperor Consort's display filled the demon cultivators with complete fear. He had killed Hong Yin in an instant. Even Ming Tuo, still prostrate on the ground, nervously swallowed. Only now did he see how strong Qin Ming was. A trace of regret surfaced for having targeted the Emperor Consort, and his imposing manner clearly weakened. Seeing this, Gu Chun sneered wildly and taunted, "I always said Tianyao City was a barren place. Now it seems the entire demon race is utterly poor. You can't even take out 3,000 returning origin pills." "That's right. Our crown prince alone has an entire alchemy pavilion working for him. It's the demon race that is too poor." The dozen or so subordinates around him saw the cultivators in the hall hanging their heads and sighing, and their arrogance soared as they broke into crazy laughter. "Crown Prince Gu Chun, are you not a frog at the bottom of a well? As for mere returning origin pills, I Qin have always used them to feed dogs." Qin Ming let out a cold laugh. With a casual wave of his hand, 3,000 returning origin pills appeared before everyone's eyes. He carelessly took a few out and forced them into Meng Tuo's mouth. The Emperor Consort is rich enough to rival a country. He feeds returning origin pills to dogs. Shi Wu and Shi Di were instantly thrilled, and the atmosphere inside and outside the hall finally turned heated. Although they had no idea why Qin Ming had so many returning origin pills on him, just having vented the demon race's pent-up fury was enough to make the cultivators cheer and rejoice. Qin Ming gave a slight smile. Since Gu Chen's half-step spirit transformation cultivation was built with pills and backed by an entire alchemy pavilion, he naturally couldn't be short of the returning origin pills essential for breaking through to the spirit transformation stage. He had just performed his ghost-thieving art and rummaged through the storage pouches of the dead Xuangu experts, and indeed gathered all 3,000. Moreover, his ghost-stealing divine art had been perfected to the point that Gu Chun and the others had no idea their pills had already gone missing. Using the enemy's pills to slap the enemy in the face, how satisfying. What Qin Ming did not know was that the pills he had obtained were already half of all the returning origin pills possessed by the Xuangu clan. As for Gu Chun, when he saw that Qin Ming had really taken out so many, his body jerked forward, his eyes bulged, his pupils shrank sharply, and even his eyelids twitched. "So what?" Gu Chun raised his chin, slightly bellowed, and in exasperation slapped the jade table beside him. After shattering the table, he let out a long breath and calmed down, his gaze turning murderous. "Even if you can produce the pills, do you have a 4th-rank alchemist who will obey you obediently?" Gu Chen's voice was sinister, and the gilded fan in his hand flapped madly again. He pursed his lips at Qin Ming, striking a haughty, overbearing pose. He thought to himself, even if Qin Ming truly could hand over a fourth-rank alchemist, the second condition that followed would absolutely make Qin Ming lose all face. Qin Ming heard Gu Chen's words, but remained silent. His phantom hand grabbed Meng Tuo's jaw firmly and stuffed 10 Guiyuan pills into his mouth all at once. Meng Tuo was choked by the pills and could not speak. He could no longer even kneel to Qin Ming in submission. A fourth-rank pill was enough to tax a normal person's body for a long time just to refine it. Swallowing 10 at once was tantamount to suicide. Qin Ming watched Meng Tuo swallow all the pills, then backhanded him toward the crotch of Gu Chun, who, frightened, delivered a vicious kick that sent the elder flying over 10 meters away. With a deafening boom, Meng Tuo's physical body and nascent soul, unable to withstand the medicinal power, detonated in a self-explosion. Gu Chun was still shaken. He glanced at his crotch, realizing he had narrowly avoided being blown apart. His blood churned as he shot Qin Ming a murderous glare. Qin Ming chuckled and gave him an obscene gesture. Gu Chun, you're truly shameless. Your first condition demands I compensate for the losses of your routed army. Don't you have any face left? As Qin Ming spoke, he deliberately seized third elder Ding Mo, staring straight at Gu Chun as he slapped Ding Mo's face. A motion that seemed as though he were slapping Gu Chun directly. He then tossed Ding Mo to the ground and continued, I have captives. I have 3,000 Guiyuan pills. I also have a fourth-rank alchemist. Qin Ming lightly clapped his palm. Sun Yan, having received a telepathic message beforehand, entered the main hall without regard for the onlookers' gazes and bowed deeply to Qin Ming. I, Sun Yan, hold the title of fourth-rank alchemist. I shall obey only my emperor's husband's commands, charging through fire and water without hesitation. Though her voice was not loud within the Hongyi Hall, it rang out like thunder to everyone present. The assembled cultivators whispered among themselves, marveling at the emperor's authority. How such a proud fourth-rank alchemist could be brought so completely under submission. After Sun Yan finished speaking, Qin Ming disregarded the murmurs and pressed on, I have all of these, but on what grounds do you think I should surrender them to you? He fixed his gaze on Gu Chun, then splashed a cup of tea onto Ding Mo's face. The usually cold and aloof Qin Ming now crossed his leg in the same manner as Gu Chun, staring back with sharp intensity. This was Qin Ming's way of life, returning the favor in kind. Luo Qingli, watching from the side, saw her husband picking up the mannerism quite adeptly and covered her mouth to suppress her giggles. In contrast, Gu Chun did not grow angry at Qin Ming's counterprovocation. Instead, a smile played on his lips. His gaze shifted from Qin Ming to Sun Yan, scrutinizing her from head to toe. After a moment, as if about to speak, he suddenly mimicked Qin Ming's earlier move and tipped his teacup towards Sun Yan. Alas, Qin Ming, seeming to anticipate this very action, flicked a single finger and made the tea vanish midair. If you wish to speak, then speak. What business is it of yours to interfere? Qin Ming teased immediately after, secretly delighted that his prediction had succeeded. Seeing Gu Chun, thwarted smiles spread across the faces of those present. Luo Qingli in particular could not help but let out an audible snicker. Gu Chun, enraged beyond measure, blurted out the words he had been holding back to accompany his water-throwing gesture. Sun Yan, you good for nothing. Willing to be manipulated by others, you disgrace the title of fourth-rank alchemist. What drove him to say such things was the fact that the fourth-rank alchemist in his sect's alchemy pavilion never obeyed his commands. They spent each day depleting vast amounts of spirit stones, begging them to refine Guiyuan pills with no genuine loyalty whatsoever. But Qin Ming's woman, despite her extraordinary bearing, willingly placed herself in a subordinate position, which filled him with displeasure. Hearing the mockery, Sun Yan's expression remained utterly unchanged. She simply walked quietly to stand beside Qin Ming and said nothing more. Gu Chun could no longer remain seated. He rose abruptly, unwilling to concede, and declared, Qin Ming, do you truly think I care about your worthless trash? My first condition was merely meant to humiliate you. I don't give a damn about those captives. If they die, let them die. But if you accept my second condition, we shall let bygones be bygones. What say you? Upon hearing this, Qin Ming scrutinized the Gu clan's crown prince from head to toe, wondering what scheme he was truly concealing. Seeing that Qin Ming offered no response, Gu Chun pressed on immediately, my second condition is this. You and I fight to the death. If I win, the demon clan yields the territory of Soyao Lake and all lands to the west to me. If I lose, I depart immediately. Agreed. As Gu Chun spoke these words, his spiritual energy surged outward uncontrollably, and the formidable aura of a half-step divine transformation stage suffocated the entire assembly. He pointed his finger at Qin Ming, his tone arrogant and brazen, his eyes overflowing with undisguised scorn, as though Qin Ming were nothing worth his regard. Within Gu Chun's mind, he reasoned that once he killed Qin Ming, all of the latter's precious treasures would naturally become his. This utterly confident posture, treating his opponent as if he were mere grass and weeds, only served to ignite Qin Ming's fighting spirit. Precisely. Why not proceed to state your third condition outright? Otherwise, I fear you may not live to see it. Qin Ming rose to his feet, as well, his posture brimming with eagerness for battle. At the same moment, old ancestor Yuk hastily released his own oppressive presence, hoping to demonstrate his strength. However, when he attempted to counter Gu Qin's surge of pressure, he discovered that Gu Qin's divine sense was already half congealed into a nascent soul, an advancement surpassing his own cultivation. Old Ancestor Yuk barely managed to neutralize this oppressive force on behalf of everyone present. A trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth, and he quickly wiped it away in secret. Naturally, Gu Qin caught sight of the Old Ancestor's action. Pointing his folding fan at Yuk, he sneered, "Look at this, the so-called top combat power of the demon clan. And you dare call yourself an Old Ancestor? Aren't you ashamed?" Hearing this, Old Ancestor Yuk brushed his sleeve and stood tall beside Qin Ming, pointing at Gu Qin and scolding, "There is no need for this Old Ancestor to lift a finger. In just a moment your emperor husband will defeat you." Upon the Old Ancestor's words, Luo Xian, Mo Wuqi, and others exchanged bewildered glances. They truly wanted to know what Qin Ming had done to the Old Ancestor on the second day after the wedding for him to submit so completely. Gu Qin, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless. He threw his head back and laughed aloud, his sinister cackles echoing throughout the hall. His folding fan struck heavily against his palm, brimming with reckless arrogance that disdained all others. Yet when his gaze fell upon Luo Qingli, still seated gracefully upon the phoenix throne, a lewd smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. "Your third condition is naturally that the Empress becomes mine." His tone was depraved, his Adam's apple rolling slightly, as he fixed his gaze on the faintly visible fair skin beneath the Empress's pink gauze skirt, his expression vile and sordid. When Qin Ming heard that Gu Qin would dare use his wife as a bargaining chip in negotiations, he was consumed by wrath. Had Wang Dingding not reminded him to stay calm, he nearly unleashed his innate divine ability. "Gu Qin, I shall take your life." Qin Ming let out a roar, and dark malevolent chi erupted around his body. A vast and grim aura of annihilation exploded outward, shrouding the entire hall. For a moment, winds wailed, and chilling sinister energy pierced the bones. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth around them was entirely suppressed by this fierce and ruthless intent frozen in place. A mere half-step nascent soul cultivator. How could he possess an intent domain? Gu Qin and his subordinates were simultaneously stunned, recalling the rumors from before they finally believed them to be true. "Since you are so eager to die, this one shall grant your wish." Witnessing this, Gu Qin withdrew his lecherous gaze. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his red robes fluttering lightly in the wind, his eyebrows and forehead radiating unrestrained arrogance, the intent domain that had long been gathering around him slowly rose. "You merely got lucky learning a superficial intent domain, yet you dare show off before an expert. Truly laughable." Before Gu Qin's words had even finished, echoing crimson gold spiritual light erupted from his body. The Imperial Heaven intent domain shot skyward, rolling waves of rosy clouds surging forth with overwhelming pressure, determined to crush Qin Ming's annihilating dark energy head-on. The black and crimson intent domains collided with violent force, detonating a shockwave visible to the naked eye. Jade pillars within the hall trembled, floor tiles cracked layer by layer, and gusts of fierce wind swept across the surrounding area. The crowd hastily retreated, exiting the hall by 100 meters to avoid being caught in the crossfire. His intent domain is only marginally stronger than Old Ancestor Yuk's. Qin Ming thought to himself, for he was not yet a true divine transformation expert. Compared to the dark energy intent domain provided by the system, it still showed considerable shortcomings. Gu Qin, however, had assumed his Imperial Heaven intent domain was destined to dominate, expecting an effortless victory. But in the next instant his expression suddenly contorted with shock. Qin Ming's baleful chi domain actually suppressed his Imperial Heaven domain, reducing his own strength by a full 20%. Moreover, the annihilating force of the demonic seal Qin Ming unleashed also suppressed his divine abilities. At this moment, Qin Ming's killing intent was overwhelming, his attacks passively boosted by 30%. He also fused the devouring power of his main body into the baleful chi domain, eroding all laws and principles. In just a few breaths, the Imperial Heaven domain was layer by layer corroded and torn apart. The crimson gold rays dimmed rapidly, and the once overwhelming pressure collapsed in waves, utterly unable to withstand this ancient, ferocious, baleful aura. "Impossible. How can your domain be so powerful?" Gu Qin's pupils contracted sharply, his face filled with disbelief, and for the first time genuine dread began to stir in his heart. He frantically urged his spiritual energy, trying to stabilize his domain and retreat, only to find that the surrounding baleful chi had already sealed all directions of space, and his cultivation had been suppressed to the late nascent soul stage. Gradually, when Gu Qin realized there was truly no escape, despair began to surface on his face. He finally lowered his proud head and looked at Qin Ming, trembling all over. "You should never ever have coveted my woman. Had you not, I might have played with you a while longer." Qin Ming's face was cold and fierce like a demon god as he glared at the other man and spat out the words, "Die." Qin Ming saw that Gu Qin was too terrified to speak. Without further delay, he instantly unleashed the annihilation finger. But just as he was about to slay Gu Qin, a burst of golden light blazed from the latter's body. Within moments, the golden light expanded outward in a ring, forming a formation. Immediately after, a majestic man wearing a golden crown and an imperial robe embroidered with dragon patterns emerged from the formation. Qin Ming hurriedly withdrew his attack upon seeing the newcomer and took several steps back. This person should be Gu Yin, the father Gu Qin mentioned before. Qin Ming fell into brief contemplation. The newcomer's cultivation was already infinitely close to the spirit transformation stage. Even merely teleporting through the formation just now had nearly caused the baleful Qi domain to collapse. Qin Ming weighed the situation in his mind. This man's strength was not something he could contend with right now. He could not help but feel regret that he had failed to slay Gu Qin moments earlier. At the half-step nascent soul stage, you actually managed to comprehend a domain and defeat Shin'er. Gu Yin had just teleported over and gave Qin Ming a sinister smile, speaking with a calm tone laced with mild surprise. Gu Chun, standing beside him, saw that his father had arrived in time. He frantically swallowed the lump in his throat before finally managing to speak. Father, Qin Ming must be carrying some kind of treasure. Otherwise, given his cultivation realm, there is no way he could have defeated me. Gu Chun pointed at Qin Ming and roared in defiance. As he spoke, Qin Ming and Gu Yin sized each other up. Qin Ming activated his evil perception and discovered something astonishing. Gu Yan's body felt somewhat similar to that stone-splitting clone from that day, cold and lifeless, not like a living person. This is probably a clone too, Qin Ming mused inwardly, his thoughts racing. Gu Yan's clone technique was clearly far superior to Stone Splitting's. He even suspected that Stone Splitting's clone art might have been learned from Gu Yan. If that were the case, it meant Gu Yan had not come in person. Qin Ming had methods that could destroy his clone. Qin Ming, I can sense that you carry an ancient treasure on you. Hand it over, and I will consider sparing your life. Gu Yan let out a cold snort and said unhurriedly. His casual words made Qin Ming's heart tighten, for Gu Yan was the first person able to detect the Wenzhou compass on him. When a spirit transformation cultivator condenses their divine sense into a primordial spirit, the most powerful among them can even project their primordial spirit out of the body, granting them exceedingly potent spiritual perception. Although Gu Yan had yet to cross that threshold, his divine sense was already no different from a spirit transformation expert's. The system within Qin Ming was an absolute secret to him, and he had silently vowed that Gu Yan absolutely could not be allowed to live. Just as he was cautiously deliberating, Gu Yan spread his arms wide and let out a wild laugh, as if he had already claimed Qin Ming's treasure as his own. Immediately after, an even greater golden light than Gu Qin's shimmered around him, and he uttered a single phrase: Greater Imperial Heaven Domain. The Hongyi Hall was utterly destroyed by the shockwave of spiritual energy. Qin Ming, along with his domain, was swept up into midair with no power to resist. Gu Yan's figure flickered as he charged at Qin Ming in a blur. Qin Ming's expression turned solemn. This was likely the true Imperial Heaven Domain. What Gu Chun had used was a false domain forcibly instilled in him by Gu Yan. Torrential crimson gold rays instantly flooded heaven and earth. His domain was so powerful it had manifested into a physical form. Qin Ming's baleful Qi domain was gradually eroded and could no longer suppress its enemy's strength. Seeing this dangerous situation, the demon cultivators showed slight shock, yet many of them did not fear battle. Like moths drawn to flame, they used their feeble strength to attack Gu Yan's domain. Our imperial consort risks his life to protect the demon race, so we too must risk our lives to protect him. Victory to the imperial consort. Shi Wu and Shi Di wore resolute expressions. Even knowing they were no match, they would still charge forward. Husband, be careful. Luo Qingli's jade-like fingers twisted tightly into the fabric of her clothes, her long lashes trembling as she suppressed the surging tension in her heart. Together with the Jade Sparrow ancestor, she attacked the domain. But Gu Yan's power was far beyond their reach. Huh? You worthless fools actually think you can break through my father's supreme domain. You're only smashing rocks with eggs. Gu Qin quickly forgot the terror he had felt moments ago. Within the domain, he swung his gilded treasure fan, and every wave killed a demonic cultivator who charged forward. Before long, tens of thousands of cultivators had died, miserably tumbling from midair. Qin Ming barely managed to block one strike from Gu Yan with the Annihilation Demonic Seal, only to be blasted 30 meters away by a single punch. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he hastily summoned his subordinates to buy time. Zhang Fei, Xingtian, both of you come out now. Qin Ming let out a fierce roar, and two half-step spirit transformation war gods manifested into the world with a thunderous presence. This Zhang Fei swears to protect his master's life at all costs. Xingtian also fears not losing his life. Seeing how mighty their enemy was, Zhang Fei bellowed and brandished his serpentine spear. Xingtian wielded his great axe, slashing straight at the enemy's head, activating his bloodthirsty battle body as baleful qi surged to the heavens. The two mighty generals charged with all their strength, their sabers, spears, and axes tearing through the void. Yet since they had not yet comprehended domains within their enemy's Imperial Heaven domain, even their attacks were greatly weakened. Half a quarter hour later, Zhang Fei's battle armor was riddled with cracks, drenched in blood all over, and his furious roars gradually grew, tinged with exhaustion. Though Xing Tian was unafraid of pain, his shoulder had been pierced through by a sharp weapon and pitch-black demonic blood dripped endlessly down his body. The battle was extremely brutal. Qin Ming, even if you break through to the nascent soul stage, it will be useless. Accept your fate. Ha ha. Seeing Qin Ming sit cross-legged mid-battle frantically devouring pills in an attempt to break through, Gu Chen mocked him with wild laughter. His gilded robe had long been tattered from the battle, yet it could not conceal his arrogant and conceited expression. Meanwhile, Gu Yan's mere physical barrage alone had already left Zhang Fei and Xing Tian barely able to withstand it. After all, the body-refining art of the Xuangu clan was created by the ancient gods, and when cultivated to great success, it held considerable advantage against the remnants of demon gods. Qin Ming, hand over that ancient treasure, and I shall grant you a whole corpse. Gu Yan's gaze turned icy cold. At this moment, all he wanted was to obtain the Wenzhou compass and scrutinize it. However, the moment he finished speaking, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes as he looked at Qin Ming. In an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly poured in violently. For thousands of li around, the spiritual mist churned and boiled. Dense columns of spiritual light cascaded down, converging upon Qin Ming. Seated cross-legged, Qin Ming's black hair whipped wildly in the wind. The meridians throughout his body were completely open, the barriers of his cultivation shattered with a thunderous boom. His dantian's void shuddered as boundless spiritual energy washed through his marrow and meridians, scouring every inch of his flesh and bones. Every shackle burst apart and vanished, and the true nascent soul stage was achieved. A moment later, Qin Ming's eyes suddenly snapped open. His gaze was sharp as ancient cold stars, and the immense cultivated power lying dormant within him erupted all at once, sending forth overwhelming pressure that shook every direction. Who dares to covet my treasure? A mere clone. Qin Ming's expression was indifferent as his thin lips parted slightly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. As his words fell, the system's mechanical voice rang out. Ding. You have spent 10,000 evil path points and reached 4th stage Evil King. Reward 4th stage Demonic Tattoo. Evil Domain formed. Baleful Chi Domain expands to 100 meters. Suppression effect increased to 50, and your own strength within the domain is doubled. Unlocked Evil Shadow Clone. A basic demonic clone with 50 of the main body's power, capable of independent action. Passive Evil King Body. The higher your evil value, the easier it is to lose control of your emotions. For every additional 10,000 evil points, clone strength increases by 10. Reward 180 million evil soldiers. Consuming the reward lucky bag summons the ancient demon god, Xian Zhou Mo Luo. Qin Ming stared at the system panel, where his evil path balance was 0, and a trace of resolve showed on his face. Thanks to the nascent soul subordinates Gu Chun had brought, he had now slaughtered them all, bringing the balance to exactly 10,000, and finally achieving the rank of 4th Order Evil King. Qin Ming listened to the system's reward announcements, his grin growing wider. When he heard that he could summon Xianzhou Maluo, he smiled faintly. Summon immediately. He immediately used the lucky bag, for he noticed that the figure's description on the panel clearly displayed 4 large characters: early spirit transformation. Lucky bag used successfully. Support demon god, Xianzhou Maluo summoned. Dark demonic mist churned and condensed, and the colossal phantom of a towering demon god materialized with a thunderous presence. The moment it appeared, without a word, it charged straight at Qin Ming. Its speed was so startling that Qin Ming felt a jolt of shock. Had he not known this being was one he had summoned, he would truly have mistaken it for an enemy. Qin Ming, no matter how many underlings you summon, it's useless. Gu Chun watched Qin Ming summon another being, stepped forward, and sneered with his chin raised. But when he saw Xianzhou Maluo, his father, Gu Yan's eyes suddenly flashed with sharp light, and his face turned ashen. He hastily halted his attack, held Gu Chen back, and quietly watched the demon god's movements. This being was a true spirit transformation powerhouse. However, Gu Yan wondered, how could there be a spirit transformation cultivator in the Yao realm? When Xianzhou Maluo reached Qin Ming, it let out a sinister grin. In the blink of an eye, the entire demon god enveloped Qin Ming's body, transforming into a layer of rugged, ferocious demonic armor that tightly encased him. Enhanced by the demon god's armor, Qin Ming's physical defense multiplied several-fold. His flesh, skin, and bones were like divine iron tempered for 1,000 years. Even ordinary magical treasure attacks would find it hard to injure him in the slightest. So that's what Qin Ming realized. Xianzhou Maluo's greatest ability was its immensely hard body, which could attach itself to a cultivator and be used as a defensive treasure. The stronger the cultivator, the greater the power Xianzhou Maluo could exert. Qin Ming's lips pressed slightly together. Other than Luo Qingli, this was the first time he had been embraced like this, and it felt somewhat strange. Just as he was swinging his fists and twisting left and right to test the demon god's armor, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and a thunderbolt crashed down, striking Xianzhou Maluo. The demon god let out a pained roar, sprang violently away from Qin Ming, and reverted to its true form. Only then did Qin Ming carefully see Xianzhou Maluo's appearance. Its dark red demonic eyes, one wide open, one squinting, and its huge crooked head made it look fierce and hideous, yet it exuded a silly comical charm. Ow ow ow. It hurts. After the lightning strike, Xianzhou Maluo's cultivation had dropped to half-step spirit transformation. Heavenly punishment. Qin Ming was greatly alarmed. After careful recollection, it seemed that apart from Wang Dingding and the mysterious remnant soul on his wife, he had never encountered a spirit transformation powerhouse in the Yao realm. Even Wang Dingding and the mysterious remnant soul had to hide inside treasures, unable to manifest for long or use power beyond the spirit transformation level. Seeing Xianzhou Maluo struck by heavenly punishment, Gu Yan's expression relaxed considerably. Haha, Qin Ming, you summoned a spirit transformation powerhouse from that treasure, but you failed to realize the Yao realm has a restriction. No one may take that step. Thus you tied yourself in knots and harmed this demon god senior. Gu Yan sneered, enjoying the spectacle with delight, and even went so far as to sow discord between Qin Ming and the demon god. Qin Ming's gaze darkened as he stared at Gu Yan. He withdrew Xianzhou Maluo into the Wenjie compass to heal, while his killing intent domain bloomed anew. You know too much. This time Qin Ming was no longer afraid. The more Gu Yan guessed, the more deserving of death he became. With a wave of Qin Ming's hand, the domain reopened, its power multiplied several times, directly counter-invading the great Imperial Heaven domain. He immediately used the evil shadow clone technique and handed the Blood Moon Soul Banner to his clone. Although the clone only had peak foundation establishment cultivation, it wielded the Soul Banner with ease, perfect for harassing the enemy. Gu Yan saw Qin Ming's sudden surge in power and became even more curious about the treasure on him. Qin Ming, you gained extraordinary strength through fortune, but now that you've met me, all this should come to an end. With a flick of Gu Yan's sleeve, a blinding silver light shot forth. A cold-edged sword hovered in midair, a faint cold gleam flowing along its blade, as fierce sword chi rippled in all directions. Seeing the sword, Gu Chun waved his golden fan and laughed. This is my father's mid-grade profound Tearfrost sword. Qin Ming, to die under this blade is quite. Before he could finish, a sinister chill arose behind him. He spun around hastily and saw Qin Ming's clone swinging the Soul Banner, attacking. Noisy. Qin Ming's expression turned cold. Letting the clone control the Soul Banner against Gu Chun was more than enough to give him a hard time. Frost Slash. Gu Yan saw his Imperial Heaven domain actually at a standstill with the killing intent domain. He immediately swung his sword, unleashing bone-chilling cold that instantly froze the chi condensation cultivators present. Under the killing intent domain, I am already invincible. Qin Ming shouted with dominance. Within the domain, he had double combat power enhancement, enough to contend with Gu Yan's clone. Annihilation Demon Seal absorb. The Demon Seal soared forth. As the natural bane of all magical treasures, the demon dragon within it, empowered by annihilation force, gradually devoured the Frost Slash. The Frost Sword contained a sword spirit with weak intelligence. Sensing danger, it broke free from Gu Yan's hand and shrank back into its sheath. Truly live long and see everything. Even a profound rank artifact is afraid of being devoured and refuses to fight. Behind Luo Xian's lowered eyelids, an incredulous gaze emerged. Indeed, the Imperial Consort has shown his might. He is the true hero of our Yao race. As Qin Ming's domain grew stronger, the Yao cultivators under Luo Qingli's leadership stopped their futile attacks. I wonder just what kind of power the Annihilation Finger can unleash with all these enhancements. The thought flashed through Qin Ming's mind. His expression shifted and he pointed directly at Gu Yan with his strongest finger technique. Perish. Gu Yan, still fuming with rage over the Frost Sword's cowardly escape, saw Qin Ming's attack suddenly appear before him. In his haste, Gu Yan could only raise the sword sheath to weakly resist the finger technique. The great Imperial Heaven domain doubled Gu Yan's defense and recovery, but under the enhanced killing intent domain's opposition, all those advantages were nullified. However, Qin Ming's killing intent was at its peak. His attacks were already enhanced by 30%, his strength was doubled within the domain, and he had poured all 4 strands of annihilation power into the finger technique. He even drew upon the yin-yang power from his body-refining yin-yang pivot. With all these enhancements combined, it was no exaggeration to call this strike invincible within the Yao realm. The Annihilation Finger, laden with the Demon Dragon's roar, crashed against Gu Yan's sword sheath amid a burst of air-tearing sounds. Boom. The sheath was pierced straight through, and the finger force drove into Gu Yan's chest. Ugh. Father. A single finger had such supreme might. Even in death, Gu Yan's clone could not comprehend how he was annihilated by a mere early nascent soul cultivator. Seeing his father defeated, Gu Qin quickly rushed over, but it was already too late. His clone had vanished, and the golden formation disappeared with it. However, that strike had cost him dearly. Qin Ming barely managed to stay upright. After Gu Yan's clone was destroyed, he gulped down a bottle of restorative pills, yet he was still somewhat drained. Not good. Qin Ming frowned. The killing intent domain automatically withdrew. Only by steadying himself with the demon seal did he avoid losing his balance, and he slowly sat cross-legged to regulate his breath. But before Luo Qingli and the others could approach to check his injuries, Gu Qin's lips curled upward, and he once again activated his false Imperial Heaven domain. Huh. You cost my father a clone, but you're exhausted too. Heaven is not unkind to me. Gu Qin's eyes were icy as he laughed maniacally, his red hair standing on end in the wind. Even his false imperial heaven domain would take the Yao powerhouses a while to break, giving him ample time to seize the chance and kill Qin Ming. Gu Qin saw that Qin Ming's clone had also been forced to retreat, leaving no further worries. Such a perfect opportunity was not one he would let slip away. He strode before Qin Ming and snapped the gilded fan shut. From the tip of the fan, a blade suddenly protruded, radiating a piercing cold gleam. Qin Ming dying in a single strike like this is already a mercy. Gu Qin had barely spoken when he aimed the blade at Qin Ming's throat and thrust it viciously. Husband, wake up. Luo Qingli's phoenix-like eyes widened slightly as she warned him urgently. Her heart felt stifled as she frantically attacked with her artistic conception, yet she could not budge it in the slightest. No way. Will the Emperor Consort die? The Demon Clan cultivators were likewise stunned. In their hearts, Qin Ming had become an invincible existence. If he fell, the Demon Clan would be doomed. Just as Gu Qin grinned savagely, and the crowd shook their heads in despair, the blade stabbed into Qin Ming's throat with a whoosh. Ha die. Gu Qin had already begun to celebrate prematurely. Ding, however, contrary to his expectations, there was no smooth, juicy sound. Only a metallic clang, as if striking steel. Go ahead. Qin Ming's lips twitched slightly, a trace of mockery rising on his calm face. Everything was within his control. In an instant, a flash of spiritual light appeared at the blade's edge. A sinister puppet forged entirely from thousand-year, meteoric iron slowly stepped out from within Qin Ming's body. All this, Gu Qin was utterly stunned. The full-force strike from the low-grade mystic rank gilded fan had only struck this lump of iron. Ha ha ha. Even more terrifying was the hoarse, eerie laughter that came from the sinister puppet as it emerged, a sound that truly grated on the ears. It turned out that Xie Xing had possessed the sinister puppet. With Qin Ming's remaining spiritual power running low, he had no choice but to send Xie Xing, who required no spiritual power to control, into battle. This old man's bones have rusted from idleness. Today I finally get to show my skills. Within Xie Xing's murky eyes, a fierce, killing intent burst forth. Having learned from the mighty experts inside the compass, his cultivation had soared all the way to the peak of the nascent soul stage. A mere nascent soul cultivator dares to spout nonsense before our prince. Gu Qin's remaining 13 subordinates hastily converged at the prince's side, showing Xie Xing not the slightest respect. Indeed, every one of them was at the nascent soul peak. Whichever one stepped forward would be enough to keep Xie Xing busy for quite a while. Deeming Xie Xing too weak to bother with, Gu Qin ignored him entirely. Spotting Qin Yi still sitting cross-legged, he barked anxiously, "Hurry! You lot kill that puppet while I go finish off Qin Ming." Without a moment's delay, Gu Qin gave the order. 13 mighty experts attacked Xie Xing together, while Gu Qin instantly teleported before Qin Ming and struck with full force. Who said this old man is alone? Xie Xing raised an eyebrow and rasped at the onrushing foes. There was no fear on his face, only a chuckle that made one's scalp crawl. Ding ding. As Gu Qin and his men were about to reach Qin Ming and the others, that familiar sound rang out again. But this time there was not just one sinister puppet. This. Gu Qin stared at the scene before him, and his subordinates echoed the same shock. In front of Qin Ming and the others stood a full 2,000 iron-hard sinister puppets. Each of them possessed the strength of the mid-nascent soul stage, packed tight together to shield the two. Gu Qin, who had failed for so long to kill Qin Yi, flew into a rage. Blood-red flames suddenly erupted all over his body as his aura skyrocketed. "Prince, you must not." His subordinates howled, for Gu Qin had begun burning his essence blood at the cost of his lifespan, gambling everything on a single strike to blast through the puppet army and pierce Qin Ming's body. "It matters not. The Imperial Heaven Grand Array has restorative wonders for me. Even if I lose 100 years of life, I will cut down this Qin Ming with my own hands." Gu Qin waved his hand dismissively. His tattered brocade robes had been burned away almost entirely. He was now like a shell leaving the cannon, hell-bent on blasting Qin Ming to pieces. Just as Xie Xing put away his playful smile and began to take this strike seriously, the disheveled, ink-robed man behind him finally opened those deep brown starry eyes. Too late. Qin Ming spoke only those two words, yet they shook the minds of Gu Qin and his men. His cultivation has risen again. Gu Qin was stunned, alarm creeping across his brow as terror flickered in his eyes. A blessing in disguise. After his spiritual power had run dry, Qin Ming used sinister force to temper his bones and combined it with the power of annihilation to recover swiftly. In doing so, he happened to touch the threshold of the mid-nascent soul stage and crossed it in one go. This change left Gu Qin, who was still burning his essence blood, frozen in place on the spot, drawing ridicule from the demon cultivators. Haha, the Emperor Consort even broke through. Wonderful. Gu Qin is burning his essence blood and just standing there gaping. What a waste. Emperor Consort, beat him. Emperor Consort, awe-inspiring across the 8 wilds. Snapping back to his senses amid the jeers, Gu Qin turned to the crowd with icy disdain and sneered. "You pieces of trash who can't even break my artistic conception still dare to spout nonsense. Most cultivators paid no heed to his words, but Luo Qingli took them to heart. She lowered her head slightly and let out a sigh. Xiexing, deal with those underlings. Noticing his wife's displeasure, Qin Ming instructed the sinister puppet and immediately unleashed his baleful artistic conception. Gu Chun naturally knew the power of Qin Ming's artistic conception and could not let it be released. The instant Qin Ming began forming hand seals, Gu Chun charged without hesitation. Crimson fan, heaven burning slash. He roared as runes swirled over the gilded fan, turning it crimson. Blazing with fierce flames, countless blades burst forth, bearing down on Qin Ming with world-destroying pressure. Seeing the sky filled with blades descending upon him, Qin Ming remained perfectly calm. In his eyes, Gu Chun was no longer a worthy opponent. He lightly raised a finger, and the power of annihilation surged forth. If one looked closely, that single annihilation finger was already wrapped around 5 demonic dragons. Having devoured the frost sword, the annihilation demon seal had already grown 5 lines. When annihilation appears, divine abilities perish. The finger art pierced straight through the crimson fan. The blades were suppressed by black aura and vanished entirely. Gu Chun barely dodged, but his shoulder was struck and he lost an arm. The baleful artistic conception was released, instantly devouring the Imperial Heaven artistic conception whole. At this moment, Qin Ming seemed like an untouchable god. Gu Chun spat out blood, clutching the wound on his right arm. Watching all his subordinates being beaten to death by the sinister puppets, that sense of dread surged back into his heart. Yet with his lifelong arrogance, how could he accept defeat? Xiexing led the sinister puppets to slaughter every member of the Gu clan. Afterward, he returned to Qin Ming's side, licked the blood from his lips, and let out a pleased low hum. Within and around Tianyao City, crowds had gathered. Nearly all the clan leaders and high-ranking figures of the demon race, numbering in the tens of millions. Many had only just arrived to witness the new emperor consort easily defeat Gu Chun, drawing a collective sigh of marvel. Qin Ming, as emperor consort, we have no objections. At that moment, someone shouted, and everyone followed in chorus. Only Qin Ming is worthy of the empress. Having the emperor consort guarding the demon clan is our honor. From that moment on, no one in the demon clan ever dared to question Qin Ming's strength. After this battle, they erected statues in his honor, praising day and night his selfless devotion to protecting the demon race. Gu Chun, on the other hand, knowing that defeat was certain, simply burst into unbridled laughter. Ha ha ha, Qin Ming. You mongrels of the demon clan. Did you actually think I brought my delegation here and dragged out those demands for peace? Huh. Gu Chun clenched his jaw, his brows steeped in malice, the scheme in his heart finally surfacing. Qin Ming stared at him coldly, his right eyelid twitching violently. Suddenly, along the great road outside the ruins of Hongyi Hall, an elder of the Black Tortoise clan, drenched in blood, delivered a desperate message. This is terrible. Guyan has personally led a massive army to attack Locking Demon Lake. The Forbidden Land is about to fall. What? Hearing the news delivered by that elder, almost every cultivator in Tianyao City was left agape in disbelief. Luo Qingli hurried forward, fed the elder a few healing pills, and bade him speak slowly. Guyan has obtained a supreme treasure that can break the formation. Seize this opportunity. The Forbidden Land. Unfortunately, the elder of the Xiangui clan was too gravely wounded. Only after leaving only these words, he passed away. Seeing this, Gu Chun grew even more arrogant. He threw back his head and laughed, mocking Qin Ming savagely. Huh. It seems my father the king's plan is going smoothly. Soon he will obtain the inheritance, break the rules of the demon realm, and break through to the spirit transformation realm. When that day comes, no one will be his match. Gu Chen's eyes were thick with malice and his tone was contemptuous. Even trapped as he was, he refused to be outdone in words. No matter what happens, I'll kill you first. Even if Gu Yan's plan succeeds, he will still suffer the loss of his beloved son. That taste will not be pleasant. Qin Ming retorted. As he finished speaking, his aura turned cold, and he summoned the fully healed dark-armored Mara to attach itself to him. Dark-armored Mara awaits only its master's command. Mara's eyes rolled slyly, and with a few clanks the armor immediately fastened around Qin Ming. Qin Ming curled his lips slightly and snorted. With a half-step spirit transformation powerhouse as his war armor, he wanted to test whether its power could reach the level of a top-grade profound rank magic artifact. The Emperor Consort is right. We'll follow the Emperor Consort's command. Kill Gu Chen first to make Gu Yan suffer, then go kill Gu Yan. Hearing Qin Ming's words, the demon people were all roused, ready to vent their fury by butchering Gu Chen first. Gu Chun watched the thousands of cultivators about to swarm over him. Even with heaven-defying abilities, he could not overcome them. After a quick calculation, he spoke urgently. Qin Ming, if you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. No intent realm, only physical body strength. How about it? Gu Chun said in a deep voice. He had already calculated, although Qin Ming also practiced the 7-star body tempering art, he was only at the 4-star yin-yang pivot, while Gu Chun had already reached the 6-star ancient god remnant body. When body cultivation reached the ancient god remnant body stage, one could even detonate the physical body's blood core to manifest an ancient god phantom. Gu Chen's current cultivation was terrifying enough to annihilate nascent soul cultivators with nothing but his body. Where did my Guyuan pills go? Gu Qin cried out. He had planned to swallow a few more Guyuan pills and break through a little further. Then even with only one arm left he was confident he could defeat Qin Ming. But the pills were gone. Qin Ming, you stole my pills. What a petty villainous act. Hearing Gu Qin's furious curses, Qin Ming reflected that the 4-star and 6-star body tempering realms, one relying entirely on oneself, the other able to borrow external force, were a world apart in quality. He knew this well. Yet with the demon god armor condensed by the dark-armored Mara on his body, how could he fear an ancient god phantom? A gentleman uses his hands, not his mouth. Begin. Qin Ming tacitly accepted Gu Qin's proposal, and the two immediately entered combat. In a flash they darted back and forth. The ground was blasted by their fist force, sending gravel flying and dust billowing into the sky. Fists and feet flew between them. No dazzling spiritual radiance, only the crudest, most primal battle of flesh. At every collision the surrounding air boomed and crackled. Qin Ming seldom enjoyed such close-quarters combat so thoroughly, and he felt invigorated. After 700 exchanges, Gu Qin, unable to breach the dark-armored Mara's defenses, grew impatient. He retreated a few steps, preparing to summon the ancient god phantom and forcefully suppress Qin Ming. But he did not notice that he had unwittingly stepped right in front of Luo Qingli. Blood core explode. Just as Gu Qin was about to detonate his blood core and summon the ancient god phantom, a sword light of azure feathers suddenly arose behind him, and the Empress's sword pierced straight through his back. Luo Qingli withdrew her sword and stepped back half a pace. Blood spatter dotted her sleeves, but her eyes remained cold and calm, without the slightest ripple, as she quietly watched the tottering Gu Qin before her. Gu Qin's whole body went rigid. He turned his head with difficulty to meet Luo Qingli's sharp eyes behind him, and his lips trembled faintly. You bitch. Only Qin Ming, standing close, heard what he murmured. Huh. Qin Ming vaguely caught those words, rushed forward, and drove a fist into the bleeding sword wound on Gu Qin's body. Ugh. You. Gu Qin snapped his head around. He was sent flying dozens of meters away and crashed to the ground, barely breathing. The Empress's sudden attack startled everyone so much that no one spoke for a moment. It was hardly an honorable move, but since she was the Demon Empress, no one dared call it wrong. After a while they recovered and began to cheer. As long as Gu Qin was defeated, they were happy. Luo Qingli lowered her phoenix eyes and slowly put away the azure feather that had turned into a sword in her hand, standing there in a daze, uncertain how to face Qin Ming. Given Luo Qingli's disposition, she would have scorned killing an enemy by such despicable means. It was all because Gu Qin had mocked her inability to break the Imperial Heaven Intent realm, which had shaken her Dao heart. The remnant soul and shadow wraith inside the Empress refused to allow such a flaw, so it directed her to personally slay this man and eliminate the hidden danger on her path of cultivation. Qin Ming retracted the demonic armor, walked up to Luo Qingli, wiped the bloodstains from her body, and smoothed the stray hair at her forehead. He did not say a word the whole time, but Luo Qingli knew that this man understood her, and her expression relaxed. Qin Ming took his wife's hand and walked to where Gu Qin lay. When detonating a blood core, the worst taboo is external disturbance. Yet Gu Qin had been run through by a sword. The backlash broke his meridians inch by inch and destroyed his physical body. Gu Qin had cultivated that 6-star physical body all his life. Now unwilling to accept it, he could only let his nascent soul flee, vainly hoping for a thread of life. Let me go? I'll give you anything you want. Gu Qin's nascent soul had barely begun to flee when Qin Ming caught it, and it could only loudly beg for mercy. Sorry, but I Qin already have what I want. Your star marrow and your nascent soul. Qin Ming said indifferently. The Blood Moon Soul banner had been waiting for a long time. Gu Qin's consciousness was directly erased, and he was collected into the banner, becoming its first half-step spirit transformation soul. Qin Ming, how dare you kill my son? Once my plan succeeds, I will personally slaughter you. At that moment, Gu Yan sensed that Gu Qin's aura had been extinguished. His expression turned fierce, burning with hatred. He quickened his pace. On the other side, after storing the soul, Qin Ming summoned Sun Yin, handed him the 6-star star marrow directly, and then took out all the star marrow he had gained before. So many. Sun Yin's expression changed in shock. A full 105-star star marrows and tens of thousands of 4-star and below. Never in his life had he seen such a quantity. With these I can refine and fuse 10 6-star and 2 7-star star marrows in a short time. He explained to Qin Ming, privately relieved that star transformation grass was cheap. Otherwise, refining and fusing all this would have bankrupted him. Moreover, Emperor Consort, you have shown kindness to the Qingyo tribe. I would also like to tell you a secret I know, but might help when you go to Suyao Lake. Sun Yin put away all the star marrows. His brows knitted slightly, and his expression grew solemn as he spoke sincerely. Oh, Qin Ming showed neither joy nor anger and stared straight at Sun Yin. After all this time, he had finally been willing to reveal the secret in his heart, and it had to do with the demon race's forbidden land. Qin Ming secretly sighed that his earlier intuition had been right. Qin Ming waved a hand, sealing the three of them inside an isolated space. At last Sun Yin began to speak in full. Sun Yin glanced around, and finding that Qin Ming's isolation barrier could block both sound and external divine sense probes, she slowly extended her hand and deftly maneuvered it. An ancient yellow leather fragment scroll then gracefully materialized before the two of them. This is one of the 3 fragment scrolls left behind by my father. Difu, please examine it first. After handing the scroll to Qin Ming, Sun Yen let out a sigh and gazed into the distance, seemingly lost in memory of his father, musing to himself. What manner of person was Sun Yen's father? Qin Ming pondered deeply. He extended his divine sense into the fragment scroll only to find no profound cultivation techniques inscribed within. Instead, it recorded the life story of Su Feng. Such a deranged opening weighed heavily on Qin Ming's heart. The mortal realm Su Feng spoke of must lie beyond the demon realm entirely. Then Qin Ming swiftly read through the remaining fragment. It told of a prodigy who left in glory and madness returned in madness, left behind the dying words beyond the realm is hell, and sealed his own son's spiritual veins with his own hands. After reading it, Qin Ming handed the remnant scroll to Sun Yen. Sun Yen had not allowed him to unseal the seal on his body that day, because he had been following his father's words. When I was young, my father left a decree: better a mortal who lives 100 years than a cultivator who toils like a beast. Sun Yen spoke slowly. Though he had never understood the meaning, he had always followed his father's warning. Past 50 years of age, his cultivation still lingered at the mid-condensing cheese stage. It was only after the Xuangu tribe broke the Black Bronze Great Array and, under the guise of peace talks with Gu Chun, launched a massive assault on Locking Demon Lake that I gradually pieced things together. This may have been Gu Yan's conspiracy all along. Sun Yen's expression turned grave. Qin Ming gestured for him to continue. My father should have been one of the top powerhouses in the demon realm. He poured all his heart into writing 3 remnant scrolls. Besides the one in my hands, another remains in a secret realm within Huangshe Ancient City. It records his lifelong insights into alchemy formations and artifact forging. And the third one is hidden in the secret realm beneath Locking Demon Lake itself. There lies his most complete inheritance, and the secrets of both the demon realm and the mortal realm. Having said this, Sun Yen cupped his fists toward Qin Ming. These were things his father had told him before. The reason Gu Yan coveted the demon race's Locking Demon Lake was entirely for Su Feng's inheritance. After listening to his account, Qin Ming understood. Su Feng's cultivation might even allow him to fight in that ethereal mortal realm. Surely he was at or above the spirit transformation realm. This meant Su Feng had shattered the demon realm, suppressing cultivation restrictions, becoming the only one across the ages to do so. His inheritance was priceless. As this thought struck him, Qin Ming's heart stirred. He stroked his chin and rarely paced back and forth on the spot. This meant Su Feng had shattered the demon realm, suppressing cultivation restrictions, becoming the only one across the ages to do so. His inheritance was priceless. Qin Ming swept a glance over the crowd, thoughts flashing through his mind at lightning speed. Gu Yan must have obtained the remnant scroll left in the Huangshe Ancient City secret realm, mastering its formation arts to the fullest. That was how he effortlessly broke the profound rank Grand Formation I sealed annihilation, which Qin Ming had set at the border. Even Sun Yen, who had only received some of Su Feng's casual guidance, had managed to become a 4th-grade alchemist. The scroll Gu Yan obtained was surely invaluable as well. With this in mind, Qin Ming invited Sun Yen into the Inquiry Compass Disc to focus on refining star marrow. Then with a wave of his hand, he withdrew the isolation barrier and faced the crowd directly. At that moment, Xian Mo, the patriarch of the Black Tortoise clan, was burning with anxiety. He sensed that the clan's protective Great Formation had been breached. As its patriarch, he had failed to return in time, and guilt gnawed at him. Just then Xian Bing arrived with 100 or so clansmen, all looking bedraggled, carried by spirit beasts. Father, the Black Tortoise clan is destroyed. I could only lead these few people to escape. Xian Bing knelt before Xian Mo. Hearing those words, Xian Mo's body went limp, and he staggered backward several steps. Fear spread through the crowd. Their hearts were like ants on a hot pan, restless and trembling. Qin Ming looked at Xian Bing, anger surging within him. This time Gu Yan had gone too far. He could have marched straight to Locking Demon Lake and entered the secret realm. The Black Tortoise clan's cultivators would not have been able to stop him anyway. Yet Gu Yan had chosen to massacre an entire clan instead. Qin Ming destroyed his avatar, so he destroyed one of Qin Ming's major vassal clans. Very well. Qin Ming gritted his teeth, a sinister expression darkening his face into something ruthless. Harm me by an inch, and I will slay 100-fold. Qin Ming's killing intent blazed. His words were savage, yet at this moment they roused the spirit of all who heard. Without delay, he clenched his fist in the void, summoning a total of 180 million demonic soldiers from the compass disc in an instant. These demonic soldiers were ghastly to behold. They brandished claws and fangs, their bodies wrapped in taut, wrinkled skin over skeletons of withered bone. 180 million of them poured out of the void at once, blotting out the sky above. Yet they did not scatter in chaos. Instead, they formed orderly thousands of columns. What kind of monsters are these? Even more terrifying than demons. I see now. The Empress's consort summoned them. He commands a vast army. Each one is at least at the core formation stage. The consort is terrifying. Hearing the awestruck murmurs of the demon cultivators, Luo Qingli gently covered her slightly parted lips with a delicate hand. If before she had thought that as the female empress she was condescending to marry Qin Ming, now after all that had happened she instead felt a hint of inferiority. Qin Ming's stature far surpassed anything she had imagined. At this thought, Luo Qingli unconsciously released her grip on Qin Ming's hand and stepped back a little. But Qin Ming was now wholly immersed in his vengeance against the Gu clan, unaware of his wife's inner turmoil. Lai Mu, Ma Ping, here my lord. With a shout from Qin Ming, the two young men were entrusted with a great mission, leading 50 million demonic soldiers to crush the Gu clan cultivators who had invaded the demon realm and retake the three passes. Zhang Fei, I Yin Man Zhang Yi to obey your command. Then Qin Ming waved his hand, granting Zhang Fei's 70 million demonic soldiers to cross the three passes, seize the Gu clan's border military camps, and slay every enemy they encountered. Wulong, the myriad phenomena illusion demon has been waiting long. Qin Ming assigned 60 million demonic soldiers to Wu Wang with orders for a swift surprise attack, march a long distance eastward, bypass the military camps, and Huangshe ancient city, strike straight at the ritual department and destroy the enemy's rear supply lines. After completing your missions, rally at Huangshe ancient city and surround the Xuangu Emperor's capital. Yes. Qin Ming issued his commands in a rapid succession, his ink-black hair flowing wildly though no wind stirred. He looked like an archdemon general incarnate, bold and commanding. After giving the orders, Qin Ming's face turned cold. He fixed his gaze on the three clan patriarchs. Luo Xian, Wu Qi, Lion Wushidi, we await your command, consort. He ordered them to rapidly reorganize their respective clans, assemble 40 million elite demon troops, and guard the demon imperial capital Tianyao City to prevent a surprise attack by Gu Yan's forces. Air. Just guarding. The three exchanged bewildered looks, feeling that their mission seemed a little too easy. But when they saw Qin Ming's serious gaze, the thought of an easy task vanished in an instant. Behind them lay the very foundation of the demon race, nothing to take lightly. And this move by the consort was also meant to spare the demon cultivators from shedding more blood. Move out. At Qin Ming's command, his demon generals and trusted subordinates set forth in grand formation, their battle intent soaring as they marched west. The fierce aura of the demonic soldiers made both heaven and earth tremble in unison. Once the skies fell silent again, Luo Qingli turned her gaze to Qin Ming, a trace of hesitation in her brow. And you? At her soft voice, Qin Ming finally noticed his wife behind him. Seeing the Empress, the ice-cold sharpness in his brows eased slightly, though a murderous glint flickered deep in his eyes. Locking Demon Lake, the forbidden land. Inside its secret realm, Gu Yan was waiting. It was time to make him pay for his schemes. Are you going to the secret realm beneath Suyao Lake right now? Luo Qingli looked at Qin Ming with a grave expression, her cherry lips slightly parted, as if she was troubled by something. Gu Yan obtained the remnant scroll of the Huanggu secret realm. If he succeeds in the Forbidden Land as well, once he emerges, he will almost certainly appear invincible. Even if I turn the Xingu clan's stronghold upside down, I could not shake his foundation. Qin Ming's expression darkened. He spoke in a low voice, making the gravity of the situation clear to his wife. This battle, no matter how dangerous, must be undertaken. And when it came to a place like the secret realm, he naturally could not bring too many subordinates. Almost everything would depend on him alone. Luo Qingli nodded. She glanced around, her eyes passing over Ding Mo and the others nearby. Several top-level combat powerhouses of the Demon Clan are already guarding Tianyao City, as you ordered. Aside from those rebel elders, how do you plan to deal with them? At his wife's words, Qin Ming only then noticed those people. In his haste, he had genuinely forgotten them. Lord Consort, spare us. We can rush to the battlefield and atone for our crimes with merit. Ding Mo and the others, staring at Qin Ming's savage gaze, trembled and spoke in terror. Keeping them? Was he waiting for them to betray him again? Qin Ming gave a cold snort in his heart. With one point of his finger, he mercilessly slew the elders. Senior offenders must be executed. What satisfying vengeance! Seeing Qin Ming strike with such ruthless cruelty, Venerable Yuk hurried forward to flatter and curry favor, making his presence known in hopes that Qin Ming would bring him along to the secret realm. At the same time, Chen Xiao, the Demon Clan's 9th elder, who had kept a low profile all along, also followed him over. He had the appearance of a man over 80, leaning on a walking staff with snow-white sideburns, looking very frail. Cough, cough. This old man is already advanced in years and is nearing the end of his life. At this final moment, I am willing to lend a hand to protect the Demon Clan. Chen Xiao lowered his head and whispered toward Qin Ming, his eyes shifting uneasily. There was something wrong with this man. Qin Ming's sinister perception activated automatically. The old man was only at mid-nascent soul, yet he gave off a strangely unfathomable feeling. Leaving someone like this in Tianyao City was perhaps less safe than taking him along. Qin Ming gave a slight nod, silently acquiescing. At that, Luo Qingli gently bit her lower lip, stepped closer, and tugged at Qin Ming's sleeve. No words were needed. Qin Ming knew that his wife also wanted to go with him. Though this journey was dangerous, it might also hold all manner of opportunities. Qin Ming could not always stay by Luo Qingli's side, protecting her every moment, so she would have to grow stronger on her own. Stay close to me. After collecting the baleful chi of the area, Qin Ming tightened his arm around the Empress's slender waist, flicked his sleeve, and teleported to the teleportation array at the city gate, taking the other three with him and setting out for Soyao Lake. In just an instant, they were teleported to the former site of the Qingyo tribe. It was already utterly empty, with only a few scattered corpses of the two races lying about, suggesting that sporadic fighting had occurred. Qin Ming extended his spiritual sense. To the west, the enormous violet nether ship had already landed. Before long, faint sounds of battle and shouting arose, as if Lai Mu Ma Ping and the others had already teleported to the 3 border passes and were clashing with the ancient clan's forces. Qin Ming delayed no further. He summoned Xing Tian, tore open the void, and the party teleported through space to the former grounds of the Xiangui clan. The moment they arrived, a thick, bloody stench hit their noses. The verdant, secluded basin, once surrounded by layers of mist and mountains, had been stained blood red. The enormous spirit lake before them no longer emitted its former rich spiritual energy. Instead, it was suffused with dense, gloomy blood mist, with tens of thousands of ancient clan cultivators standing guard around it in shifts. Luo Qingli saw that the beautiful place where she had once used medicinal baths to suppress the ferocity of a remnant soul had become such a ghastly scene. Her delicate brows knitted tightly together. After all, this was the place where she and Qin Ming had first met. It held great significance, and those memories were priceless. Seeing Luo Qingli looking melancholy and thoughtful, Qin Ming immediately unleashed his sinister aura, instantly slaughtering the tens of thousands of cultivators here. Enemy attack. No sooner had they detected something wrong than their divine souls were annihilated before they could even raise the alarm. In only a few instants, Qin Ming, relying on his sinister aura release, butchered every core formation cultivator in the area. After he had collected the baleful chi from the battle at Tianyao City and the clash with Gu Chun, the baleful chi tornado of his sinister aura release had already split into 6. As his cultivation level rose, this single tornado storm technique was enough to instantly kill cultivators a full major realm below him. The sound of golden core explosions rang out immediately like firecrackers. Taking advantage of the blazing fireworks, Qin Ming dispersed the blood mist with a wave of his hand and restored the scene to its previous state. This place was still so blessed with spiritual vitality. Lush greenery everywhere, and the spirit mist drifting off the lake made the scene seem like an immortal realm. Seeing that everything had come back, Luo Qingli's expression relaxed, and a trace of a smile flickered in her eyes. Her large eyes looked at Qin Ming with deep affection, and the two exchanged a smile. They simply looked at each other, their minds filled with thoughts of that night's tender moments. A shy blush crept up their cheeks, and a long while slipped by, without either of them noticing. Ahem, can we get moving now? Seeing the two shooting sparks at each other, Venerable Yuk gave an eye roll, pointed at the bottom of Soyao Lake, and said, I am quite familiar with this place. I have gone down there several times before. There is a space-time vortex at the bottom of the lake, but I have tried over and over, and I have never been able to pass through it. Hearing Venerable Yuk's reminder, Luo Qingli's body gave a slight shiver, and she broke away from the gaze she had been sharing with Qin Ming, speaking from memory. Qin Ming followed suit, and touched his nose, mulling it over. Even his wife, the Demon Clan's Empress, did not know how to enter the vortex. So how had Gu Yin managed to do it? Just as he was secretly wondering, Sun Yin's voice transmission arrived. Lord Consort, this is the entrance to the inheritance secret realm. Only someone who holds the remnant scroll can truly open that vortex. So that was it. Qin Ming understood at once. He then led the group and leaped down into the lake. In the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the party sank to the bottom of the lake. At the center of the lake bed there indeed was a space-time vortex, its entire body emitting a faint cyan glow. The space around it was self-contained, shutting out even the lake water. Qin Ming took out the remnant scroll Sun Yin had given him and slowly brought it near the vortex. The characters on the scroll seemed to have found their home and surged into the vortex one after another. Swoosh swoosh. After the vortex absorbed every character, it made 2 strange sounds and returned the scroll to Qin Ming. Then its cyan light blazed brilliantly, and the word please appeared on its surface. This must be the work of Su Feng. Being able to compress a region of space and forcibly create a space-time vortex like a teleportation array, what tremendous cultivation did that require? Qin Ming's mind stirred. He exchanged glances with the others beside him, and all of them stepped through together. Inside the space-time passage, it was quite quiet except for a humming noise that lingered stubbornly in their ears. They were moving at extraordinary speed, and only Qin Ming, through his sinister perception, could sense that they were no longer sinking toward the lake bottom, but racing high into the sky. After a few breaths, the 4 of them jumped out from another space-time vortex. Before them lay a stretch of eerie black tidal flats. They had just arrived and had not yet had time to examine the area when waves of jeering laughter reached their ears. His Majesty was right. The Demon Clan really did come. Good thing we have been keeping watch. Now we can strike with full force from a position of ease and slaughter all 4. Qin Ming looked toward the source of the voice. At the head was a hunched old man with an aquiline nose, dressed in a deep navy Taoist robe. He was leading over a dozen nascent soul peak cultivators and had set up a soul-devouring grand formation. After gathering this place's spirits for many days, he now had millions of them under his command. Seeing the hunched old man of the Xiangu clan painstakingly arrange the formation in order to kill them at the entrance to the secret realm, Qin Ming was not angered at all. Instead, joy appeared on his face. He looked at the number of spirits, and a flicker of satisfaction passed through his eyes.